Hi friends, welcome to my channel Demon Manhwa. Let's start the video. Today is the most important day for these high school graduates. In the second classroom of the senior year students, the air was thick with tension and anxiety. In our world, we have a college entrance exam. And for the students here, tomorrow marked the day of the awakening trial. An assessment that everyone has mixed feelings about. John, wake up, stop sleeping. A boy anxiously nudged our protagonist John, who seemed to be joyfully enjoying his afternoon nap. Blinking his sleepy eyes open, John's expression shifted from drowsiness to surprise as he took in his surroundings. He found himself back in a classroom amidst the buzz of chatter. Suddenly he stood up, drenched in cold sweat, panic evident in his voice as he questioned, "Where am I?" Then a flood of memories rushed into his mind. The planet he is standing on is called Blue Star, a world much like Earth with modernized cities, familiar streets, and existing nations. Perhaps this was a parallel universe, he wondered. In this world, a catastrophic event that happened a century ago drastically altered everyone's life. Vicious monsters emerged from the skies, wreaking havoc on humanity, causing countless deaths and massive destruction. The people of Blue Star, however, were blessed with innate talents that could be awakened. Bypassing the awakening trial, individuals could then unlock a path to unique professions such as assassins, mages, hunters, warriors, or support, just to name a few. Only these powerful awakened individuals are capable of combating the monsters. Those who failed to pass the awakening trial were doomed to a lifelong mediocre existence. The division between the awakened and everyone else in terms of wealth and social status was immeasurable. Thus, the world focused on nurturing awakened, the elites of this world. And tomorrow, June and everyone in the senior year would have to face the awakening trial. In this world, the awakened possessed unimaginable wealth, formidable abilities, and countless followers. As June pondered over his bizarre situation, a sudden realization hit him. All of these memories and the plot of this world seemed eerily familiar. It was just like the game he had played before. What was it called again? Right, it was Apocalypse Online, which was the most popular open-world MMORPG with exceptional gameplay and freedom, a global phenomenon back in the day. Gulping, June started to process what was going on. He looked at his hands in disbelief. He had somehow e-sacried into a world where game and reality seemed to merge. In his previous life on Earth, in the game Apocalypse Online, he played a warrior class and reached level 999, a breath away from ultimate victory in Apocalypse Online. He had defeated countless monsters and players, earning the title of the GOAT. But things did not go all well. After defeating countless monsters, he finally arrived at the final room. What held him back was the cooldowns on his skill and the lack of damage. He was swarmed by an endless horde of monsters summoned by the final boss. Just mere steps away from the final boss. What lay between them were hundreds of powerful elite monsters. He was exhausted, his health and mana depleted, and his equipment shattered. Defeated and kneeling on the ground. His vision blurred as he was overwhelmed by the horde of monsters. Seeing the large letters of defeat on his monitor, angered. He pounded his keyboard, frustrated and unwilling to accept this end. What followed up was the screen glowed with the red words of death. He was so close, yet so far, and next thing he knew, he was ice-skite into this world. Jun's reverie was interrupted by a chubby student sitting next to him, who nudged him. He questioned why was Jun daydreaming, as he was so anxious that he began to tear his hair out. Hong said. Jun turned to Chub, whose nickname was Chub, looking surprised, exclaimed and called out Chub's name. Just like in his past life, Chub was his loyal friend and the best buddy during their time in school. Looking at Chub's familiar face and how he seemed to have butterflies in his stomach, Jun suddenly felt this world had its own charm. He gripped Chub's shoulder, saying he couldn't believe to see Chub in this world too. Chub, a bit startled, didn't understand what he was talking about and thought Jun was joking. Seeing Jun's relaxed demeanor made him even more anxious. Chub knew Jun was smart and always did well in school, but he himself was fraught with worry. He grabbed his hair and became even more anxious. Jun smiled, reminiscing that in this world, Chub Both the looks and personality remained unchanged. It seemed his relationships and life in this new world weren't much different from before. Chubb looked at his best friend Jun with tears welling up in his eyes. Clutching Jun, he broke down, revealing his dread for the upcoming awakening trial. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and failing the assessment would not only be a personal disaster, but would also mean facing his father's wrath. Jun, recalling his past experiences in the game, remembered that the term awakening referred to players touching the awakening stone in the assessment's secret realm, and that is the only way to activate a person's innate talent. However, he wondered if it was the same here. After getting to know more, it seemed this world operated on similar principles. Chubb, whispering into Jun's ear, begged for his help in the upcoming trial. With a smile, Jun asked, how did Chubb want him to help? Chubb, with a comedic expression, said he didn't need to shoot for the stars. He just needed to do the bare minimum to satisfy his father. Chubb knew Jun was known for his cleverness and resourcefulness, and wondered if he could pull off a last-minute miracle. Although Jun had inherited a wealth of memories, he knew that the game's tricks and strategies might not fully apply in this new reality. The extent to which this world mirrored the game and why he was here were mysteries he needed to unravel himself. Standing up, Jun reassured Chubb he could count on him. He decided to visit the practice arena to figure something out. As he left the classroom, Chubb, filled with newfound hope, shouted after his best friend and even said if he could pull this off, the entire year's lunch would be on him. With a cool gesture, Jun left, determined to find a way to help his friend in this strange yet familiar world. Jun swiftly arrived at the practice arena, a vast space bustling with students. In the center stood a shimmering oval-shaped portal, constantly radiating white light, where students continuously entered and exited the practice secret realm, quite a lively atmosphere. There were also several staff and teachers present to maintain order. Approaching the portal, Jun observed various students discussing strategies. Some debated that they should have gone for the easier mobs first, while others argued it was a waste of time and mana. A other party of two, supporting each other, exited the portal, looking utterly exhausted. Taking a deep breath, Jun was eager to see what this amalgamation of game and reality had in store. He smiled and stepped into the portal. A flash of white light transformed his surroundings. No longer in the practice arena, Jun found himself in a forest, facing a suspension bridge leading to a small village. The setting was sunny, complete with the chirping of birds. Scanning the area, Jun was stunned. It was the beginner village from the game, replicated perfectly down to the last detail, but his surprise didn't end there. The mechanical voice rang in his head, system detecting host. Binding transformation system, progress 50%, 70%, 100%, binding successful. Jun, puzzled, wondered what exactly is this transformation system. To answer his question, a window appeared, confirming the successful binding of the transformation system, currently level 1. Quite a shocker to acquire a system in Ice-Sky. Oof, shocker, right? Anyway, reading through the system's description. It stated that the transformation system could convert 2 active skills with specific conditions into an extra passive skill, the power of which was enhanced by the character's primary attributes. Jun was baffled yet intrigued by this functionality. To explain what's going on in the game Apocalypse Online. Most skills were active skills, with passive skills being a rare commodity. He knew that active skills had cooldowns and couldn't be triggered indefinitely. Passive skills, however, were different. They were always present, depending on trigger probabilities. Higher levels of passive skills meant higher trigger probabilities. Jun clenched his fists, reminiscing about his previous inability to defeat the final boss due to skill cooldown restrictions. Now, with this passive transformation system, he hoped to overcome that shortfall. Carefully, Jun opened his skill panel, greeted by rows of familiar skill icons. The system prompted him to choose a skill to transform. His options included uppercut, wave slash, slide tackle, and weapon switch. Finally got glimpses of what was going on, and Jun decided to transform wave slash first. Upon his selection, a sword materialized in his hand. accompanied by a system notification. Wave/level 1 acquired, a powerful upward strike that releases a wave. An AOS skill, attacking and knocking back enemies. The skill then transformed and granted him a new passive ability, granting him a 30% chance of triggering another wave/, but this time it deals more damage. Also granting the users only 2 seconds of invincibility. Good, but not broken. Jun, initially surprised, swung his new sword a few times, marveling at the new passive ability and the significant damage boost. Now the real game begins. Just then, he heard footsteps and heavy breathing from behind. Looking up, he saw a massive minotaur approaching. The creature, missing one horn and bulging with muscles, wielded a giant axe, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Jun. Jun recognized the beast as a level 3 minotaur, one of the more challenging foes in the beginner village. As Mo gradually entered the minotaur's attack range, the minotaur bellowed, tongue lolling, and charged at Jun with its axe raised high. Jun didn't flinch. Instead, he readied his sword, eager for a real battle test. His sword swung, triggering wave/, sending a powerful purple wave that knocked the minotaur back several meters into a tall rock. He had exerted his full strength in that strike and watched intently. As the mist cleared, the minotaur rose unscathed, its eyes now glowing a fierce crimson. Enraged, it leapt into the air, appearing above Jun in an instant and slammed its giant axe down. Jun dodged continuously, attempting counterattacks with his sword. Unfortunately, his current attributes were insufficient to defeat a minotaur in a berserk state. At that critical moment, Jun found himself cornered, with the minotaur's axe mere inches from his head. He raised his sword in a desperate attempt to block, but the inferior weapon stood no chance against the mighty axe. Shortly after, the sword shattered completely. However, in that split second, the passive wave/ triggered, granting Jun 2 seconds of invincibility. Without hesitation, Jun used the remnants of his broken sword to forcibly unleash the minotaur / enhanced with a 1/5 times damage multiplier. He crouched and then thrust upwards, stabbing fiercely from the minotaur's chin into its skull. The creature howled in agony, dropping its weapon and crashing once more into the distant rockery. After a brief struggle, it lay motionless, defeated, as the minotaur's body dissolved into the ether. Jun's face lit up with an exhilarated smile. Looking at his hands, he realized that transforming his skills into passives not only solved the cooldown issue, but also significantly increased his damage output, addressing all his previous problems. Gazing at the distant sunset, a fiery resolve ignited within him. Clenching his fists, Jun resolved that in this world, he would rectify the regrets of his past life. Suddenly, a giant mantis monster appeared behind Jun. Reacting swiftly, he plunged his broken sword into the creature's head, causing green blood to spurt out. Jun then spun around 180 degrees, yanked the sword out, and kicked the mantis's corpse away. After hours of relentless combat, Jun was utterly exhausted. Surrounding a large tree were the bodies of hundreds of different monsters he had defeated. Panting heavily, Jun examined his nearly shattered short sword, reflecting on the familiar sensation of battle from his past life. Having trained for hours in this realm, he felt confident about helping Chubb awaken his talent in tomorrow's assessment. But first, he needed to have Chubb get him some intel about the assessment. The system suddenly reappeared, prompting Jun to select a second skill for passive transformation. Opening the skill interface again, Jun stroked his chin, contemplating his next choice. Considering that his shortcomings were insufficient attack power and long skill cooldowns, and having already chosen wave/, Jun selected weapon switch for transformation. The system confirmed weapon switch acquired. Weapon switch initially had a cooldown, but after successfully transforming it into a passive skill, now the skill permanently reduces all weapon switching cooldowns by 30%. Jun opened his backpack, surveying an array of beginner weapons. Long swords, short swords, daggers, hammers, axes, and more. With the new passive ability, he realized he could swiftly switch between these weapons during combat, enhancing his flexibility and strategy. Jun's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he opened his character panel, revealing detailed information. The panel displayed his name, race, and level. Currently at level 1, he was just 100 experience points away from leveling up. His attributes, strength, agility, intellect, and vitality, each stood at 20 points. Each attribute impacted different aspects of his abilities. Strength influenced physical attack power, agility affected critical hit rate, evasion and attack speed, intellect influenced mana regeneration and spell damage, and vitality affected health and stamina. Jun had 2 passive skills, Wave Slash and Weapon Transformation, with a combat rating of 500. Ready to head out, Jun exited the practice area. He stepped through the portal, ready for the next day's assessment. The day arrived quickly, and the hall was packed with spectators. Thousands of students stood in the center, fully armed and ready. They all waited for their chance to awaken their talents. Close to Jun, 2 students were checking their weapons and potions. Suddenly, Chubb's voice rang out from behind. He ran towards Jun, holding something in his hand. Using the power of money, Chubb had convinced his father to bribe someone and acquire the map of today's assessment. Last night, Jun messaged Chubb to try his best to obtain more intel for the assessment. Though puzzled, Chubb had obliged. Chubb's voice was quite loud. Jun told him to lower his voice. Chubb immediately covered his mouth and then quietly shared his excitement. They moved to a corner where Chubb unfolded the map, revealing that today's assessment would take place in the Ragefire Chasm, chosen by the most strict of them all, Professor Liu. Chubb believed the difficulty of this secret realm would be high, given Professor Liu's reputation for rigor. After hearing about the Ragefire Chasm in the back of his mind, Jun was familiar with this novice map, where monster levels ranged from 3 to 10, not too difficult for him. However, for Chubb at his current level, it would be a challenge. Jun turned to Chubb, asking him about the highest level of elite monsters he had managed to solo in the novice secret realm. With a hint of embarrassment, Chubb fiddled with his fingers and sheepishly admitted that 5 was probably his limit. Jun sighed internally at Chubb's lack of strength and prepared to use some shortcuts to help his friend. Their conversation, however, had attracted unwanted attention. A blonde-haired boy named Richard, flanked by 2 sidekicks, approached with a mocking tone. He ridiculed Chubb for trying to take shortcuts because of his wealth, then began to make fun of his dad. Richard, a rich brat from the neighboring class, whose father was a direct business rival to Chubb's father, always looked for ways to undermine Chubb. Chubb, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves. Ain't going to let that slide. Jun, noticing the anger in his best friend's eyes, quickly stopped him, urging him to stay calm. Chubb protested, eager to put Richard in his place. Richard, energized by Chubb's anger, taunted them further, saying Jun was wise to hold Chubb back, knowing he couldn't win. Just then, Jun subtly tripped Richard with a swift move of his foot, causing him to fall face first to the ground, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Chubb was also shocked. Jun quipped, telling Richard no need for such a grand apology. Richard made a fool of himself in front of everyone and stood up. His face became red from earlier embarrassment. He glared at Jun hatefully, never having imagined Jun, who used to be unnoticeable, would dare to take the initiative against him. "You're seeking your own death," he cursed, then swung a punch at Jun. But to his surprise, Jun caught it effortlessly with one hand. Richard, regaining his composure and pondering Jun's surprising strength, listened as Jun proposed a bet. After Jun let go of him, Richard rubbed his sore wrist and scoffed at the wager. Turned out that Jun said the wager was to see whether Chubb would score higher than Richard in the assessment. The noisy crowd around them fell silent at this bold challenge. Richard and his sidekick couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding the bet absurdly easy. Richard disdainfully agreed, setting the stakes. The loser would run 10 laps around the field butt naked and shout 3 times that the winner was their father. Jun smiled and accepted the bet, causing Chubb, drenched in cold sweat, to simply just stare at his best friend in disbelief, speechless. The audacity of the bet shocked everyone, including the teachers maintaining order. The gap in abilities between Chubb and Richard was well known. One was the worst student, the other a top performer. After the trio left, Chubb became anxious, whispering his concerns to Jun. Jun gestured reassuringly, but Chubb was close to tears, lamenting his simple wish to pass the assessment and impress his father, not expecting such a turn of events. Clearly, he had no confidence in himself. Jun watched Chubb's frustrated expression, holding back his laughter, and then pulled him up, whispering a plan into his ear. No one other than Chubb could hear what Jun said, but Chubb's expression transformed from panic to surprise, and then to overwhelming excitement. He eagerly asked Jun if it was possible, to which Jun nodded with a smile. Chubb then stood up, shouting that today he would make Richard run laps while calling him Daddy. The crowd watched, utterly bewildered by this bold declaration. Then, a middle-aged man approached the center of the stadium, drawing everyone's attention by coughing into the mic a few times. He was the dean and a second-class transfer professional. Without missing a beat, he announced the start of the assessment. As the candidates entered the portal one after another, Chubb flexed his biceps before stepping in, confidently telling Jun to watch his performance. As was Jun's turn. A flash of white light transported him into the rage fire chasm. The heat in the secret realm was intense, with lava everywhere. The familiar environment of the massive volcanic cave, rumored to be the dwelling of evil orcs and demons, stretched out before him. The front part of the chasm consisted of several small platforms suspended above the lava, connected by narrow pathways where one misstep could mean falling into the scorching molten rock. To reach the final boss of this map, players had to climb rugged mountains. It feels good to be back in a novice secret realm, Jun mused, rubbing his wrists. Taking a deep breath, Jun quickly moved deeper into the secret realm, following the route he remembered. He soon encountered two monsters, grotesque, muscular green-skinned orcs, known as Burning Blade Acolytes, armed with sharp daggers. The moment their eyes met, the acolytes charged at him. The sudden attack startled Jun, but he easily dodged it by leaping backward. However, three more appeared behind him, quickly surrounding him. Experiencing in real life was different from playing on a computer. Now, unlike controlling the keyboard, this was a real physical battle. Jun pulled a beginner's sword from his backpack. The monster's speed and strength were notably greater than the weakened creatures he had faced in the practice arena. Surrounded by the 5 monstrous orcs, Jun realized that fighting 1 against 5 was a daunting task. Suddenly, the system notified him that his vast gaming experience had been converted into instinctual bodily responses. Jun was surprised, thinking even this could be turned into a passive ability. He felt a remarkable change in his body, as if a surge of strength had filled his muscles and bones. What he could do in the game was made into muscle memory. As 2 orcs lunged at him, Jun dodged with uncanny agility, then leaped an astonishing distance onto a wall. Using the wall for leverage, he propelled himself back towards the orcs, delivering a powerful kick to one of them, sending it flying several meters away. The orcs were momentarily stunned. With his sword in hand, Jun felt a rush of excitement adapting to his new capabilities. This transformation ability was incredible. He could control every muscle in his body with precision. He coldly eyed the remaining orcs, now confident in his newfound prowess, and taunted them to attack together. Sensing Jun's challenge, the 5 orcs charged at him in unison. Jun masterfully dodged their attacks, skillfully maneuvering them into a line. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a swift sliding tackle, sending all 5 orcs into the air. Then turning swiftly, he unleashed Wave Slash. In an instant, a burst of purple light emanated from his sword, forming a circular wave that struck all the airborne orcs. But it didn't end there. The passive Wave Slash triggered, unleashing an even more potent attack. The combination of the active and passive Wave Slash was devastating. The 5 Burning Blade Acolytes were obliterated, soon their bodies crashing heavily to the ground. Since Jun performed what the system called a special move to defeat the orcs, he was rewarded with a 50% experience bonus, amassing a total of 250 experience points. This rapid gain propelled him straight to level 3, and his body was enveloped in 2 golden glows of level up. Excitement sparkled in Jun's eyes. The additional experience from a special kill was an unexpected boon. Defeating just 5 monsters had catapulted him to level 3. This world is much more intriguing than the game, he thought, feeling increasingly engaged with this new reality. He continued his journey deeper into the secret realm, contemplating the numerous tactics he could employ with his array of beginner skills and weapons. Meanwhile, back in the assessment hall, a large screen displayed the information of all participants. The rankings on the screen were constantly changing. Suddenly, a name that shot up to level 3 captured everyone's attention. It was none other than Jun. Students from the first and second years watched the screen in excitement, amazed to see someone level up twice in less than 5 minutes. Even the dean also noticed the leaderboard. The name Jun only vaguely registered with him, sparking curiosity about what other surprises this student might bring. Back in the secret realm, Jun swiftly navigated several platforms until something caught his eye at a corner, prompting him to halt. He spotted a few cloaked figures not far ahead, 3 shadow warlocks, each accompanied by a hunting hound. Jun scanned the area and a brilliant idea struck him. He recalled a bug from his past gaming experiences that, if exploited successfully, could simplify leveling up significantly. Quickly, he took out a grappling hook gun and fired it upwards, landing atop a large boulder with a commanding view of the warlocks below. He then pulled out a small dart and threw it at one of the shadow warlocks. The dart didn't cause much damage, but it drew the attention and pulled the aggro of all 3 warlocks. As they looked up and began to cast spells, their progress bars for shadow bolts slowly filled. Jun stepped back and hid behind the rock, knowing that low-level shadow warlocks only had 2 skills: summoning hunting hounds and casting shadow bolts. He was confident his plan would work. With Jun out of their line of sight, their casting was interrupted and their progress bars reset. Jun was happy with how things were going as planned, pleased with the effectiveness of his strategy to exploit their line of sight. He then resumed his attack, throwing more darts to eliminate the warlock's hounds before retreating back behind the rock, causing another interruption. Then, an amusing scene unfolded. With their hounds killed, the warlocks simultaneously began summoning new ones. Jun couldn't help but feel exhilarated as his plan was working perfectly. He had remembered an infamous novice bug, the Shadow Warlock summoning glitch. The glitch occurred when the warlocks, unable to lock onto a target, fell into a logical error, continuously summoning hounds. Each summoned hound added to the potential experience points, as the summoned creatures also yielded experience upon defeat. Jun flawlessly executed this strategy, exploiting the bug to its fullest. Now, all he had to do was wait for the right moment to strike. He laid down, deciding to take a brief rest, while the warlocks unwittingly accumulated massive experience points for him. 8 hours swiftly passed in the assessment hall, and the leaderboard underwent significant changes. Jun's name had long disappeared from the top, with the first and second places occupied by students at level 9. The rest of the top 10 were at level 8, and those who followed were students at level 7. Chubb was ranked 498th, having reached level 4. Students buzzed with discussions, particularly disappointed in Jun, who had initially reached level 3 faster than anyone else, but was now at the very bottom, still at level 3. As time ticked away, the first student finally reached level 10 and successfully transferred his class. It was Jing, who had been in second place. She suddenly surged to level 10, becoming the first to class change to a gunner, jumping to the top of the leaderboard. The crowd erupted into cheers, but the excitement was short-lived as more students reached level 10 and began their class transfers, with several becoming swordsmen. The dean nodded in satisfaction at the progress of these outstanding students. However, his expression turned to disappointment when he saw Jun's name still lingering at the bottom. The dean doubted Jun's ability to awaken his talent. Just as the spectators were discussing Jun's perceived failure, a student suddenly shouted, "Look, the last place is moving." Everyone turned their eyes to the big screen, and their expressions changed drastically. Jun rapidly climbed from last place to the 400th, then to 200th, and soon to 120th. The dean's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Jun managed to level up so quickly. To know what had happened, let's rewind to a few minutes earlier. No joke, Jun had actually slept for 8 hours, and he was just waking up. He stretched comfortably, then stood up. Glancing casually below the boulder, his eyelids twitched in shock. The platform was swarming with at least 400 mobs under him, and the number continued to increase. Jun was delighted as he pulled out a Gatling gun, aiming at the shadow warlocks below. Excitedly, he pondered how many levels he could gain from such a multitude of hounds. As he began firing, the gun whirred to life, spraying bullets wildly at the unsuspecting targets. Though each bullet inflicted minimal damage, the sheer volume of fire was devastating. Soon, one warlock fell, followed by the rapid disappearance of the hounds, and then the other 2 warlocks succumbed as well. With the field cleared of hounds, golden light erupted from Jun, and his experience points skyrocketed, reflected in the frantic system notification. Jun watched his experience points rapidly increase, a satisfied smile on his face. Now this is how to level up, he thought. Taking them down one by one would have been too tiring. As Jun's level increased, so did his skills. Wave Slash's damage multiplier went from 15 times to 16 times, and his invincibility period extended from 0.2 seconds to 3 seconds. The cooldown reduction for weapons switch also improved, now permanently reducing the cooldown by 40%. Jun, exhilarated, gazed at his skill bar, pondering if his passive skills might eventually trigger 100% of the time at higher levels. The notification of leveling up flickered continuously. Incredibly, in less than a minute, Jun had skyrocketed to level 13 through his strategic massacre of the warlocks and their hounds. On the leaderboard outside, his name now soared above the former first place, marking him as the first person to reach level 13. Meanwhile, the teachers observing from outside were utterly captivated by Jun's meteoric rise on the big screen. My goodness, what kind of leveling speed is this? In just a few seconds, he's jumped over 100 ranks. The rise continues, it's unbelievable. How did he manage this? I've never seen or heard of anything like this in all my years. Jun's achievement was so remarkable that it would likely rank in the top 3 nationally. All these comments began to pour in. The teachers were stunned by Jun's sudden ascent, however. One plump teacher beamed with pride, pointing at himself and excitedly claiming Jun was from his class. Though he didn't understand how Jun, a student known only for decent grades, had achieved such a feat, he didn't miss the chance to boast. His joyous laughter was cut short when he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he found himself facing the dean. The dean, infuriated, berated him for not recognizing such a talented student earlier. How could you miss such a gem right under your nose? The teacher didn't dare to speak up, while the dean shook his head in regret at the admission of his oversight, murmuring to himself about how he too didn't recognize such a prodigy earlier. In the back of his mind, he was certain that Jun's talents were unprecedented in the school's history. Back in the secret realm, the system voice echoed in Jun's ears as another notification popped up, congratulating him for reaching level 13. Now he can choose his desired profession and class. Jun paused, considering his options. In his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle in all professions and acquired their divine titles, except for one path he had never taken. The Classless Wanderer, a unique play style that involved not choosing any class. The advantages and disadvantages of being a classless wanderer were distinct. One major advantage was the ability to use any equipment without class restrictions, offering immense versatility in gear combinations. Classless Wanderer could tailor their gear to perfectly match their combat style. Additionally, they retained all basic skills, as other classes will automatically abandon other branches' basic skills upon class transfer. This allowed the Classless Wanderer the greatest freedom. However, Classless Wanderers never caught on mainly due to a critical issue, which is their insufficient damage output. Their multitude of basic skills. limited by not class transfer, couldn't be overcome even by someone as skilled as Jun. But now, in this new world with the transformative passive system, Jun realized he could address the classless wanderer's fatal flaw. With his experience and technique, he could maximize the potential of a classless wanderer. The choice was clear. Jun chose the path of the classless wanderer, ready to rectify his past regrets. Then, another system notification appeared. Congratulations on successfully choosing the classless wanderer's unique hidden class, the Spellbinder. In the assessment hall, students and teachers alike were abuzz with speculation about what class Jun would choose. When the screen displayed that Jun had selected the classless wanderer, a class considered to be weak and useless, the crowd was shocked. The dean roared in disbelief and angrily confronted Jun's class teacher, questioning his teaching methods and how could his student choose such a useless class. Classless wanderers were universally regarded as having no future in this world, a consensus that no one believed could change. The classroom teacher was more anxious than anyone. He explained that Jun had always shown an inclination towards the Berserker class in tests and career preference surveys. The dean, after hearing his explanation, calmed down slightly, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. It seemed that Jun had indeed intended to follow the Berserker path until his sudden, inexplicable change of heart, which the dean attributed to youthful impulsiveness and obstinacy. The assessment hall was filled with a sense of shock and sadness at the perceived downfall of a prodigy. The lower grade students, unable to comprehend the choice, discussed among themselves. One knowledgeable student explained that while classless wanderers have great freedom and versatility in early levels, they fall drastically behind other classes in the mid to late stages, becoming the weakest link in any team. Meanwhile, Jun, unaware of the commotion he had caused, was content with his progress. Having reached level 13, his power had increased significantly. He was satisfied with his class choice, confident that the passive transformation system would address the classless wanderer's critical damage deficiency. With his experience and skills, he was ready to maximize the potential of the classless wanderer. Upon opening his information panel, Jun encountered the term Spellbinder and clicked for an explanation. The Spellbinder class is a hidden branch of the classless wanderer, but couldn't learn skills from academies or other institutions, but only from boss drops. However, each level up granted an extra 2 attribute points. Additionally, secret realms were set to the highest difficulty by default, with increased rewards for completion. Jun was astounded by these perks, initially shocked, but quickly understood how suiting this was. With his intimate knowledge of all secret realms and their layouts, this class was perfect for him. He tapped his chest, thinking, "This class is incredible." After organizing his thoughts, Jun decided that his primary objective was to enhance his passive damage by increasing attack speed. Consequently, he allocated all his free attribute points to a team. Free attribute points to agility. After doing so, his speed became incredibly fast. The monsters couldn't even see him before they were sliced into pieces. Jun felt a tremendous improvement in attack speed, dodge frequency, and critical hit rate, since focusing all his attributes on agility. His dodging and attacking became more effortless and fluid, a tangible improvement in physical capabilities, rather than just a numerical increase. This transformation exhilarated Jun. During his rapid progress, an old book was dropped from the corpse of a burning blade acolyte, drawing his attention. Intrigued by the title book of demons on the cover, Jun opened the book and began to read. As he did, old memories surfaced in his mind, reminding him of an interesting hidden task. In the secret realm, other than the final boss, there were also hidden bosses, summonable only by collecting specific items. However, with only 1 hour left until the end of the assessment, time was of the essence. Jun quickly decided to pursue this hidden boss. If successful, it could be the key to unlocking new abilities and further elevating his power. As the assessment neared its conclusion, many students had reached level 10. They gathered at the area of the final boss, Basilan, preparing for the ultimate challenge. This was the decisive moment of the assessment. Defeating Basilan and successfully awakening meant a promising future, while failure could mean a lifetime of mediocrity. Basilan, a level 10 elite boss, was a formidable opponent with exceptional attributes. With his massive ram horns and blood-red skin, he was a quintessential demonic beast. Only by defeating him and touching the awakening stone behind him would the candidates pass the assessment. Guarding Basilan were two powerful bodyguards, adding to the challenge. Among the candidates, one student, battle-worn and exhausted with his clothes scorched and tattered, breathed heavily, steeling himself for the fight. Just defeat him, and I'll awaken, he thought. Charging towards Basilan with a weapon in hand, Basilan unleashed his powerful skill, Sacrifice, channeling a power spell towards the student. This spell will deal continuous damage. Additionally, he randomly cast various debuff curses, reducing the attacker's base attributes. If been hit, the chance of defeating Basilan will be close to none. The student was clever and utilized his speed in an attempt to dodge the boss's attack. Just as his sword was about to strike the boss, less than half a meter away, he was not fast enough and was knocked back several meters. The severe pain made his body tremble, leaving him unable to move for a moment. He felt his attributes weakening and his consciousness blurring. He saw one of the boss's bodyguards approaching him, but it was too late to dodge. The huge axe struck him fiercely, and he was teleported out of the secret realm. Outside, more than a dozen candidates had already failed, and the one just now was among the top 50 in the grade. Many were surprised to see such a top student fail. Some noted that this year's assessment was much harder than before. The secret realm, known for its insane difficulty and having been shelved for 10 years, and now finally brought back into play. Back to June, who finally reached the final boss's room, somewhat out of breath. He had spent nearly an hour at full speed searching for items to unlock a hidden task. Facing the final boss, he confidently approached Basilan, whose eyes immediately turned red, and he began chanting a sacrificial spell. The two level 8 elite orcs bodyguard charged at him. Despite their bulky appearance, they were incredibly fast. However, to Jun, they seemed like they were moving in slow motion. Jun dodged perfectly between the two orcs and continued his motion, kicking the orc bodyguards away. Meanwhile, Basilan, in the middle of channeling a spell and without his bodyguard's protection, couldn't keep up with Jun's pace. Jun slid towards Basilan and kicked him into the air, then pulled out a Gatling machine gun and fired wildly into the sky. All 10 bullets hit Basilan, whose body was sent flying back into the air before crashing down hard. The two orc bodyguards, seeing their leader in pain, became enraged. Their green skin began to emit a red glow, a sign of berserk mode, and their speed doubled. However, as they charged for the second time, Jun switched his weapon. 1 second, he held a Gatling machine gun, and the next, a sharp spear appeared in his hands. With a gleaming silver spear in hand, Jun made a swift strike toward the feet of the orcs. With a crisp crack, the two berserk orcs felt severe pain in their legs, as if their bones had shattered and they fell to the ground. Normally, a sweeping strike like this would only cause a brief knockdown effect, not bone-breaking damage. However, Jun precisely aimed for the weak spot, hitting the weakest part of the shin bone in the lower leg, which led to this unusual effect. This was just one of the hundreds of techniques that Jun mastered. He continued his advance towards the boss. The final boss, Basilan, struggled desperately to rise, but this time the spear's tip was aimed directly at Basilan's back. Without missing a beat, Jun fiercely stabbed his long spear into its head. Shortly after, a young male and female student appeared in front of the portal. The girl, a step ahead, is the first to exit. Despite his initial hesitation, the male student congratulates her. Their attention quickly shifts to the large screen behind them, displaying rankings, where they are shocked to find that the top spot is not held by the girl, but by a level 7 student named Chubb, who, astonishingly, was the first to complete the assessment before them, without even having reached level 10 or undergone class transfer. No idea what was going on. To lose to a student with the lowest grade seemed to bother the girl a lot. Fellow students come forth to console them, suggesting that Chubb must have cheated, especially since he was taken away by the dean. The male student also offers comforting words. The girl, trying to calm herself, is convinced that Chubb must have cheated. Meanwhile, in the office's conference room, it was both tense and quiet. An elderly man, no other than Professor Liu, the main examiner for this year's assessment, is also a powerful third-class transfer professional, suddenly stood up. He slams his hand on the table and confronts Chubb, demanding to know if he cheated. Unlike most students who might have easily confessed, Chubb, determined not to snitch on his best friend Jun, insists that it was just pure luck. Professor Liu, glaring at Chubb, questions how he could have passed the assessment without even knowing the boss's skills and what he looked like. Professor Liu's words were heavy and cold, his tone stern, and even sounded threatening towards the end. He calmly suggests he had seen the earlier surveillance camera, that the person who helped Chubb cheat must be a close friend to him. However, he warns that the school won't spare him either. Hearing this, Chubb's expression freezes, and he is overwhelmed with fear. In a desperate move to protect his friend, Chubb kneels and takes full responsibility, pleading for the school to punish only him. Chubb decides to narrate the entire sequence of events, taking all the blame upon himself. He reveals a secret pathway in the secret realm that allows him to bypass all monsters and reach the boss unnoticed. Since the monsters couldn't see him, they didn't attack, and he waited in safety for 10 hours before sneaking behind the boss, where he encountered the awakening stone. Chubb, looking terrified, was ready to be expelled from school. However, everyone in the room, including Professor Liu, is stunned into silence. Professor Liu was surprised to know the existence of such a hidden talent within their school. He instructs the dean to retrieve Jun's records. The dean promptly presents Jun's personal file and a tablet. As Professor Liu watches the footage, his eyes widen in amazement. First he looks perplexed, then bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "This young man is extraordinary." Meanwhile, in the assessment hall, the portal to the secret realm is flashing more frequently as students begin to come out. However, Jun, the only level 13, is still inside with less than 15 minutes left in the assessment. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Jun has defeated the final boss and is now at the awakening stone. But he doesn't want to exit now, as he wants to complete a hidden mission first. He doesn't rush to touch the stone. Instead, he takes out 6 items from his bag. As he arranges them in a hexagram pattern, a dazzling purple light emanates, and ancient texts appear before him. A voice inquires who has disturbed its slumber. Excited, Jun awaited the hidden boss. With a thunderous roar, the hidden boss, a massive level 12 demon warrior named Timon, clad in red metallic armor, appears. He summons a rune-enchanted greatsword and thrusts it into the ground, causing the earth to split and magma to erupt. Jun effortlessly dodges this attack with a backward step. As the magma receded, everything within 30 meters of Timon vanished. Jun maintains his distance, comparing Timon to the final boss he had previously faced. Timon's brute strength and enormous, but cumbersome body are both his strengths and weaknesses. Quickly devising a strategy, Jun taunts Timon with a provocative gesture. Timon, thinking Jun is underestimating him, becomes enraged. With every step he takes, the ground cracks, and suddenly he disappears, or rather charges at Jun at an incredible speed, swinging his greatsword. Jun reveals a sly smile and with a deft movement, throws a handful of sand from his hidden right hand. This basic skill, sand throw, targets an enemy with sand, causing temporary blindness upon impact. The sand accurately hits Timon's eyes, plunging him into a brief state of blindness. Timon, unable to see, frantically rubs his eyes. While the sand causes no physical damage, it effectively hinders his actions. Surprisingly, Timon reveals a passive skill that allows him to counteract control effects. Jun swiftly places a self-destructing robot on the floor, then closes in with a sliding tackle. Since Timon was immune to being knocked airborne by the tackle, Jun got under his chin and used uppercut, landing a powerful blow to Timon's chin. The attack temporarily stunned Timon, who had just recovered from blindness. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Jun grabs one of Timon's horns, maneuvers behind him, and viciously stabs his head with a dagger, followed by a front kick, sending Timon flying, landing right in front of the self-destructing robot. A massive explosion ensues. Jun's perfectly executed combo leaves Timon defenseless. Just as Timon struggles to rise, Jun throws 2 more daggers, pinning Timon's hands to the ground. Just when Timon lifts his head, he is confronted by 6 barrels of a Gatling gun. Jun unleashes a point-blank barrage, with bullets mercilessly striking Timon's head. Timon found himself utterly overpowered by Jun's relentless assault. Following a flawless combo, Jun emerged victorious against the hidden boss Timon. In that very moment, the outside rankings shifted dramatically, catapulting Jun's position to the top. This unexpected rise to first place, despite Jun did not awaken his talent, sent shockwaves around the observing students, sparking chaos and accusations of cheating. The students erupted in uproar, demanding explanations. Convinced that Jun's reluctance to show himself was a sign of guilt, Professor Liu, witnessing the scene, shook his head in quiet disappointment at the ignorance of these students. His whispered remark, which can only be heard by the dean, expressed his frustration. Ignorant children, unaware of what a true prodigy is like. The dean, observing Professor Liu's unusual interest and excitement in a student, wondered why he was so convinced this was Jun's genuine abilities. As the assessment neared its final minute, Jun remained unseen. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the system announced that Jun, having defeated all the bosses, received a 50% bonus reward. His strategic defeat of Timon under flawless combo granted him an additional 200% experience, catapulting him to level 14. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jun marveled at his accomplishment. His effort in completing the hidden mission paying off handsomely. With the assessment concluded, Jun emerged at the top, his eyes set on the nearby awakening stone. Now already awakened as a spellbinder, he wondered about the stone's relevance. With curiosity, he touched the stone, unleashing a burst of light and runes soaring into the sky. Unable to decipher the runes, Jun heard a voice congratulating him on his success, just as his awakening talent was about to be revealed. The voice vanished as if nothing ever happened. Suddenly, the runes merged into Jun's body, triggering the familiar system voice, announcing an upgrade of the system and additional skill transformation opportunities. His reward, a pair of Far Journey boots and a skill book enhancing his critical strike chance by 20%. Delighted, Jun opened his skill panel, choosing to transform the Gatling gun. The new passive ability gave a 25% chance to fire 10 guaranteed hit Gatling bullets with any firearm attack. Satisfied, Jun pondered his second transformation, ultimately reserving it for a sweeping attack, granting a 10% chance of causing a knockdown effect in a 2-meter radius, changing a single target knockup to a potential AO knockup. With these changes, Jun opened his information panel, now at level 14 with 98 agility points and 4 passive skills, boasting a nearly 10,000 combat power rating. Jun left the secret realm content with his performance. The entire arena buzzed with anticipation, many eager to witness Jun's embarrassment. However, a sudden burst of light from the portal, signaling the end of the assessment, drew all eyes to it. As the light faded, Jun appeared, instantly becoming the center of attention. Professor Liu's face transformed with various emotions: seriousness, excitement, and thrill as he gazed upon Jun. He thought to himself, this young man has an immeasurable future. Jun's emergence stirred up a new wave of commotion among the students. While some looked on with envy, others hurled accusations of cheating at him. A few even shouted at Professor Liu, challenging Jun's results and alleging foul play. Suddenly, Professor Liu appeared at the center of the arena. His commanding shout for silence instantly hushed the entire stadium, leaving many students frightened into silence. The assessment hall fell completely quiet, with students covering their mouths. Smiling, Professor Liu walked towards Jun, asking if he really had passed that challenge. Jun, taken aback by Professor Liu's question, realized he was referring to the hidden boss, knowing that he casually nodded in affirmation. The audience, including many teachers, was baffled, unable to understand why Professor Liu seemed not only unbothered but somehow pleased. Upon receiving Jun's confirmation, Professor Liu's demeanor turned excited, patting Jun's shoulder and praising him as the deserving top student and a future prodigy. His voice echoed throughout the hall, leaving no doubt about his endorsement. At this point, two students, previously ranked second and third, now demoted to third and fourth, approached. They questioned Jun's ranking, arguing that it was impossible for someone who finished last in the assessment to be ranked first. Facing Professor Liu, they expressed their disbelief. Other students joined in, demanding evidence to support Jun's ranking. Professor Liu, anticipating such reactions, suddenly adopted a more stern demeanor. His aura, befitting a powerful third-class transfer professional, filled the arena. As he shouted with a deep voice, "Enough, you short-sighted fools," he rebuked, instantly silencing the crowd. He then pointed out that Jun, within the allotted time, had defeated an additional level 12 hidden boss. His words were cutting, if not him as the first. "Do you all think you short-sighted fools deserve the spot?" With these words, the hall erupted into a frenzy of shocked and awed reactions as Professor Liu's statement reverberated through the stunned crowd. Hearing Professor Liu's explanation, the students who had been causing a ruckus were momentarily stunned. The concept of a hidden boss was unfamiliar to them. It wasn't covered in their textbooks. How then did Jun know about it? Their focus swiftly shifted to questioning how Jun knew the method to summon the hidden boss, conveniently ignoring the fact that he had defeated a level 12 elite boss. In fact, even the teachers present were unaware of the hidden boss in today's secret realm. Meanwhile, the classroom teacher of the elite rocket class, seeing her students overshadowed by Jun, felt a blow to her pride. In an attempt to regain authority, she disregarded decorum and intervened. Leaping from the high platform, she approached the center of the arena and demanded that Jun share how he discovered the method to summon the hidden boss. She coldly insinuated that if he couldn't explain, it would be considered cheating, making him unworthy of being a student at the school. Encouraged by their teacher's stance, the previously disheartened students regained their confidence, although Professor Liu was disappointed with this reaction. Professor Liu, considering various factors, chose not to interject. However, Jun's next words stunned everyone. "Why should I tell you?" he said with a calm tone. This response was completely unexpected. Many jaws dropped, knowing that the typically assertive rocket class teacher would not let this slide. The arena fell into a stunned silence, including the teacher herself. Beside her, Sun Qi, the fourth-place ranking, first looked at his teacher, and then, fueled by the audacity of Jun's statement, his anger reached its peak. Summoning his great sword, he furiously accused Jun of disrespect and pointed his sword at him, challenging him to a duel. His classmates supported him, eager to see Sun Qi teach Jun a lesson. The crowd began to cheer for Sun Qi. Jun, expressionless, glanced at Sun Qi's sword and then at him, surveying the crowd with a look that seemed to regard Sun Qi as a fool. He replied coldly, "A duel." With a smirk, he followed up saying, "Are you even worthy?" Erupted again due to Jun's icy face, slapping, cheek clapping, bag strapping, kneecap snapping, your wife taking sorry, I will stop, due to Jun's icy cold response. The audience started throwing trash and hurling insults, labeling Jun as nothing more than a foul-mouthed cheater. Sun Qi was also shocked, not expecting to be subjected to such mockery. Just then, Luo Jingjing, who had been silent, stepped forward. She gently patted Sun Qi's shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Then, turning to Jun, she made a bold suggestion. If he was so confident, why not go up against the two of them at the same time? This proposal caused another uproar. Everyone was surprised that Luo Jingjing was willing to fight Jun alongside Sun Qi in a 2-on-1 battle. However, as the crowd buzzed, Jun scanned her from head to toe and scoffed. "And who are you exactly?" This comment left Luo Jingjing, the academy's belle, feeling humiliated and aggrieved. Embarrassed and breathing rapidly, Luo Jingjing forced herself to calm down and retorted angrily, saying she was the academy's belle. But it seemed Jun truly hadn't heard of her. Hearing this, the simp Sun Qi, with red eyes and fury, announced he would teach Jun a lesson. He stared intensely at Jun, this time proposing a duel, emphasizing that it would be a fight to the death. The rocket class's head teacher also shocked upon hearing this, as such a duel was not a mere sparring session, but a formal showdown between professionals, in this world that revered the strong. Refusing a challenge would lead to public scorn. Despite Jun being ranked first in the trial, the rocket class's head teacher didn't believe Sun Qi would lose. Jun, seeing the fight as inevitable, nonchalantly expressed his willingness to swat these annoying flies, though he found it boring and a waste of time. If Sun Qi really wished for death, might as well teach him a lesson. At this moment, Professor Liu, stroking his beard with a smile, seemed amused by the sudden turn of events. He saw it as an excellent opportunity to gauge Jun's true strength. Under his protection, there would be no risk to their lives. With a wave of his hand, Professor Liu magically created a temporary arena in the center of the assessment hall. He reminded Sun Qi that since he chose to challenge someone, he should have no regrets. Sun Qi was slightly upset. It almost sounded as if Professor Liu didn't have any confidence in him, but he still managed a polite smile, indicating he understood. Jun, not wanting to waste any more time, immediately leaped onto the arena, ready for the duel. Sun Qi, with a grim expression, followed suit. As the duel commenced, Sun Qi's body radiated a purple glow, instantly boosting his speed and attack power by 50%, a testament to his A-grade talent. The audience, recognizing the purple light and his astonishing speed, identified Sun Qi's use of the swordsman's signature skill, Shifting Shadows. Sun Qi moved so swiftly that the students could hardly track his actual position. Appearing behind Jun, Sun Qi's lips curled into a cruel smile, mockingly thinking his opponent was all talk. Sun Qi thrust his long sword fiercely at Jun, showing no mercy and seemingly indifferent to the potential of fatally injuring him. However, at this critical moment, Jun suddenly turned and smiled at Sun Qi, then effortlessly leaped up, evading the attack. In midair, Jun shook his head, clearly disappointed by Sun Qi's strength, deeming him too weak. This scene stunned the audience, who couldn't comprehend how Jun had so easily dodged the attack. Sun Qi adjusted his glasses, a serious glint in his eyes. Still seemingly convinced that Jun's evasion was just a fluke, he swung his long sword again, unleashing the skill sweep, sending a powerful blade strike toward Jun. Jun pulled out a beginner's long sword from his storage space, blocking the attack, but was still knocked back a few meters. Unrelenting, Sun Qi used the charge skill to quickly close in on Jun, then swung his long sword again, executing the uppercut skill to launch Jun into the air. Jun in midair showed no change in expression, seemingly accommodating Sun Qi's attack. Just then, Sun Qi disappeared again, using his Shifting Shadow skill to reappear above Jun, swinging his long sword fiercely. An explosion echoed in the air, but no one knew what had happened. The students of the rocket class began to praise Sun Qi's perfect combo, and Jing Jing, clenching her fists, admired the display, saying, "Well done." Even their teacher showed a smile. However, Professor Liu saw a different scene. As the dust settled, Sun Qi reappeared in the arena from the intense exchange, already panting heavily. His combo had drained much of his mana and stamina. However, he couldn't clearly see Jun's whereabouts, but confidently believed that no one could escape his swift attacks. However, before he could finish his thought, he was hit by a kick to the chin, followed by a double kick that sent him soaring into the air. Everyone was astonished to see Jun standing unharmed. Jun used the Wave Slash skill, triggering its passive effect, and struck Sun Qi fiercely. Sun Qi crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood before blacking out. Despite Sun Qi's great speed, it paled in comparison to Jun's near 100 points in agility. The entire square fell silent. The battle was over in less than 30 seconds. Sun Ki, one of the top talents of the academy, was defeated so easily. Jun walked to the edge of the arena, looking down at Luo Jingjing, asking if she still wanted to fight. Luo Jingjing, with a bitter expression, shook her head to indicate her surrender. With Jingjing's surrender, the once silent hall erupted into activity. Many apologized for their previous doubts and insults towards Jun, changing their tune. And with that, it completely reversed everyone's opinion. In a world that revered only the strong, people always respected the more powerful, and Jun perfectly embodied this. Luo Jingjing, who once looked down on Jun, seemed to have a different feeling towards him. Poor Sun Ki not only got his ass kicked, and now the girl he is simping for is now simping on our MC. Anyway, among all present, only Professor Liu could clearly see what happened in the earlier fight. Jun's astonishing reaction speed and precise skill execution timing deeply impressed Professor Liu. He believed that even when he was at Jun's age, he couldn't compare to Jun. Professor Liu's intuition began to sense something extraordinary. As a third-class transfer professional himself, he thinks that Jun might have the potential to reach the elusive and lofty fourth-class transfer realm. And even the legendary fifth-class transfer realm wasn't entirely out of the question. Jun's potential had far exceeded Professor Liu's expectations. At that very moment, he knew that he must act to ensure Jun stayed at his academy to prevent him from being poached by other institutions before the final exam. After careful consideration, he decided to make a shocking decision. When Professor Liu suddenly spoke up, the entire hall immediately quieted down. He asked for silence from all students, as he was about to make an important announcement on behalf of the school. All eyes focused on him as he announced that, in light of Jun's exceptional performance, he was being awarded 1 million Blue Star coins and the honorary title of Prodigy Student. This announcement stunned everyone present. Everyone, including the teachers, found this decision astonishing. This honorary title hadn't been awarded in nearly 20 years, and every student who had received it in the past was a once-in-a-generation prodigy. The last student to receive this title had since become a fourth-class transfer powerhouse. However, Jun didn't fully grasp the significance of this title and even wondered if he could exchange the title for some extra cash. The head teacher of the rocket class's view of Jun shifted, as this title implied that Professor Liu believed Jun would definitely become a future fourth-class transfer professional. For her, getting Jun into her class meant she could potentially become the mentor of a fourth-class transfer professional. With this in mind, she slowly approached Jun, took his arm, and tucked it under her pair of bowings with a hint of shyness, and invited him to join the rocket class. She also offered to be his personal tutor for the remaining month before the final exam, with a tone that hinted at intimacy when mentioning personal tutor. She bit her lips in a seductive way and emphasized heavily on the word personal. The students looked enviously at Jun as the rocket class's head teacher held a high status in their hearts. In her late 20s, her stunning figure and beautiful face made her the fantasy of many male students. She looked at Jun softly, holding on to his arms eagerly awaiting his response. However, Jun suddenly withdrew his arm, indicating his disinterest in a thought. He glanced at her and bluntly expressed his thoughts, telling her that she couldn't teach him. This statement plunged the entire hall into shock, and her smiling face instantly stiffened. After being rejected by Jun, clearly in disbelief and anger, she was about to react, but Professor Liu intervened. He shook his head, explaining to her that Jun was correct. In fact, no one in the entire academy might really be able to teach Jun, as no one was a classless wanderer like him. Even Professor Liu himself, who's a powerful third-class transfer professional, has no experience with the combinations and techniques of a classless wanderer. Perhaps it would even be rare throughout the entire empire to find someone who could teach Jun. Professor Liu's words captured the attention of everyone present. He deliberately stated that Jun's future could only be shaped by himself. He walked towards Jun, reminding him that choosing the path of a classless wanderer meant facing countless difficulties and challenges, and hoped Jun wouldn't regret his choice or give up halfway. Jun nodded firmly, indicating his commitment to the path he had chosen. Professor Liu saw a strong conviction in Jun's eyes. He smiled, then approved Jun for self-study for the remaining month and told him he could come to him with any questions. He also wished Jun great success in the final examination. All the students envied the special treatment Jun received. Jun thanked Professor Liu for his support and understanding, but had one more question. Professor Liu, pleased with Jun's attitude, encouraged him to speak freely. Jun, scratching his head with a smile, asked when his 1 million blue star coins would be deposited into his account. That's our boy Jun, who likes cash more than thoughts. After the assessment, Jun's fame rose not only within the academy, but also caused a sensation outside. Various media outlets rushed to report, flocking to the academy for interviews, inquiring about Jun's future plans, why he chose to become a classless wanderer, and even requesting exclusive interviews. Although the reports included both positive and negative content, Jun didn't bother paying attention to any of them. Meanwhile, Jun headed to the Apocalypse Management Association. This organization is one of the largest on Blue Star, with similar entities in nearly every country. A distinctive feature of the Apocalypse Management Association is its possession of a portal to the main world of the Apocalypse continent. After passing through security and verifying his identity, Jun was allowed to pass through. A century ago, a major catastrophe occurred when a vast spatial rift opened in the sky, from which countless ferocious beasts and monsters emerged, slaughtering the people of Blue Star. Military and weapons were useless against them. This terrifying event cast a shadow over the entire planet, causing endless fear and sorrow. Surprisingly, the monsters didn't wipe out the entire planet, almost as if they were just hungry and looking for snacks. Eventually, after the beasts had their fill, they retreated, however. The void space they left was preserved. This disaster prompted nations across Blue Star to set aside their enmities and historically unite for the first time. The world's top scientists were gathered with a singular task: to study this residual spatial rift. Jun's visit to the Apocalypse continent was in preparation for the upcoming final exam. On this mysterious land, he had many tasks to complete, with his primary goal being to rapidly reach level 20. Jun, along with others, entered the teleportation array, and the next moment they appeared in the Shattered Isles, a zone for professionals between levels 13 and 18. The surrounding architecture and his memories from a previous life were exactly the same, making every tree and blade of grass feel familiar. Jun took a deep breath, immersing himself in the aura of the Apocalypse world, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Here, the air was filled with shouts for teaming up to grind levels, while most people chose to level up by grinding monsters. Jun, with his knowledge from a previous life, knew the best leveling spots and secret places on this map, especially hidden quests. He slowly left the safe zone and headed towards an old house in a distant forest. The house looked dilapidated, with rotting wood and a broken door. Jun carefully inspected the house, then entered, rummaging through the ruins. Soon, he found a letter hidden under a pile of wood and stones, concealed in the gap between a chair leg and the seat, very well hidden. Jun opened the letter and quickly skimmed through its contents. It described how the writer, while fishing by the sea, had spotted a massive dark shadow luring below. When he tried to catch it, the shadow suddenly disappeared. He shared this discovery with the villagers, but no one believed him. The letter expressed hope that someone could confirm the existence of this dangerous shadow in the sea. Jun's quest log suddenly updated with a new entry, indicating that he had accepted a hidden quest, the Vanishing Shadow. It was a 3.5-star difficulty quest, requiring him to use the tail of a mutated sea turtle to lure and defeat the mysterious shadow monster. Even in his previous life, only a handful of people knew about this quest. The reward for this hidden quest included a significant amount of experience and a useful novice artifact. Jun headed towards the nearby beach, a core spawning point for mutated sea turtles, which had already attracted many young professionals competing to hunt the creatures. Suddenly, a small party-grinding mob was attacked by several fireballs from the sky. The two of them jumped backward to dodge it, the other summoning a magical shield. One of the party members who couldn't dodge in time was struck, suffering severe burns on his arm. His teammates angrily confronted a professional named Ethan, accusing him of breaking the school's no fighting policy. Ethan, a level 14 magic swordsman, was accompanied by two level 14 mages, a man and a woman. Faced with the accusations, Ethan, far from apologizing, laughingly claimed he was just grinding mobs and that the injured student had carelessly entered the range of his skill. Ethan appeared very arrogant when confronted by the protesting students. He sneered, claiming the entire beach as his territory and threatened others to leave. When a student loudly retorted that it was a public area, Ethan suddenly vanished, disappearing and reappearing behind the student, lightly grazing the student's cheek with a dagger, who seemingly wasn't scared at all for breaking the rule. Seeing Ethan's attitude, the entire situation left the other students feeling helpless, even though they were reluctant. There was not much they could do other than leave the area with their injured teammate. After all, Ethan was a student from one of the top 10 universities, clearly not someone they could confront. Just then, the female mage in Ethan's team noticed someone else killing sea turtles in the distance. They found out the person was a level 14 classless wanderer. Since there was only one person, Ethan immediately sprang into action, using his taunting chain skill to attract the nearby sea turtles. Their plan was straightforward. Ethan would lure the enemies by pulling their aggro, and the two mages would use their AI skills to finish off all nearby turtles, ensuring that no one else could get even the tiniest bit. June quickly noticed that the sea turtles were being drawn in one direction and realized that someone was trying to monopolize the monsters. He quickly saw through Ethan's plan and recalled how seeing this condition of those three people standing there laughingly say, "Ha ha, these three idiots didn't even successfully steal the monsters, but in the process helped someone else steal them all. It's really satisfying. To dare to be so unreasonable and arrogant in the mainland of Apocalypse, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and this time you've kicked an iron plate." Hearing all this, his team leader Ding Hong says angrily, "Class monitor, don't be rash." Seeing so much damage to the Cheng, one of the three teammates named John Yanner is surprised and says, "This guy's damage output was even higher than all of ours combined, so let's be a little cautious." Hearing all these things from Jan Yanner, Ding Hong is surprised and says, "Cheng Kaienmo, I'll remember your name, I am sure we'll meet again someday, let's go." Hearing all these things from them, Cheng's eyes become red, and in anger he tells them, "Did I say that you guys can go?" Hearing Cheng words and seeing red eyes, Ding Hong says with fear, "Hey dude, you already stole all the monsters, and we're letting you have this place, so what more do you want?" Cheng reply them in anger, "It's simple, I'll give you guys 1 minute, take out all of the items you farmed just now, otherwise you'll have to level up from the start again." Hearing Cheng words, all three become angry, and one of them attacks and says, "You are going too far. So what if your damage output is high? Even if I have to have a fight where both sides will suffer, don't even think about trying to take anything from me." Then the people standing there said in fear, "Is that the explosive fireball skill? No wonder he's a part of a top 10 school, he actually learned such a high-level skill in just a year." Even though Great God Cheng's skills weren't bad just now, at the end of the day he's only a vagrant, so there's no way he'll be able to handle such a powerful attack. Then we see the fireball attack going towards Cheng, but Cheng stands there fearless. Why isn't Great God Dihang moving? If he waits until he's done casting, then it'll be much harder to deal with. Sun Weijun says laughingly to Cheng, "Haha kid, are you so scared that you can't even move a single inch? Just now I still believed that you were very strong, but it turns out that you're just a good for nothing with no real combat experience, ha ha ha." The next moment we see the fireball attack moving rapidly towards Cheng, and Cheng also launching his attack, boxing gloves, and he uses his agility and moves fast towards Sun Weijun and hits Sun Weijun with his attack boxing club. And the next moment he comes behind Sun Weijun and hits him with the flying kick, and Sun Weijun flies in the air and falls very far. Despite all this, Sun Weijun tells Cheng, "You actually dare to humiliate me, I am not done with you." Hearing all these things from Sun Weijun, Ding Hong angrily says to Sun Weijun, "You idiot, don't you think that you've embarrassed yourself enough?" After all this, we see that all three of them give all their belongings to Cheng, and Ding Hong says to Cheng, "Follow student Cheng, we were too impulsive just now, so I hope you'll kindly accept these things." Then Cheng thinks in his mind 120 taels, but it's all thanks to these idiots who helped me save a few hours of time. And you guys can go now. As soon as Cheng said this, all three of them run away from there so fast, and seeing all this, the people standing there laugh a lot and say, "Am I seeing this right? Is he really a vagrant? He actually defeated a group of students from Moling University. I've never seen such an amazing vagrant. Great God, please form a team with me. You can be the team leader." What kind of team are you going on about? Did you not see that the great God's objective here is to collect items? Hurry up and make way for the great God. That's right, let us hurry up and go. Our hero Chan thinks this, it's exactly the same as in my previous world. In the mainland of Apocalypse, it's only one strength that decides who reigns supreme. But now at least there'll be no one getting in my way as he continue to gather the items needed to complete the mission. Then we see the Dark Shadow mission window arrives. Disappearing Dark Shadow hidden mission. Needed materials: X400 flatback sea turtle's tail, exquisite black bamboo fishing rod. Then Cheng starts completing his mission and thinks, since I still need another 239 taels, it seems that I'll be grinding all night. Chan spends the whole night hunting, and the next day arrived. I finally collected all 400 taels. No wonder this energy-consuming mission is a hidden mission, but at least I still leveled up. After completed, the mission status window arrived. Cheng thinks, smiling at his status window. After using my 6 unassigned stat points on agility, my agility has finally passed the barrier of 100, with a combat power of 10,000. I'm afraid that's an achievement that even a lot of new first-year students wouldn't be able to achieve. Now that everything's ready, it's time for me to go complete the mission and obtain that novice weapon. The moment shifted to Moling University, and Ding Hong talked to their team class monitor. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss just to deal with a vagrant? What do you know, even though that kid is a student like us, his movement skills are really too unusual. In order to thoroughly destroy, we cannot afford to be careless. Then he asks to Zhan Yanir and Sun Weijun, "How's it going on the task I assigned you to?" Zhan Yanir says smilingly, "Class Monet, I've already someone to keep an eye that at Cheng Jianmo, so there's no way he'll be able to ruin." And Sun Weijun also says, "We're smilingly face. I also contacted the top 30 first-year students, and out of respect for you class monitor, they've all agreed to help." Ding Hong is very happy to hear these words of both of them, and says, "Great job, now we're only missing one more person." Hearing Ding Hong words, Zhan Yanir says with fear, "Are you talking about the provincial top scorer Gu Yunfei?" That's right. It's said that not only does he have an S-rank talent, but he have abundant magic power. And he thinks while laughing and making a scary face, but in just 1 year he reached level 21 in one breath, and became the undisputed strongest new student. After listening to Ding Hong, Sun Weijun tells him, "But there are also rumors floating around that he's conceited and won't do anything as a favor for anyone else, so class monitor, will you be able to recruit such a person?" Ding Hong reply, "How in this world is there anyone that would refuse money? In the case that he says that he has no interest in money, then that just means you need to add more money." Then suddenly we see there is an explosion, and the one who made the explosion is Sun Weijun. And due to the explosion, a lot of soil starts flying there, and Ding Hong claps and says, "No wonder you're Moling University's #1 heaven's pride, to be able to use the exploding fireball skill to such an extent." After some time of removing the soil, we see Gu Yunfei standing on the pillar, and he is surprised and says this area has been deserted for several months, and no one normally comes to pay a visit. I wonder what the purpose of the young master of the richest family in Tianhai, the Ding family, is in coming here. Hearing all these things of Gu Yunfei, Ding Hong is surprised and says, "Since classmate Gu knows me, I'll just be straightforward. I have here a combat plan, and I wanted to invite you to take part." And after hearing all this, Gu Yunfei says to Ding Hong, "I am not interested." After saying this, Gu Yunfei starts leaving from there, and then Ding Hong speaks angrily from behind. "But classmate Gu, I haven't finished. I didn't come here with the idea of letting you help for free. Aren't you about to undergo your second class change? I can provide you with all the resources you'll need to undergo your class change." Gu Yunfei replied, "No thanks." Saying this, Gu starts leaving from there. Then Ding Hong and his teammates say, "Ah, don't leave." Then Ding Hong tells Gu about Cheng. "Classmate Gu, to tell you the truth, I plan to ask for your help this time in order to teach a student a lesson, and I'll agree to any conditions you have. We got mercilessly bullied by that guy yesterday." After listening to all the words of Ding Hong, Gu puts his hand on his neck and says, "He's only a level 14 student. That guy's strength is unfathomable, to the point that even the combined strength of us three wasn't even enough to be his opponent. Move aside." Ding Hong gets surprised after hearing all these things from Gu, and when he sees Gu start leaving from there, he shouts from behind him saying, "Not only that, but that guy also only a vagrant." On hearing this, Gu stops and makes a dangerous face and says, "A vagrant. Interesting. I originally thought that all students in the entire province of the same grad were all trash. But this time I've finally run into an opponent that piqued my interest." After all this, we see Cheng going to the fishing gear store, and as soon as Cheng enters the shop, he says to the shopkeeper, "Hey shopkeeper, I'd like to have a look at your best fishing rods and baits." As soon as Cheng says this to the shopkeeper, he thinks in his mind, "Collecting those tails is only the first step of this hidden mission. Now I need to obtain an excellent set of fishing gear. Luckily, I have around 100 gold coins from those three idiots, which saves me the trouble of having to exchange the blue star currency I obtained as my reward from the school." When Cheng says this, the shopkeeper thinks something in his mind and lowers his glasses and says to Cheng, "Little brother, all the items within the store are on that price list. So once you figure out what you want, let me know and I'll go grab it for you." It seems like he's just another dumb layman with loads of money. You should know that the most important part is that the fishing gear needs to match with the fishing bait, so only a layman would come up and ask for the most expensive products. After looking at the price list for a while, Cheng thinks something and says to the shopkeeper, "The quality of your fishing gear and bait isn't very high, so it seems that I must make do with this. Then let me get an exquisite black bamboo fishing rod and add on 10 high-grade bloodworms." Hearing Cheng's words, the shopkeeper's face sweats, and he thinks in surprise, "How is this possible? In just under a minute, he chose the best matching equipment in the entire store. In addition, listening to his tone, it's almost as if he's come across even better fishing gear before. Could this guy be a fishing expert? But even if he were to have begun fishing in the womb, it still wouldn't be possible to have such extensive fishing knowledge." After thinking all this, the shopkeeper introduces himself to Cheng. "My name is Yu He, and seeing as you have such a unique way of doing things, could you be from a prominent fishing family in Apocalypse?" After listening to the shopkeeper's words, Cheng says to the shopkeeper, "No, fishing is merely my hobby." Then Cheng starts thinking in his mind, "It seems that this shopkeeper is misunderstanding. In my previous world, this pairing was the most optimal novice equipment that pretty much everyone had." Then the shopkeeper starts speaking smilingly, "Young man, I can see that you have a good eye. How about this? I'll give you a discount on everything you want, so I'll only take 10 gold coins. Even if this man isn't from a prominent fishing family, he surely isn't an ordinary person. Since I have the chance to be on friendly terms with him, what's the harm in doing so?" Just then the shopkeeper holds Cheng's hand and coaxes him with a smile and says, "If in the future you fish up some good things, you can come here to sell it, and I can guarantee you won't suffer any losses." Then the moment shifts, and on the other side we see some students doing monster hunting on the seashore, and Cheng is standing on a stone rock on the side and thinking, "Now that I have the sea turtle tails and the fishing gear, I'm only missing one more thing. I remember that in my past world, it was just on that small island over there, every 72 hours a new rare boss world spawn. Even though it isn't too far from the novice village, Most novices won't be able to deal with that boss, so there will be very few people who set foot over there. Then we see Cheng jumping into the sea, thinking and smiling. The thing that I need is a drop from that rare boss, which allows you to breathe underwater. In order to guarantee the success of the mission Disappearing Dark Shadow, this item is an indispensable piece. After Cheng jumps into the sea, the people standing there get confused and look back and start thinking, damn, someone just jumped into the sea. You should know that the limit for anyone in the Apocalypse mainland to stay underwater is only 2 minutes. If this time limit is exceeded, you'll take damage equivalent to 10% of your maximum health each time, so no matter how much health you have, you can last at most 10 seconds before immediately drowning. Moreover, being in the water will attract many monsters, adding on to the cruel death penalty of the Apocalypse mainland. Under ordinary circumstances, no one dares to rashly enter the water. After Cheng goes into the sea, people standing there start talking among themselves. This guy is too awesome. The situation under the sea is much more complex than that on land. So I've never seen a novice who dares to enter the sea alone. Is he not afraid of encountering unknown monster? Then we see 2 people hiding behind the bushes, listening to those people and talking to each other. Big brother, they're all talking about how dangerous entering the sea is, so should we still go in and follow him? Wealth and honor are achieved in dangerous situations. The remaining Sumzhao Yanar agreed to pay on completion is enough for us to live comfortably for many years. I also heard that within this area of the sea, there aren't many dangerous monsters. Let's go find a place with no one nearby and enter the sea immediately. And after some time, Cheng takes him out of the sea and reaches the beach where he has to complete his mission. And we see that both of them also follow Cheng to Iceland and start talking secretly behind a stone. Let's just follow him till here, since this island is so small that even if you were to run a lap around it, it wouldn't even take you 10 minutes. Also, if we were to get any closer, we would be at risk of being exposed. Since Zhao Yanar is giving me so much money, this person's strength mustn't be looked down upon. Make sure to never get into a face-to-face conflict with him. Got it, big brother, so long as we hide behind this rock, there's no way he'll be able to escape our sight once he decides to go back. After walking some distance, Cheng reaches the location where he has to complete his hidden mission. And then we see Cheng's foot falling on a waterline, and immediately after that a green slime-like thing starts flying in the air. Cheng launches his move Novice Staff, and a stick comes in his hand, and he laughs and says, "It seems my luck is pretty good." After a while we see that green slime turn into a huge monster. Sticky radioactive dust. Level 18 Rare Elite. Elemental creature. Health 3500. Immediately after that we see Cheng start attacking on the monster. Seeing Cheng doing this, the monster also starts attacking Cheng, and Cheng starts dodging him very easily. Cheng starts thinking as he dodges monster's attack. If I remember correctly, getting hit by the corrosive mud will cause you to experience a 30% decrease in speed, along with a 50-point damage reduction to make for a double debuff, which can still be repeatedly stacked. If I get hit even once, with my current attack power, I'll immediately lose more than half of my damage output, so this isn't something that I can afford to get hit by. While dodging the monster's attack, Cheng starts switching his move, weapon switching longsword ripple slash. As soon as he switches his move, he attacks the monster, due to which the monster's HP starts decreasing, and some of its parts start flying in the air like mud. Seeing its HP decreasing, the monster gets angry and starts attacking Cheng with its move. Cheng gets surprised by such a dangerous move of the monster, and as soon as he dodges the move, he starts thinking. This is the radioactive cloud, and once you become poisoned by it, you'll begin to continuously lose health every second. While thinking, Cheng starts switching his move to Gatling gun. And as soon as the move is switched, a devil smile appears on Cheng's face, and he starts firing indiscriminately at the monster. Seeing indiscriminate firing towards him, the monster gets very scared and starts screaming, and after the indiscriminate firing, there are many holes in the whole body of the monster, and after some time it explodes with a bang. As soon as the monster explodes, Cheng falls to the ground and says, "I did it." After he defeats the monster, the mission is complete, and he gets a water vine stuff. And he says to him, smiling, with the staff in his hand, "Not bad, its effect is the same as in my previous world." Smiling and thinking after defeating the monster, "Now that all my preparation work is complete, it's time to go fish that disappearing dark shadow." What follows next is destined to be a difficult and fierce battle. After all, it's the novice village's strongest hidden boss. All this preparation I did beforehand was all in order to increase my chances of completing this mission. While thinking all this, Cheng's eyes fall on the two hiding behind the stone, and Cheng starts smiling and speaking to himself. Ever since yesterday, those two sneaky rats have been constantly following me. Since you guys are so patient, then why don't you keep waiting for me there? And thinking all this, Cheng takes that staff and jumps into the sea and goes away from there. Waiting so long, one of them gets tired and says to the other, "I can't take this anymore. It's already been 4 hours, to the point that my skin's already begun to wrinkle. Could he have run off already?" Hearing his words, the other one answers him, "That's not possible. There's only the vast sea on the other side of this island, so if he wants to return to land, he can only pass through here." While talking among themselves, one of them stands up and sees that there is no one standing there because Chan had left there some time ago, and then he surprisingly says, "Miss, this isn't good. That guy called Cheng Kainmo somehow sneaked away right under our noses. Just who is this great god that we provoked? The deal's off, I'm not doing it anymore." After leaving from there, Cheng reaches Shattered Archipelago's fishing spot. Cheng thinks smilingly after reaching the fishing spot, "Now that all my preparations are done, next, I'll need to fish in order to trigger the latter part of this mission. From what I remember, the disappearing dark shadow fishing spot should be just here." Cheng was still thinking this until he saw that someone else was already fishing there, and then he was surprised and said, "Someone's already taken the spot." Seeing him fishing there, Cheng tries to read his stats. Cheng gets surprised when he doesn't read his stats, and we see sweat start appearing on his face, and he gets surprised and starts thinking, "How is this possible? I can't even see this guy's stats." Everyone knows that in Apocalypse Mainland, if there's a huge level gap between players, the lower level player can't check out the higher level player's stats. He saw Cheng standing behind him and started saying to Cheng, "Young friend, did you also come here to fish? Come, I'll make some room for you." Cheng is surprised to hear his words, and he doesn't know what to say. Then he starts saying to Cheng, "As a young person, it's good to be cautious. But just so you know, I could easily take you down with your current strength. If you want to fish, then come over here and take a seat." Then we see that after listening to all these things, Cheng sits there and gets ready for fishing and starts thinking, "I'll just fish a bit until he leaves, then I'll complete my mission." Seeing Cheng fishing, he looks at Cheng and starts thinking, he's neither haughty nor humble, seeing as how he didn't make a fool of himself in front of me. It seems that this kid is pretty daring. 2 minutes later, we see Cheng grab his first fish, and after catching his first fish, Cheng becomes very happy and he starts thinking, "I'm pretty lucky. I snagged an 8-pound fish on my first go. In my past world, my fishing skills were consistently considered one of the best." When Cheng catches his first fish, the man looks at Cheng and starts thinking, "Your luck is indeed pretty good." Then we see that Cheng catches a lot of fish in a few minutes, and Cheng becomes very happy. Then the person gets so surprised to see Cheng and starts thinking, I've been fishing here for half a day now, and I still haven't caught anything, so how exactly is he doing this?" Then that person starts saying Cheng smilingly, "At such a young age, you actually have so much knowledge in the fishing field, which is something very admirable." After saying this to Cheng, that person starts thinking too much. However, according to my observations, it's not only your fishing skills that are remarkable, but your individual abilities seem even better. I just don't know. Let's test him out. Only after thinking this, we see that the man's eyes turn red, and he raises his hand and starts attacking towards Cheng. Where does he hit the Cheng as soon as he attacks? "Why have you chosen the path of the vagrant?" Seeing the attack coming towards him, Chan also comes to his position and puts the gun on his shoulder and starts telling him, "The path of the vagrant, why shouldn't I walk this path?" After listening to Cheng's words, the person comes into normal position and starts saying to Cheng, "I understand. With such unmatched talent, even if you were to walk on the path of the vagrant, you're destined to reach heights that few can dream of. Young friend, are you willing to take me as your master?" Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "Senior, many thanks for your good intentions, but I prefer to walk this path alone." Hearing Cheng's words, he starts leaving from there, and while leaving, he throws something towards Cheng and starts saying to Cheng, "Since you've already made your decision, I won't insist. But if there's a day where you change your decision, my door will always be open to you. Here, take this ring. If you ever find yourself in trouble, feel free to reach out to me at the Management Association whenever you need." Then we see that Cheng has a ring in his hands, which was thrown by that person towards Cheng. Then seeing that ring, Cheng gets very confused and starts thinking, just what era are we in to have to use this to send messages? And on the other hand, we see Ding Hong going to fight Cheng with 15-20 boys and laughing with an evil smile. He starts thinking, "Today, Cheng Kaimo will die." Then we see Ding Hong laughingly saying to Jiyu, "Classmate Jiyu, it'll be all up to you in a bite." Hearing these words from Ding Hong, Jiyu tells him, "I'll let this group of bums go up and test the waters first. And if you are really as strong as Ding Hong claims, then I must have an exhilarating fight with you." Just then we see Ding Hong and 15-20 boys going with him. A person standing there calls a senior official of the university and says, "Chief Wu, Ding Hong brought 20 people with him and entered the Apocalypse mainland just now. Will something big happen?" The university official gets very surprised after hearing his words and tells him, "Xiao Zhang, hurry up and follow them inside, and if anything significant happens, immediately report it to me." After saying this to him and hanging up the phone, the university official puts his hands on his head and gets very upset and starts thinking, all this kid from the Ding family does is stir up trouble. We cannot allow him to cause another big incident today. And on the other hand, we see Cheng fishing alone there and thinking, this shouldn't be possible, right? Using 400 taels to fish out the dark shadow is the largest amount I've ever used in my previous world. P.S. I, who was once an emperor, couldn't have just become a mere tribal chief, right? Then we see that Ding Hong along with 15-20 boys reaches the same place where Cheng is fishing, and Ding Hong says smilingly to Cheng, "Cheng Kaimo, long time no see. I'm afraid that you won't be able to fish any longer today." Seeing 15-20 boys with Ding, Cheng smiled and said to Ding, "Oh, aren't you guys the 3 losers? Heck, you had to bring backup because you couldn't beat me alone. I never imagined that the esteemed Moling University would have such a unique tradition." Then we see Ji Yu looking at Cheng, smiling and thinking, he's that rumored vagrant, interesting. Hearing Cheng's words, everyone standing there as well as Ding Hong becomes very angry and starts saying, "This fucking sharp-tongued bastard. Since you've offended our Moling University, do you think you'll be able to escape? Today, we'll keep killing you until you're back to level 1. And then we see something huge get stuck in the chain's fishing rod, and a warning screen starts showing, and Chang evil smile laughs and says, "It's finally here." And we see a huge monster stuck in the fishing rod. Chang pulls it out of the water, and the people standing there get very scared and start thinking, what is this monster? Could this be the hidden boss? I've never seen it before. Did Cheng Kaimo just fish it up? After some time we see that the monster completely comes out of the water and starts looking at all the people standing there. After seeing such a big monster, all the people standing there get scared, and we see that wrinkles start appearing on Ji Yu's face too, and he starts thinking, Level 22 Elite Chieftain. Even if it's me, it would be hard for me to kill by myself. Could his appearance have something to do with that level 15 vagrant? And we see that the monster starts moving fast towards those people and starts attacking them. Due to his attack, some people standing there start flying in the air. Then we see Gu, who dodges his attack. And immediately after that, Ji Yu starts attacking that monster with his attack, due to which the HP of the monster starts decreasing. And on the other hand, all the 15-20 boys who came with Ding Hong start attacking Cheng. Seeing them attacking, Cheng starts thinking, 3 magic swordsmen have come to stall my movements, while 3 mages are in the back preparing their attacks. It seems that this guy Ding Hong still has some brains. However, no matter what flashy tactics you use, it's all useless in front of me. As soon as they think this, Cheng attacks them. After Cheng's attack, some of them fall very far. Then we see 3 boys standing there with their hands in the air and start using their move. Then Cheng attacks them. And all 3 of them also fly in the air and fall very far. And on the other hand, after the attack of Gu, the monster's HP becomes very high due to which it goes into its second phase. After the monster enters the second phase, all the people standing there start drowning in water. And seeing this happening, Cheng becomes very happy and starts thinking. He finally entered the second phase in the water. That's where I rule. Seeing themselves drowning in water, they all look at the monster and start saying, Prince Nasjak has entered the second phase. 30 seconds of immobile invincibility remaining. Seeing himself so helpless in the water, Sun Weijun says to Ding Hong, Class monitor, what should we do now? This area is extremely unfavorable for our mages. There's no way for everyone Vryon to stay underwater for long, since every 2 minutes we must go up for air. And on the other hand, Zaho Yanir also starts saying to Ding Hong, Class monitor, let's just forget about killing Cheng Jianmo and leave him here. Since either way, Prince Nasjak will definitely kill him too. Hearing both of them, Ding Hong gets very angry and makes an angry face and starts saying to them, Fucks all, this is so unlucky, even after I went through all the trouble to bring all these people here. We just had to encounter such a strange boss. Is even the heavens trying to help Cheng Jianmo? This isn't fair. Seeing them all fighting among themselves, Ji Yu says to Ding Hong, You guys can leave first if you want, but I'm gonna go pay that vagrant a visit. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Ding Hong looks at Ji Yu and starts thinking with a smile. Great, as long as we have Ji Yu Yunful, we still have a chance. Immediately afterwards, Ding Hong seems to be angry with all his companions. Everyone, even though we are feeling extremely uncomfortable right now, it must be the same for Cheng Jianmo. We'll give up on killing Prince Nasjak for now and solely focus on killing Cheng Jianmo. As long as we kill him, I'll give you all double your rewards. Hearing all this from Ding Hong, all his companions become very happy, and he starts moving towards Cheng to attack using his agility and his move. Seeing them all coming towards him, Cheng thinks smilingly, Hey, even in my home turf, you trash still want to try and kill me. As soon as Cheng thinks this, we see that suddenly they all start attacking Cheng, and Cheng uses his agility to dodge all their moves and starts thinking, looking at the monster. The boss's 30-second countdown is about to be up, so I can't keep getting held up by them. Otherwise, even I will face some difficulties here. And in the next moment, we see the monster starts shouting very loudly, and seeing him shouting, Ding Hong gets very scared and starts thinking, crap, I completely forgot that within the water, the most terrifying existence isn't Cheng Jianmo, but rather. And then we see that suddenly the monster uses his move Deep Sea Whirlpool on all of them, and they get trapped in the monster's move. And seeing themselves so helpless, they all start shouting and saying, Just what exactly is this strange force that's making me lose control of my body? If you get swept into the deep sea, there's no way you'll be able to come out within 2 minutes. Save me, I don't want to die. Then we see that someone's move Explosive Fireball skill hits the monster. And the person who attacked him is none other than Ji Yu. But seeing his move failing like this, Ji Yu also gets surprised and starts thinking, How is this possible? Even after I, a level 21, used my full power to cast the Explosive Fireball skill, its resulting damage output couldn't even reach half of what it normally is. Seeing Gu so helpless, Ding Hong starts thinking, Damn it, using fire-type skills within the deep sea will reduce its efficacy by such a great amount. Then we see that those people inside the water were not able to breathe, and seeing themselves so helpless, they start speaking to each other. With our current skills, there's just no way we can go against it. Let's run. Keeping ourselves alive is the most important thing. Seeing his condition, Ding Hong tells to Ji Yu, Classmate Ji Yu, Cheng Jianmo will surely die within the deep sea, so let's just retreat first. After listening to Ding Hong's words, Gu agrees with Ding Hong and says, I'll challenge him another day, let's you'd get out here. And immediately after that we see that they all start running away from there in fear, and seeing them devotees, the monster gets very angry and says angrily, Foolish humans, now that you've angered me, you want to run. And the angry monster attacks all of them, and a white light fills the entire water, and the next moment we see that they all slowly start freezing into ice. Ding Hong, frozen in ice, starts thinking. Oxygen has been fully used up, remaining time until death 10 seconds. Cheng Kai-mo, I'm not done with you. Just wait until I respond, I'll tear you to pieces. Then we see that now only 2 people are alive inside the water, and the monster and Cheng. Then Cheng says to Monster, now it's just me and you, Prince Nasjak. As soon as Monster hears these words, the monster attacks Cheng with his move. Seeing the monster attack coming towards him, Cheng also starts attacking the monster with his move. After a short fight, we see that Cheng has a sword in his hands, and he is moving very fast towards the monster, and the next moment he attacks the monster's head with that sword, due to which the monster's head falls. He starts bleeding profusely, and his health deteriorates greatly. And the next moment we see Cheng uses his second move, Gatling gun, and he has a gun in his hand, and he starts firing towards the monster with that gun, due to which there is a hole in the entire body of the monster, and it bursts after some time. After the monster explodes, we see blood all over the water. And the very next moment, he sees a golden-colored box in the water, and seeing it, Cheng becomes very happy and starts saying, it's finally in my hands. Cheng comes out of the water with the box and opens it, and sees that he has a ribbon-type thing in his hand, and that ribbon is his next move. Title Charm. T-Quality Epici. Plus 10 Strength. Plus 10 Physique. Durability never deteriorates. Level 60. Equipment effect able to activate the skill Soul Shock, which fires a shock wave towards the current target, stunning them for 4 seconds. Cooldown time of 2 minutes. Note the item's level isn't the minimum required level to equip it, but rather a value that corresponds to the item's overall power. The higher this value, the better the quality, and for items without a set equipping level, there will be no restrictions to equipping it. Then we see Cheng evil smile, laughs, and starts thinking, now that I have the title charm, I now have another trump card. This Soul Shock skill works on all monsters and humans, while also ignoring all level differences and any other restrictions. That means that when facing enemies of the same level, I'll be invincible. I'll even be able to go toe-to-toe against enemies 10 levels higher. That's when the moment shifts to Zhongcheng City's Education Bureau, and there is a meeting going on, and Cheng's talk is going on in that meeting. And in the meeting, Lai Tian tells the other expert he shattered Zhongcheng City's historical record, as well as setting the unprecedented achievement of reaching level 14. So if not him, then who else? After listening to Lai Tian's words, Wang tells him, I admit, he is indeed an exceptional talent. But he has no class change, he chose the path of the vagrant. Every year, our Zhongcheng City only gets 1 recommendation spot, so how can we afford to give it to this student with no future? I, Wang Tianfeng, am totally against this. There's no way I'll agree to this. Hearing Wang's angry words, Lai Tian also gets angry and starts saying angrily to Wang, who here doesn't know about your grievances with Education Commissioner Liu. Is there really a need for you to avenge personal grudges in the name of public interests? Seeing both of them fighting among themselves, a person sitting there silences both of them and starts saying to them, in fact, the way to resolve this dispute is extremely simple. Originally, we already agreed to give the recommendation spot to Fenghua High School's Lai Dayu. This student, not only did they reach level 12 during the examination, but they also awakened a S-rank berserk casting talent and changed their class to Warlock. With this combination, they can already be considered as a peak stage 1 awakener. But it's only because of Cheng Kai-mo, who suddenly emerged, that everyone has now once again gathered to rediscuss. Why don't you let the 2 of them have a duel, and the winner will obtain the recommendation spot? We see a man resembling a professor with long hair, wearing a blue jacket and a white shirt. He appears surprised and exclaims, "Level 17." Seated nearby, 4 or 5 people turn to look at him as he wonders how his level increased so quickly. As he speaks, our hero's professor, with long hair, is seen sitting next to him, observing. The man with black long hair then addresses our hero's professor saying, "Old Lou, was all this part of your plan?" To this, our hero's professor responds, "Oh, you didn't expect it, did you?" In reality, Cheng Jianmo received a private message indicating he would be able to complete it on time, but he didn't know he had already reached level 17. Then we see a man in a brown coat looking towards the professor and remarking that it seems old Lou is still the most patient one here. It appears you had a pair of jokers in your hands and were watching your opponent shine on a straight line. Am I right? Next, we observe our hero in the battleground, facing an opponent, with everyone cheering for him. Our hero's stance is like a ninja as he leaps high and enters the arena with a swift jump. Facing his opponent, our hero stands tall, placing his hand on his chest and says, "I am Zhu Liuoqi, please give me a sign." The thoughts start brewing in the mind of the opponent. It's not fair. Even though it's the same competition, why did my team members get the chance to fight against those new players and showcase their strength on this big stage with joy? But when it's my turn, do I have to face this monster Cheng Jianmo? Then our hero spots the fallen man, smiles slightly, and says, "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." Upon hearing this, the opponent rushes towards our hero, contemplating in his mind that he can only rely on his hidden tactics. The guy was quite fast, and even our hero was momentarily surprised. However, our hero had something up his sleeve too. He executed a jump and a move so brilliant that the guy running towards him stopped mid-sentence and fell right there. People in the audience were highly enthusiastic, cheering as if everyone was rooting for our hero. Some girls were also there, cheering for him. One guy remarks, "So that's how it is by using AO attacks, you can take out hidden opponents." Our hero looks at the fallen guy, jokingly says, "How come our teachers never taught us techniques like these?" The fallen guy thinks this won't work. Once it's over, I should ask Senior Cheng Jianmo to provide me with some guidance. Later, we see our hero victorious, receiving applause and cheers. Another guy observing our hero thinks about the strong image Cheng Jianmo has developed, not only bringing strength to the school, but also boosting morale significantly. A few minutes later, we witness a junior trying to open a gate, and inside, a senior scenery student is sitting. The junior, upon seeing the senior, says, "Senior, something bad has happened." The senior of the boy, with yellow hair and one yellow eye, who wore a brown-colored coat, looked somewhat like this boy's senior. Then the boy's senior says to him, "Can't you see I'm relaxing here? What's so important that you need to create such a fuss about it?" Then another boy says to his senior, "Senior Cheng Jianmo was seen at the last second." Upon hearing this, the senior's eyes widen with surprise and anger flickers in his eyes. And he exclaims, "What, this can't be possible. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this in my entire life. How am I supposed to witness this 1v15 miracle?" And we see everyone cheering and voting for our hero, clapping and being overjoyed to see him win. Now the tables have turned, and all the pressure is on Fenghua. Until Cheng Jianmo can finish the last person, he will be able to complete this unimaginable comeback. Then the person facing our hero in the battle is thinking, "Darn it, why do I have to be the last one?" The well-dressed man in front of our hero was trembling. He knew he wouldn't last much longer, but he was compelled because many people were watching him. The person standing in front of our hero is thinking, "In a moment, Cheng Jianmo will easily defeat me and proceed to sit on the throne as the winner. Why do I have to face such a situation?" The senior in front of our hero has finally come forward and says, "What does level 17 even mean when you're crushing it at level 10? Our hero hears everything and looks at him with sharp eyes. And that senior is approaching our hero, climbing onto the stage, and it seems like a fight between the two is imminent. And then the senior says to our hero, "Instead of facing me, do you have the courage to fight against him?" The senior seems very angry while saying this. We see that the senior was about to step onto the stage. Then a guy comes up to him and says something. He says, "Nonsense, both sides have already agreed on the rules, so since you've already left the stage, you're not eligible to re-enter. Ignoring this statement, the senior turns towards our hero, visibly angry, and says, I am only level 12, so what are you afraid of? Do you wish for me to fight for you in your last match? Our hero looks towards the senior and says, it seems an interesting ally has arrived. When I was fighting Funghua students earlier, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was not right. Fortunately, now I have the opportunity to confirm my suspicions. Our hero looks at the senior and says, if what you're saying is true, why don't both of you come at me together? People watching start shouting, and someone says, Funghua High, you guys are despicable indeed. Challenging our seniors is an audacious act. Senior, challenging the competitiveness of our seniors is an insult. Senior, you need to be careful. Lee Dadyu's talent actually increases his casting speed by 30%. Our senior sister Jingjing fell victim to his brilliance. The man standing with the professor speaks to him. Old Lu, according to my understanding, you should surely agree. The professor doesn't say anything, just looks towards our hero, who is currently fighting. And here we see the man with the professor standing, and someone from behind says, I'll allow it. Then the man says, since both sides have agreed. Then our final match will transform into a fierce battle between Team Jamu and Lee Daewu and Cheng Ganmo. Now we see two opponents in front of our hero who are going to face him together. The guy who was previously beating our hero is now full of confidence. And now the senior says to the guy with him, just focus on running him recklessly and leave the rest to me. The guy with the professor says, officially announce it. The final match is now beginning, and we see that the guy who was winning earlier is distracted by our hero, and the senior behind him is thinking of attacking our hero. And then we see our hero dodging him and hitting him with a punch. He was exceptionally strong, his voice echoed for everyone to hear. And with his fall, cheers erupted. People were delighted, and they talk about our hero. One shot. Cheng Jianmo truly stands on his reputation, as with just one punch, he was able to completely crush his opponent. It's only Cheng Jianmo who can fully exploit the advantages of the rogue class and bring his true capabilities to the forefront. Be cautious, Lee Daeyu's lightning ball is ready, and we see that the senior is fully prepared with a lightning ball. Our hero looks towards him and thinks, something's wrong with this attack. Then the senior, looking at our hero, says, don't you think it's been too long for you to be amazed? Saying this, the senior throws his electric attack towards our hero, which had an incredibly fast speed and was about to touch our hero. Our hero starts thinking. As far as I remember, the cooldown time for the lightning ball is 5 seconds, so it affects Lee Daeyu's talent. It should take at least 3-5 seconds to finish casting. But the time it took to deal with Cheng Jianmo was maximum 3 seconds, meaning he was 0.5 seconds faster. As they both clash, light spreads everywhere, followed by cheers. Then, in the smoke, our hero slowly emerges, saying, while you may have awakened the talent, reducing the cooldown of your lightning ball to 3 seconds is fundamentally impossible. Though you may be able to make fools of others, you won't make a fool out of me. Senior is extremely surprised upon hearing this, and he falls silent, contemplating in his mind. Cheating facing the full force of my light ninja ball, he took it without any damage. Clearing his throat, the senior tells our hero, you, stop your nonsense, you are making baseless accusations. Then people in the audience start talking. The first person asks, what did Cheng Jianmo say, and what is the blessing from the secret area? Answering this, the second person explains, how are you so unaware that this so-called blessing in reality is a special hobby from the shock's secret area, divided into 2 parts like the ripples of our shock. Levels 10-20 are easy, and once you cross it, you will be able to acquire a class change and refine a talent. Levels 10-20 are medium difficulty, and once you pass it, you'll be able to receive blessings due to the baptism, which is essentially a special buff. But for Lee Daeyu's party from Funghua College, according to their level, it's likely impossible to fully complete the moderate difficulty, so they'll have to seek help from a specialist who is counted as cheating and is also forbidden by all schools. People in the audience start discussing and saying, nonsense. I was just about to say they shouldn't be so strong, and it turns out they were actually cheating. I propose a rigorous and thorough investigation at Fenghua College, and I bring justice to our Zhongcheng College. The audience continues to talk, expressing their opinions. Conduct an inspection of Fenghua College. A man seated with the professor speaks. Old Luo, can you start? Then the professor begins speaking. If it weren't for Cheng Jianmo's memorial, noticing it would have been genuinely difficult. But if you think about it, the casting speed is undoubtedly problematic. So why don't we approach the Management Association and conduct a data check? Old Wang, won't you agree? Now that you can't win, you want to throw false accusations. Even though Cheng Jianmo claims that there is an issue with Lai Doyu's casting speed, it's something we haven't paid attention to. How could you notice it? Then people in the audience start talking. That's right. Even on those big shots, attention wasn't given to it. So how could Cheng Jianmo have noticed it? The idea is unbelievable, even for a third-year student. Now I think about it. His strength is more than just an ordinary third-year student. It doesn't make sense, our hero thinks to himself. First, make false accusations to avoid your own charges. Then we see the man with our professor talking to our hero. There's no way for a third-year student to reach level 17 so quickly without hiding something. Then our hero reveals the truth. It's because I'm familiar with every skill in every class. So, facing such a formidable problem, I was able to explain it immediately. Commissioner Wang, getting very angry on Cheng and shouting at him and asking, "What a bunch of nonsense. You're just a young brat who has yet to finish school, and yet you're already here making boastful remarks about your capabilities. You're overestimating your own abilities." After listening to Wang's words, Cheng starts telling him, maybe Senior is a bit conceited, since even if he's a knowledgeable expert, he would, at most, know the details of a few popular classes. There's a limit to what you can do by yourself. And with so many classes that exist, it's just simply not possible for anyone to remember the details of each and every skill. Wang gets very angry after hearing Cheng's words and tells him, "Since you dare to brag so shamelessly, let me test you. If you get even one wrong, don't expect me to let this slide. First, answer this. What are the properties of the Infighter's skill will driver?" Seeing all this happening, the spectators who came there also started saying angrily to each other, "Infighter, isn't this a little too obscure? It's over. That class is the worst of the three well-known garbage classes, since no one chooses to change their class to it. As a result, there are no schools who are specifically teaching classes regarding it. So there's absolutely no way for Cheng Jianmo to know anything about it." And on the other side, Wang again says to Cheng, "Brat, let's see you try to continue to boast. If it wasn't for that time when I met a very strong Infighter when I was younger, I wouldn't even know anything related to this aspect." Hearing Wang's words, Cheng starts replying to him with a smile and says, "Well, driver is one of the Infighter's basic skills. By sticking your sword into the ground, you'll be able to stun all enemies within a certain radius for around 8 seconds. In addition, it also increases your own movement speed by 20%, attack speed by 10% and jump power by 50%, all of which last for 10 seconds. Wang is surprised to hear Cheng's answer and starts thinking to himself, "Hearing this right, you're telling me that you even know the details regarding such a garbage class." And on the other hand, the audience also gets very surprised and starts saying to each other, "Did Senior get it right?" Obviously, just look at Commissioner Wang's expression. It's like he just ate a big pile of shit. It's so satisfying. He really is on another level, on a level that ordinary people like us could never even dream of reaching. Even a blind cat can occasionally find a dead mouse, so count yourself lucky. Then we see that his opponent standing in front of Cheng gets very surprised to hear his answer, and he then tells him, "Since you claim to be so knowledgeable about my warlock class, then let me also ask you a question. Can you tell me which hidden trait belongs only to the warlock class?" As soon as he asks this, all the spectators become very angry and start saying to each other, "Asking about the effects of a skill is already pushing it. But now you want TTO ask out some hidden about Den trait? You're going too far. Fuck. This is such a personalized question, since if you don't have the specific class in question, then how would anyone know? You're really too shameless. Seeing him asking this, Cheng starts answering him and says, "Isn't the hidden trait of the warlock class the ability to add a buff within the spell once you learn about incantations? The incantations can be split up into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are also the 5 natural properties. So the different buff effects that these incantations can give are varied. The reason why your lightning ball's power was so strong was because you imbued the metal attribute incantation, and compared to the ability to absorb the spirit of living beings once you become a stage 2 spellcaster. What's so complicated about this minor thing?" Hearing Cheng's answer, the senior gets very surprised and his legs start to hurt. Then we see him fall on the ground and accept defeat. And on the other hand, Wang also gets very disappointed and starts thinking in his mind, "It's such a pity. With such great talent, he just had to fall down this dark path." Today's farce will end here, and I think it's time to announce the results. The second commissioner standing with Wang asks him, "Commissioner Wang, what do you think?" Seeing him asking this, Wang starts telling him, "All right, I'll admit my defeat. But my only ask is that you let Fenghua College off lightly. As this entire situation was solely due to my pettiness, I was just completely blinded by my hatred." As soon as he agrees, we see one of the judges standing in the distance in the audience giving the verdict and says, "Now I'll officially declare, as the representative of the Bureau of Education, Fenghua College has been disqualified and will be dealt with severely after an investigation. And the winner of this time's inter-school competition is Zhongcheng College." As soon as he said this, people in the audience started shouting, "Champion, champion." Just then we see a man coming to the battlefield, and he says, "Zhongcheng College can now officially declare that the sole recommendation spot of the top 10 universities that Zhongcheng City has received this year has now been awarded to student Cheng Jianmo." As soon as he announces this, Cheng starts asking him, "Commissioner Liu, apart from this, I want to know which secret realms each top 10 university in this country has." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng sitting on the sofa in the headmaster's office, and both the seniors are sitting in front of him, and Cheng is reading something in the book, and he asks, "Why don't any of these top 10 universities have any of the first-class instance dungeons that I want? Wait, what is this university?" "Shenyu University." Listen to Cheng, the old commissioner sitting there tells him, "This Shenyu University has allied a few secret realms." Cheng is shocked to hear them and asks with surprise, "But why isn't it a part of the top 10 university?" Hearing Cheng's answer, the commissioner sitting there places his cup on the table and starts saying to Cheng, "Sai, as for this school, it certainly has a long history. As for this, 50 years ago, Shenyu University had numerous secret realms, and at the same time, its students were also very strong. Back then, it was the #1 university. Sadly, with the passing of time, many new schools appeared, and with the many secret realms they had, led to everything becoming more difficult. As a result, their students had to continuously receive blessings to become stronger. But for some unknown reason, Shenlu University's secret realms were always more difficult than the average by a wide margin. And their students, who wanted to clear instance dungeons of a slightly higher difficulty, were faced with these immensely difficult dungeons. So as time went on, more and more people gave up. As a result, their strength began to sharply decline. While listening to them, Cheng looks in the book and starts thinking in his mind, "Out of all the instance dungeons this school has, there are many that I need. Even though they are now in dire straits, that isn't very important." As soon as this happened, Cheng smiled and said to them, "Then I'll return this recommendation spot back to the school. I want to participate in the university entrance examination and choose the school that I admire." Hearing Cheng's words, the senior sitting there becomes very surprised and tells him, "Cheng Kainmo, you better think about this carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if you were to give it up, there's no medicine for regret." Seeing him so surprised, the old senior sitting there tells him, "Old lie, there's no need to dwell on this. Since you probably have your own reasons, the school administration will respect your decision. However, it's not like we're going to make you suffer losses, so if you have any requests, you can make them now." Cheng is very happy to hear their words and gives them something and says, I would appreciate it if the school could supply me with these materials." As soon as he heard Cheng's words, the old commissioner sitting there told him, "Just leave it to me." Then he opens the paper which was given to him by Cheng, and as soon as he reads that paper, he becomes very surprised and says, Are you planning on robbing me blind?" Then the moment shifts, an unknown person is sitting on a chair, and the person standing in front of him says to him, "Chief Wu, we found it. We downloaded all the data from the Novice Beach area nearby, and it should contain Cheng Jianmo's information. Please take a look." After listening to him, Wu tells him, "Good job." As soon as he says this, he starts looking at the screen and starts thinking in his mind, "I wonder which university was able to raise such an astonishing genius." Then we see that he is looking at nothing but Cheng's information on the screen. Zhongcheng College third-year students this. How is this possible? Not only that, but this kid's estimated combat power is over 12,000. Seeing Cheng's information, the person with Wu is very surprised and says, "No wonder, since as a level 15 he killed a level 22 rare boss, and at the same time managed to retaliate against Ding Hong and the 21 others. What a monster." On hearing this, Wu becomes very happy and says laughingly, "There's no doubt that this guy will eventually reach the pinnacle of the world. According to the current state of our Xia country, we're really in need of a top-notch genius. We absolutely cannot be destroyed by others." Then we see the person standing with Wu pointing his finger at the screen and saying, "Chief Wu, look here." On seeing that, Wu is very surprised and says, How come there's someone whose estimated combat power is unknown? Heavens, could this be another peerless expert? But why was this big shot with Cheng Kainmo?" Just then we see a call coming on the phone of that unknown person, and he says what? As soon as the call comes, both of them leave from there, and then we see many people standing there, and looking at Wu they say, "Official Wu, so you finally showed up. Today I invited you to uphold justice on behalf of every parent here. Our children were originally among the best students, but after this incident, they've fallen levels for no reason whatsoever. The losses they've suffered are simply too disastrous. That scoundrel Cheng Kainmo is such an evil person. Even though everyone is a citizen of our Xia nation, he still dared to use such excessive force against them. Tell us his information so that we can go find him and demand an explanation." Just then we see Zhang Hongshan comes there and says to Wu smiling, "Official Wu, long time no see. I believe that you've just heard everyone's demands just now. The demands of the people are evident. So I'm inviting you to relay Cheng Kainmo's information to us." Wu says to Zhang as soon as he hears Zhang's words, "Vice Principal Zhang, I think you should give this matter some more thought. As far as I'm aware, Cheng Jianmo is not the one at fault here. The root of this incident ultimately stemmed from the provocation by your school students, and I can't just casually give you someone else's information since this would infringe on his personal privacy." Upon hearing Wu's words, Zhang becomes very angry, his eyes turn red, and he says, "And what if our Moling University is insistent on investigating this matter? Cheng Kainmo has demonstrated tremendous potential, and there's a good chance that he'll be the hope of our Xia nation. There's no way I'm going to let his future be destroyed by their hands." Hearing Zhang's words, Wu also becomes very angry and says, "But what if I want to protect him?" Then we see that different colored aura starts coming out from the bodies of both of them. Seeing this, the people standing there get very scared. Then we see that suddenly Zhang becomes normal and says smilingly, "Ha ha ha, I already knew that you would be unwilling to budge, so I planned for this beforehand. Before you came, I already used the name of Moling University to ask for help from the head office. We'll probably be receiving the information in a few moments now." Wu gets very angry after hearing Zhang's words and thinks in his mind, "This sly old bastard, he actually jumped past me and directly went to ask for help from the head office. What a pity, Cheng Kainmo. I can only help you up to here. The rest will be up to you." Then we see rejection written on the big screen, and seeing this Zhang is very surprised and says, "Has my request also been rejected?" And seeing this Wu becomes very happy and thinks in his mind, "Could this be related to the expert whose information was unable to be retrieved? Could that guy be a big shot within our management association? Heck, kid, it seems that your background isn't simple. And to think that I had to spend so much effort to help you just now. After all this, we see Zhang starts leaving from there. Then we see that after he leaves, Wu has a level 60 defense item card in his hand. He is surprised to see the card and thinks, how generous. A black card to the Apocalypse Mainland's auction house, as well as a high-quality level 60 defense item. Kid, your current starting point is already better than 90% of the nation's population. You must make sure to never let those of us who believe in you be disappointed. We see the letter that Cheng gave to the commissioner. He is very surprised after reading it and says to Cheng, sorry, even after we utilized all our Zhongcheng College's influence, we were only able to acquire around a third of the materials that you requested. The director sitting next to the commissioner also starts talking to Cheng. Cheng Jianmo, don't you think that your ambitions were also a bit too big? If you want to obtain all the items on this list, then even the combined resources of all schools within the city wouldn't be enough to gather everything. Hearing what both of them were saying, Cheng said to them with surprise, the combined resources of all schools within the city. Director Lai, thanks a lot for your reminder. I just realized that I have more urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. As soon as Cheng says this, he starts leaving from there. Director Lai gets surprised to see him leaving like this and stops him and starts saying, kid, wait a minute. Why does it feel like you've suddenly come up with a dangerous idea? When Director Lai was trying to stop him, the commissioner sitting next to him put his hand on Director Lai's shoulder and forbade him from doing so and started saying, Cheng, student Cheng, if you have an idea, then just go through with it. As long as no one gets hurt, then Zhongcheng College will always treat you fairly. However, I'm wondering if you could let me know what you need all these materials for. Are you making some sort of equipment? Hearing the commissioner's words, Cheng smiled and said to him, I'm planning to make a piece of equipment that will surpass all weapons of this era. Then the moment shifts, and we see Fenghua College meeting room. A meeting is going on there. Many people are sitting inside the meeting. Then Kang Yang says to everyone, the notice from the Education Commission has arrived, so let me read it aloud. The Municipal Education Commission has decided. Fenghua College will receive reduced resources and have all honors removed for 3 years. As for the cheating student Lai Daddle, he will immediately expelled and is forbidden from participating in the university entrance examination for 5 years. And all teachers who have directly been involved in this matter will all be immediately dismissed and never rehired. And Wang Tianfeng, as the root cause of this matter, is already being investigated by the Discipline Inspection Committee. After listening to Kang's words, all the people sitting there get very disappointed and start saying to each other, it's over, this kind of punishment. It's basically the same as ruining the foundation of our Fenghua College. That's right, since all our top students have now been expelled, our university's entrance exam results this year are basically screwed now. Some families with higher connections and some students in the lower grades have already begun to transfer schools. After listening to all of them, Kang start telling them all, everyone be prepared to face the hard times that are about to befall us. I'm afraid without at least 7 to 8 years, our Fenghua College won't be able to recover from this. Till then, all of them were talking about this. Then suddenly unknown guy comes and tells them all, sorry to interrupt. Something big has happened. That student called Cheng Kaimo has come all the way here to pay us a visit. Hearing the words of the unknown guy, everyone sitting there gets angry and starts saying, are you talking about that guy from Zhongcheng College? Fuck, have we not been punished enough already? Why isn't he letting this matter go? Then suddenly one of them says angrily to Kang, Principal Kang, let's go meet with that kid. I want to see what his purpose in coming here today is. Then we see Cheng reaches there. After Cheng reaches there, all the people standing there look at Cheng and start saying to each other, isn't that Cheng Kainmo, that monstrous vagrant who beat our school? Wow, after taking a closer look, he really is good looking. With great strength and good looks, he really is the perfect idol. If only I could transfer to Zhongcheng College. While people were talking about this, we see that Kang and all his friends reach there, and then Kang says to Cheng, "I am Kang Yang, Funghua College's principal. I assume you are Cheng Kainmo. So have you come to our school today to mock us?" Hearing Kang's words, Cheng smiles and tells him, "Obviously, I'm not that petty. Today I've come with the intention of starting a secret realm competition." Hearing Cheng's words, everyone standing there becomes very confused, and then Kang tells him, "What kind of sick joke is this? Mere student wants to start a secret realm competition." Seeing Kang so shocked, all the students standing there started talking among themselves. What is a secret realm competition? Why did it even shock the principal? How do you not know this? This so-called secret realm competition is regarding the secret realm's ownership rights. Seeing everyone so confused, Kang starts saying to all of them, "For example, you consider all the secret realms that a school holds, then all the ownership rights would belong to them. But for outsiders, completing the secret realm without the school's permission would result in no rewards being obtained, unless that person breaks the secret realm's best record, which would result in them obtaining the ownership rights. And this action of taking someone else's secret realm is known as the secret realm competition." Hearing Chang's words, all the teachers standing there become very angry and start saying to Chang, "A mere level 17 wants to fight in the level 10-20 normal difficulty secret realm. Don't overestimate yourself. If you know your place, then why don't you hurry up and scram? You're not welcome here." Then Chang looks at them and smiles and tells them, "I'm not welcome here. Don't tell me that you guys are scared. In that case, would you like to make a bet with me?" Seeing them all fighting among themselves, Kang silences the teachers and tells Cheng, "It seems that young people truly are fearless. Let's hear more about this bet." After listening to Kang, Cheng gives him something and says, "There's a total of 20 different materials on this list. If I manage to capture your secret realm today, then you must give me at least 5 of the materials on that list." Cheng says this, Kang opens the letter and starts reading it and thinks in his mind, "What is a mere student planning on doing with such valuable materials? Could he also be a skilled craftsman?" After reading the letter, Kang looks at Cheng and says to him, "Then what if you were to fail? What would happen then?" Hearing Kang's words, Cheng starts laughing like a child and says laughingly, "If I lose, then I'll agree to any condition of yours." As soon as Cheng says this, Kang points at him and says, "Good, then I'll agree to this bet of yours. Student Cheng Jaimo, this way please." Then the moment shifts, and we see those people reach the place where Cheng was talking about. Funghua College Secret Realm entrance. After reaching there, we see Cheng standing in front of a big screen inside which he sees 4 options. Then Kang tells him, "Our school controls a total of 4 primary secret realms. As long as you complete any of them within 3 attempts, as well as breaking its record, then it'll be your victory." When Principal Kang says this, all the teachers standing there start laughing at Cheng and start talking to each other. Which one do you think Cheng Kainmo will challenge? Well, obviously, it will be the easiest of the 4, the dead mines. After all, the recommended difficulty is 1 level lower than his own. But even if he chooses the easiest one, there's no way that he's going to be able to beat that time of 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 21 seconds. That year, teacher Luo Yang purposefully made sure she stayed at level 20 and continuously challenged it for 2 months straight to be able to achieve such a terrifying record. Then we see Cheng says, "I've made my choice. I'll choose the Black Fathom Deeps." After this decision of Cheng, all the people standing there become very surprised and start saying, "Are you crazy? With such easy options you actually went for the hardest one." After Cheng's decision, Principal Kang immediately tells Cheng, "Young man, I don't want to hear any complaints about our Funghua College taking advantage of you. The terrain of the Black Fathom Deeps is extremely complex, so if you're thinking of beating the record, it's going to be practically impossible at your level." Hearing Kang's words, Cheng tells him that's all there is to it. "I'm confident in my success," and starts entering inside the portal. After entering Cheng's portal, Principal Kang tells his teacher, "Send an announcement. Notify all classrooms to turn on their screens. I'm going to broadcast Cheng Jianmo's challenging of the secret realm." Hearing Kang's words, all his teachers become happy and start saying to each other, "Principal Kang really is smart. He is using this opportunity to boost the students' morale." That's right. As long as we let the students witness Chang Jianmo's embarrassing state, his reputation will sharply drop. This is an opportunity that we really need to take advantage of. I'll go arrange it at once. Just then we see Cheng arrives at Black Fathom Deep inside the secret realm. After walking some distance, Cheng thinks to himself, "From what I can remember from my previous world, the Black Fathom Deeps is located in an underwater maze and is a relatively unknown dungeon. The terrain is relatively complex and the monsters are mainly comprised of fishmen." Then we see there are many monsters there, and all the monsters see Cheng and move towards him to attack. Then Cheng smiles and uses his agility and goes near them and starts attacking them. When all the students saw Cheng doing this, they became very surprised and started talking among themselves. Damn, such terrifying strength. This year's examination was done in that secret realm, and I got utterly destroyed by those fishmen. Even if Cheng Jianmo is one level higher than those fishmen, he still shouldn't be able to completely obliterate them like this. After eliminating all those masters, Cheng starts moving forward. After walking some distance, many monster fish come in front of Cheng, seeing which Cheng uses his agility and manages to move forward after defeating them all. Even Principal Kang gets very surprised after seeing such power of Cheng. After killing them all, Cheng reaches the monster boss. Then we see that the monster gets very angry after seeing Cheng. Then Cheng thinks of using his move. This boss's stats are even lower than that of sticky radioactive dusts. This is nothing to be afraid of. We see Cheng attacking the monster, which causes it to lose some of its HP. Due to which the monster becomes very angry and Cheng stands in front of him. Seeing this happening, all the teachers standing in the meeting room start laughing and talking among themselves. Haha, he actually dared to go out of his way to attack Barton. This kid has finally fallen into a trap. It's only natural, since it's said that even though this kid's attack power is much higher than those of the same level, his actual combat experience is still a bit lacking. He's being so impulsive right off the bat, without even properly analyzing the terrain beforehand. Back then, Teacher Luo Yang challenged this section countless times, until he finally noticed the trick to beating it. Only in the case where you don't disturb Barton, and you submerge underwater and take on the not yet frenzied piranhas, can you break through and swim across to the other side. Water is my domain. As long as I dive down, you'll be completely at a disadvantage. Hearing his words, Cheng starts smiling, and he moves forward and says to the monster, "Then let's see you try to dive down." Saying this, he uses his skill boxing gloves and goes over the monster and attacks the monster's back, due to which the monster's blood starts spreading inside the water. Due to monster's blood spreading in water, piranhas have been attracted by Barton's fresh blood, becoming frenzied, thus ignoring whether the target is a friend or foe, and biting any target that emits blood. Great, now that the piranhas have become frenzied, they won't care even if it's this section's boss that they're attacking. After Cheng's continued attack, the monster is in a lot of pain and starts screaming loudly. "It hurts, it hurts." Cheng was going to continue attacking him, and he then tells the monster, "Don't even think about climbing ashore." Seeing this happening to him, the monster becomes very angry and tells Cheng, "You damned human." As soon as the monster says this, it starts going into the water. Then Cheng jumps over it and changes his skill in the air and attacks the monster and kills it and says smilingly, "It's just that your intelligence was a bit lacking." After defeating the monster so quickly, the principal sitting in the meeting room is very surprised to see this and starts thinking, "What is this strategy? Is this even something a human can come up with?" In comparison to Teacher Luo Yang's efforts back then, wouldn't that have been just a complete joke? Such an abnormal strategy, but it actually all stems from Cheng Jianmo's deep understanding of the terrain around him, as well as his intricate strategy. With such intelligence, this young man, is he really a high school student? We can only hope that the following cave labyrinth will be able to delay him for a bit. No, wait, look at the path he is going through. It's almost as if there's no mistakes at all. Seeing Cheng moving forward, a teacher standing there said with great surprise, How is this possible? The cave labyrinth is full of dead ends. Back then, teacher Luo Yang had to attempt it no less than 20 times, until he finally was able to memorize the most optimal route. Hearing the teacher's words, the other teacher standing there is also surprised and tells him by placing his finger on the map. Moreover, looking at the choices he's making at certain sections, the resulting route is actually more efficient than that of teacher Luo Yang's. Could he have done this before? Seeing both of them talking like this, the principal gets very angry and shouts at both of them and says, "Stop trying to believe your own lies. The Black Fathom Deeps have always been controlled by our school, so are you trying to tell me that deep down, you don't know whether this is his first time coming here? Is it that hard to admit that you are inferior to others? It seems that my Funghua High School is going to be ruined by a mere high school student." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng reaches his last location, and then he opens the gate and thinks in his mind. So this is the final part. After walking some distance, we see Cheng approaching a very large circle and thinking. If I remember correctly, for every brazier in the corners of the room that is lit, 4 level 18 black swamp serpents will appear. And once I light all 4 braziers, all the black swamp serpents will appear, and once they are dealt with, it comes down to the final boss fight. However, considering my current combat power, lighting all 4 in one go shouldn't be too much of a challenge. Since that's the case, then I'll just get this done quickly. Thinking this, Cheng sets fire to the wood, due to which there is light. Seeing Cheng doing this, all the students sitting in the classroom become very surprised and start talking among themselves. Damn, look what Cheng Kainmo is doing. He's planning on doing all of them at once. Isn't this a little too ridiculous? Back then, in order to even light one of them, I had to spend around 8 minutes. If he lights 4 braziers at once, that's equal to fighting 16 level 18 monsters. Is he really so confident? Today, I've been won over, so if the great god can smoothly beat this, then tomorrow I'll apply to transfer schools. And all the teachers sitting in the meeting room also get very surprised to see Cheng doing this and talk to each other. But isn't this good for us? If Cheng Kaimo fails here, then there's a chance for Funghua High School to be saved. But isn't this good for us? If Cheng Kaimo fails here, then there's a chance for Funghua High School to be saved. And even the principal, seeing Cheng doing this, starts thinking with his hand on his mouth. Cheng Kaimo, after all, are you really a genius? Or rather a fool? Then the moment shifts, and we see that there are many monster snakes around Cheng, seeing which Cheng switches his skill and seeing Cheng doing this. All the monster snakes attack Cheng, but Cheng uses his agility to get their escapes from. After escaping from the monster snake's attack, Cheng starts attacking them all. And after seeing Cheng attacking, all the teachers started talking to each other. Even with those 2 skills, he didn't do the least bit of damage. It seems that it's over for him. Wait, I understand now. Cheng Kainmo is planning something. Since Hazeed Bremen can lower abnormal status resistance and magic resistance, the napalm bullets can inflict the burn debuff. Explosion. After the explosion, we see that monster snake boss just upper there and angrily says, "Who is it that dares to summon me?" After seeing the monster snake boss, Cheng says to him smilingly, "Long time no see, Akamai, let me experience your strength." Monster Snack Boss gets very angry after hearing Cheng's words and tells Cheng, "You puny ant, I'll make you pay for this." Saying this, the monster starts attacking Cheng. Seeing the monster attack coming towards him, Cheng starts dodging its attack. Cheng thinks to himself, after escaping the monster attack, Akamai has a self-regenerating ability, so to prevent it from triggering it, I only need to chop off both of the side heads first. Thinking this, Cheng goes over his head and attacks his head with his sword, and due to which one neck of the monster snake is completely cut off. After snapping the neck, Cheng lands on the ground and wins. Congratulations, Cheng Kaimo. You have successfully set the new fastest clear time for the Black Fathom Deeps with a time of 1 hour 56 minutes 32 seconds. The ownership rights of the Black Fathom Deeps have now been transferred to Cheng Kaimo. That after Cheng wins, a notification window appears on his screen, and inside it he gets a new skill, seeing which he is very happy and thinks, "Great, These are all materials that I need. With this, I'm now one step closer to being able to create a new era weapon. I'm really looking forward to it." After Cheng wins so quickly, all the students sitting in the classroom become very surprised and start talking among themselves. Heavens! Cheng Kaimo actually shattered the record. 1 hour 56 minutes and 32 seconds. This new record took less than half the time of that of teacher Luo Yang's. I predict that for the next 10 years, no, for the next 20 years, it'll be extremely hard for anyone else to beat this record. Then the moment shifts, and we see all the teachers standing outside the portal from inside, which the change was entered. Then one of those teachers says with surprise, "We're doomed. The ownership rights of the Black Fathom Deeps will have nothing to do with Fenghua College from now on, but rather it will belong exclusively to Cheng Kaimo." Hearing what the teacher said, even the principal standing there was surprised and said, "The new record that was set gave us all the impression that it would be unbeatable. After we've spent these past few decades sitting in comfort with no ambitions, it has finally come back to get us and made us pay such a heavy price for it." While they are all talking amongst themselves, we see Cheng coming out of the portal and smilingly saying to the principal, "Since I've taken down the Black Fathom Deeps, it's time for you to honor your promise." After listening to Cheng's words, the principal tells him, "Don't worry, our Fenghua College knows that if you agree to bet, you must accept to lose. So, regarding the things you wanted, I can guarantee that you'll receive everything in a week." Hearing the principal's words, Cheng tells him, "Great. Then as for your other 3 secret realms, would you like to make another bet with me?" Hearing this from Cheng's mouth, all the teachers standing there get surprised and say to the principal, "Principal, don't bet with him again. If you were to continue betting with him, our Fenghua College is going to be stripped down to its underpants. Principal Kang, think before you act." Hearing what they all said, the principal becomes very angry and shouts at them and says, "What a bunch of fools. Do you think that even if I didn't continue betting, he would stop? According to the rules, no one can turn down a secret realm contest." After yelling at them, all the principal tells Cheng, "We'll bet, of course we'll keep betting. If you're able to take down the remaining 3 secret realms, I'll give you double your requested materials. But there's an additional condition. Our Fenghua College must merge with Zhongcheng College." Then the moment shifts, and we see an unknown person reading a newspaper, and while reading the newspaper he thinks, "This Kang Yang is pretty crafty. The current Fenghua College has already lost all their secret realms. But he managed to take advantage of this situation and merged with Zhongcheng College in exchange for Fenghua College's survival." While Principal Zhang was thinking all this, suddenly someone has to open the gate, and he says to Zhang in fear, "This isn't good. That Cheng Kaimo has come to our school." Seeing him so scared, Principal Zhang tells him, "Teacher Wang, you're making such a fuss over nothing, settle down." The teacher becomes very surprised after listening to the principal and asks him, "Principal, could it be that you already prepared for this?" After listening to the teacher's words, Zhang stands near the window and looks outside and says to him, "From his performance at Fenghua College, I admit that Cheng Kaimo has some skills, and breaking the secret realm records at our school shouldn't be too much of an issue for him either. Even though we can't decline his secret realm contest request, but first he'll have to be able to reach the secret realm hall." After some time we see Cheng reaches Tian College, and a man is standing in front of him, and he asks Chen, "So, you're Cheng Kaimo. My name is Zhang Yuxi, I'm level 22, my class is Jigong Master, and I challenge you to a duel." Hearing him words, Cheng starts asking him smilingly, "So, you guys think that by using these underhanded tricks, you'll be able to stop my advance?" Seeing both of them talking to each other, both the people standing there get very surprised and start talking among themselves. "What's this? This teacher is challenging a student to a duel. Doesn't this go against the rules?" "I don't think it does, because since this teacher just said that his level was 22, as long as the level difference doesn't exceed 20. According to the rules, anyone can be forced into a duel. This student is screwed, but I wonder what kind of grave mistake he made to receive such a strict punishment." And on the other hand, all the teachers sitting in the meeting room are looking at both of them. Then one of them shouts and says to all of them, "Everyone, do an in-depth analysis, find out Cheng Kaimo's weakness." And on the other hand, teacher gets ready to attack Cheng and tells him, "Cheng Kaimo, don't blame me for the injuries you're about to receive. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for coveting the foundation of our Chan College." Saying this, the teacher starts moving forward to attack Cheng, and he attacks Cheng with his kick, which Cheng stops with one hand and makes a counterattack, due to which he falls very far. And Cheng also moves forward to attack him and attacks him with his knee in the stomach, due to which he falls to the ground and blood starts coming out from his nose and mouth. After defeating him, Cheng stands there and sees someone coming from the front. And seeing the teacher losing so quickly, all the students standing there get very surprised and start talking among themselves. "Damn, isn't that Cheng Kaimo? He's now fought all the way to our school. Cheng Kaimo is awesome. Fighting someone 4 levels higher than him, even teacher Zhang Yuxi isn't a match for him. Check it out, folks. Level 24 Professor Zhu Liquan has arrived. This is gonna be epic, brace yourselves for another showdown." And on the other hand, another unknown person was coming towards Cheng. Seeing him, Cheng asks him, "In order to prevent me from challenging the secret realm, don't you think it's a little too shameless for you guys to send people one after the other?" Hearing Cheng's words, the unknown person smiles and starts saying to Cheng, "Cheng Kaimo, don't think that you're invincible. Today, we're going to keep challenging you one by one to tire you out until you are ultimately defeated. I don't believe that after fighting 10 duels in a row, you'll still have the energy to go challenge the secret realms." Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "In that case, I'll just finish this quickly." As soon as he hears Cheng's words, sweat appears on the face of the unknown person, and he becomes very scared, and in his next movement, Cheng activates his skill and takes Gan out and starts attacking, and within a few moments he too defeats. Seeing him losing so quickly, all the teachers sitting in the meeting room become very surprised and start talking among themselves. What is this skill? How is teacher Zhu Liquan stunned in place? He has been forcefully stunned there. How can you even fight back in this situation? Cheng says angrily after defeat him, "Who's next? Hurry up and get over here, don't waste my time." After defeating the unknown person, Cheng stands in the battlefield and all the teachers and principal come there. Then we see an evil smile on Cheng's face and his eyes turn red, and then he says to all of them, "Since you're all here, then why don't you all line up and we can do this one by one." While Cheng is talking to all of them, suddenly another unknown person moves forward to attack Cheng and says, "What nonsense, I'm a level 27 berserker, let me test your skills." By the time he comes near Cheng, Cheng starts attacking him with his gun and defeats him too. After losing that too, Cheng says next. As soon as Cheng says this, 3 unknown persons move towards attacking Cheng and say to Cheng, "You arrogant kid, I Qin Xinxi am level 32 and I'll teach you a lesson. Huang Hilu am level 35 and I'll join too. Zhu Yuanhua am level 38. And after a few moments we see all 3 of them lying on the ground and Cheng defeats them too. Seeing them all defeating, the principal gets very angry and starts thinking, our school doesn't have any more teachers below level 38. So, according to the rules, I can't block this kid anymore. But how can I resign myself to surrender the foundation of our school that we've held for the past 100 years? How about I just get rid of this kid here? What, I'm being watched. There's an expert protecting this kid from behind the scenes. If I were to make a move right now, I would be basically guaranteeing my own death." After thinking all this, he says to Cheng smilingly, "I can't keep trying to prevent him from challenging the secret realms, otherwise I'm afraid that I won't even be able to keep my position as principal. Since it's known that student Cheng's strength is unmatched, when the school's teachers heard about student Cheng's arrival, it seems that they were a bit too overenthusiastic. Student Cheng Kainmo, this way please." We see that Cheng was being discussed everywhere, and news about Cheng was coming in every newspaper. And on the other hand, a meeting was going on in Zhong City College. Inside the meeting, Principal Kang was telling everyone sitting there, "I believe everyone has felt the rapid progress in our school's advancement in the recent days. and everything originated from the performance of student Cheng Kainmo in the past 2 weeks. The reason for calling everyone here today is to discuss a certain matter. Our Zhang City College plans to confer student Cheng Kainmo with the honorary president title. Who agrees and who disagrees? Since everyone has no objections. Then when student Cheng Kainmo returns, we will hold the ceremony. But where did this kid run off to again? After causing such a huge commotion, he vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Cheng is fighting monsters in Apocalypse Continent, and with his sword, he defeats all the monsters standing there in front of him. After defeating the monster, a window notification appears in front of Cheng that reads, "Congratulations to the host for reaching level 20. The transformation system has been upgraded T to LV3. The current transformation slots is 46. All passive skills have been upgraded to LV3. Cheng becomes very happy after seeing so many abilities and starts thinking. The passive Gatling gun not only increased 5% of its activation chance, but also increased the number of bullets by 5. That's at least a 50% increase in damage. And the invincibility period of the Ripple Slash is now 4 seconds. There will be numerous possibilities as to how I operate it from now on. After getting an overall upgrade to my passive skills, there's a huge increase to the damage I can deal. I have to consider things carefully for the last 2 transformation slots. I just plundered the top 20 schools in Zhang City and have collected all the materials I need. Let's forge the weapon that transcends the current era first. After thinking so much, Cheng starts going inside a building, and after going inside that building, a person standing there was doing something with a hammer. Then Cheng says to that person, "Can I learn forging and equipment manufacturing here?" Hearing Cheng's words, the man said to Cheng without turning back, "The learning fee is 50 gold coins, and the subcontract fee starts from 100 gold coins. If you have no money, then leave quickly, don't waste my time." Hearing his words, Cheng becomes very surprised and says, "Good fellow, isn't that too underhanded? Isn't the standard learning fee for forging 20 gold coins?" Looking at how this old man is dressed, he doesn't seem like a man of greed. Could it be that all the money he earned is spent on upgrading his forging experience? Is he one of those forging experts that's obsessed with making equipment? Hearing Cheng's words, the man gets a little angry and asks Cheng, "Too expensive for you? It's always been this price. Think about your own circumstances. Did you work hard on killing monsters and earning money all these years?" Hearing the words of that unknown person, Cheng starts leaving from there and shows him a folded paper in his hand and says, "Then forget about it. It's a pity I am embarrassingly short of money. I don't know when this exceptional blueprint in my hands will ever see the light of day." Hearing about that blueprint from Cheng's mouth, the unknown person becomes very surprised and looks at the blueprint and thinks, "This blueprint isn't simple." Thinking this, he starts stopping Cheng and pleadingly asks him, Where did you get this blueprint from? Quickly, let me take a look." After listening to him, Cheng tells him, "I will let you have a look. But regarding the learning fee for forging." Then Cheng gives him the blueprint. After taking the blueprint in his hand, the unknown person says to Cheng, "What fees? The learning book is on the shelf on the right. Go read it yourself." Then Cheng picks up the book and starts reading, and as soon as he reads the book, a window notification comes in which it is written, "Congratulations, you have successfully learned basic forging. The current lowest grade you can forge is outstanding grade green. You need 10,000 points of forging exp to level up to intermediate forging. Please work hard." And on the other hand, that unknown person looks at the blueprint and thinks in his mind, "Whoever came up with this blueprint is an exceptional genius. I have been forging for more than 30 years and I can't understand it." Then we see Cheng approaching the unknown person, and he starts taking the blueprint from him and says, "This blueprint is something I edited from the collective work of numerous masters from my previous life. This is a weapon that can seamlessly connect into different forms. The exquisiteness of it is not something a normal person can understand. Since you don't understand it, I will go somewhere else." After listening to Cheng's words, the unknown person joins hands front of Cheng and says to him, "Although I don't fully understand it, I do understand the principle behind it. Please allow me to participate in the manufacturing of this weapon. As for the subcontract fees and materials fees, I will provide it free of charge." Cheng gets very surprised after hearing the words of that unknown person and tells him, "But I only prepared one set of the main materials needed. If I fail, I will have to collect everything again. How about this? I have 4 other blueprints here. You will forge it for free, and I can see how your skill is." After listening to Cheng's words, the unknown person thinks for 2 hours, and after thinking for so long, he shows Cheng all his objects and says, "Come take a look. I forged them with my full effort and used up quite a lot of my treasured materials." Then Cheng takes off his gloves and looks at them with great surprise, and after some time we see Cheng wears all the objects lying there and then thinks, "I did not judge him wrong. This old man's forging ability is indeed not bad." These are all outstanding grade blueprints with an average level of 15, but he made them all into level 25 equipment with excellent grade. As soon as he thinks this, the status window opens in front of Cheng, seeing which Cheng becomes very happy and thinks, "My combat power increased by 3,000. In the history of Xia country, I am afraid there aren't any students with a combat power of 16,000. Then we see an unknown person calling from outside and saying, "Zhang Lao, the materials that you need, I collected them all. You should be able to forge the weapon for me today." How did you become an advanced forging master? Did you pay money and go through a back door? There are people discussing forging skills in the living room. After making noise for so long, when no sound comes from inside, he goes inside and removes the curtain and looks, and after removing the curtain and thinks. You can't even differentiate between loose tool forging and open die forging. Sorry, this is my first time hearing these two terms. He sees that some unknown person was treating Ding as if he was his master. Seeing this, he becomes very surprised and thinks, "Am I seeing things? A young man is actually reprimanding Zhang Lao." Seeing this, Huang waved his hand and said, "Zhang Lao, it's me Xiao Huang, I'm here." Then both of them see him, and Cheng gets very surprised to see him. Seeing Cheng looking at him like this, Huang gets very surprised, sweat starts appearing on his face, and he thinks in his mind, "Why is this young man looking at me with a strange expression? No, I remember the last time when an old homosexual tried to sleep with me. He also had such an expression." Looking at Huang, Cheng thinks in his mind, "Huang Tian, I didn't expect to run into a teammate from my previous life." Huang Tian, the #1 sword soul god in the game Apocalypse, he was level 98. He is meticulous and calm, and his control over the battlefield and every opportunity were sublime. Moreover, he became world famous with his superb swordsmanship. Our friendship in my previous life started in the game, but developed in real life as well. In the end, we became good friends that could talk about everything. After all this, we see that after 2 hours Zhang makes a sword and gives it to Huang, seeing which Huang becomes very happy and says, as expected of Zhang Lao, to actually forge the level 24 excellent grade weapon Cruel Barb. Not that I am boasting, but not many people can beat me in forging in the entire Xia country. Cheng holding the weapon in his hand and thinking about it. The base damage is actually 25% higher compared to my previous life. I suppose no one would expect a level 20 student to have a weapon with a base damage of 150. Then Cheng says smilingly, "Change to gun form." As soon as Cheng says this, the weapon gets involved in gun confirmation, seeing which the two people standing there get very surprised, and one of them says, "This really a weapon that I took part in forging. It's such an exquisite design, you could even say it's an unparalleled masterpiece." Seeing that weapon and listening to the person standing next to him, Hunga also says, "Is this the legendary silver weapon? It can freely change its form. That's too overpowered." After engaging in gun form, Cheng commands the weapon again and says, "Change to spear form." Here's Cheng's command. The weapon gets activated in spear form, which makes Cheng very happy. After this, a notification starts appearing on the screen which reads, "Congratulations, you have successfully bound your soul to the rank's silver weapon, flowing light 1,000-bladed umbrella. A weapon that's bound to the soul will not be dropped upon death. Others will be unable to use it as well. The weapon is currently in an unsharpened state. All attributes will be reduced by 50% temporarily. To sharpen the weapon, you will need to soak it in the fresh blood of a boss-rank creature that's above level 25. All abilities will be unlocked after. Then the moment shifts, and we see the location Razor Wetlands mid-rank secret realm fixed level 26. Powerful party recruiting, level 27 warrior leader, looking for a level 25 healer, will lead the party with absolute efficiency. I am a level 22x baby looking for a party. I don't need any of the equipment drops. I only want exp to raise to my level. And we see Chang also standing at that location, and he thinks, 10 more minutes till the appointed time. I guess he's still the same as he was in my previous life, always right on time. Thinking so much, Chang opens his screen and starts changing something on it. And while changing, he thinks, it just so happens that I have to make some preparations before the battle. Let's set up the remaining 2 transformation slots first. Let's transform the Void Sphere of an Elementalist first. Not bad. After transforming the Void Sphere into a passive skill, it does indeed have a huge improvement. If I use minor magic spells to activate the passive, during the 15 seconds cooldown of the Void Sphere, I can activate it at least 2-3 times. That's quite a significant amount of damage. Next, for the second transformation slot, I want to leave it for a status skill. But I don't know if the system will be able to transform it successfully, so let's try it first. After choosing Dazzle Mark, Chang becomes very surprised and thinks, the reason for choosing Dazzle Mark Dark Element is because it increases the damage of Dark Element skills. It will work well together with the Void Sphere. But I didn't expect that after the status skill was transformed into a passive skill, the time limit got completely removed, and the specific skill for activation is no longer needed in the future. If I were to transform all the different elemental dazzle marks into passive skills, then when I use a spear to attack, wouldn't be able to generate 5 different elemental dazzle marks with a swing of my spear. That's too ridiculous. While Chang was doing all this, other people standing there started talking among themselves and said, damn, even a level 20 is here to become an ex-baby. That's too lazy. Didn't you see his class? He is a national treasure, a vagrant. All of them are talking till Hunga comes there, and seeing him they all get very surprised and say, look, Huang Tian is here. Wow, he is Huang Tian from Blue Wind College, one of the top 10 universities. So handsome. He is so young, and yet he is already at level 28. He is indeed the most talented sword soul in the country in the past 30 years. Why is he here at the Razor Wetlands? Is he here to set a record for the secret realm? Then we see Hunga smiling and saying to Chang, expert, let's go. Hearing Hunga's words, Chang says to him laughingly, just call me Lao Mo from now on. Saying this, both of them start moving towards the portal, and the people standing there get very surprised to see both of them. And while talking among themselves they say, that vagrant actually knows Big Shot the Huang Tian. Moreover, if I didn't hear wrong, Big Shot Huang Tian actually called that guy an expert. What exactly is the origin of this vagrant? Razor Wetlands, located in the depths of the thorny jungle northwest of the Novice region. Razor Wetlands mid-rank secret realm level, 26. Razor Highlands mid-rank Segret realm level, 40. It's different from the college's secret realm. This kind of fixed-level secret realm can only be accessed by traveling through the field maps. The difficulty is higher as well. There's also a level 40 mid-rank secret realm besides the Razor Wetlands, known as the Razor Highlands. According to legends, the formation of these 2 secret realms are related to the ancient half-god Nijikamu. Nijikamu is an immortal giant wild boar that's wrapped with thorny vines. During a war between the gods, Nijikamu joined the righteous faction and killed the evil Burning Legion. The battle between him and the Abyss leader Manos traverses across the entire continent of Apocalypse, although he died in battle in the end. His fresh blood sprinkled upon the thorny jungle, nourishing the countless animals, plants, and even minerals. A group of Quillboars slowly came to possess intelligence due to it, and became believers of Nijikamu. They look forward to the rebirth of Nijikamu. That's why they have been protecting the thorny jungle for generations, thus forming the secret realms. Hunga tells Cheng after entering the portal. At the end of these two split paths, there's a mini-boss fetch mini-boss each. Later, you will stay behind me and kill the surviving monsters. You have to pay attention to your own safety. Hearing Hunga's words, Cheng smiles and tells him, Lao Huang, how about we have a competition? We will pick a path each. Let's see who can kill the boss and return here first. How about it? Hunga is very surprised to hear Cheng's words and asks him in surprise, Are you sure? You, a level 20 vagrant, want to compete in a speedrun with me, a level 28 sword soul. Aren't you afraid of the damage penalty between you and the level 26 monsters? Moreover, the monsters here are always at least in a team of 4. Hearing his words, Cheng tells him smilingly, Why, you don't dare to compete. Hearing his words, Hunga puts his hand on his head and tells him, If you die later, don't blame it on me. While Hunga was saying all this, Cheng disappears from there, seeing which Hunga gets confused and thinks, There's more monsters on the left path compared to the right. For his safety, I better go to the left. Then we see that Cheng was going in this direction, and Hunga calls out to him from behind and says to him, Why are you stealing the path I want to go? Ignoring his words, Cheng moves forward. When Hunga sees this happening, Hunga becomes very angry and thinks, I don't know whether you are a highly skilled person with courage or an ignorant person without worries. After walking some distance, 4 monsters appear in front of Hunga, seeing whom Hunga comes into fighting position and thinks of attacking them while moving ahead and smiling. 4 of them appeared suddenly, can't be careless. Thinking this, Hunga takes out his sword and starts attacking all 4 of them with his sword, and continuously attacks them with his skill air combo / due to which they get defeated in some time. After defeating them, Hunga says, It hasn't even been 10 minutes. I am already at the 1/3 point of the journey. Can you really keep up with my speed? Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, Or maybe you are already dead. Saying this, Cheng moves forward, and there are many masters standing in front of him, seeing which Cheng takes out his weapon, and as soon as the weapon comes out, Cheng says, I will let you guys have a taste of the power of my new weapon. As soon as he says this, he transfers his weapon into gun form, and after doing so, he starts attacking all the monsters standing in front of him with his gun, due to which gradually all the monsters start killing, and within some time all masters lose. Cheng thinks smilingly after defeating all the monsters standing there. 1 round of firing uses more than 50 bullets, with an average damage of 170. I didn't spend all my efforts of forging you in vain. This kind of damage can't be done without some kind of plugins. Huang attacking the monster with his rural phantom blade technique. Due to this one attack of Huang, the monster is completely destroyed and falls to the ground. After defeating the monster, Huang looks at his sword smiling and thinking, Today's performance was pretty good. I just set a new personal record in 27 minutes. Switching to the cruel barb really boosted my strength. I bet Lao Mo is still struggling with those minor mobs. Thinking so much, sweat comes on his face, and he thinks nervously. More likely, he's already respawned at the graveyard. Then the moment shifts, and we see a person sitting in the middle of the forest, and that person is none other than Cheng. Then Huang goes to him and asks him, Lao Mo, you're back already. Cheng starts smiling after listening to Huang's words. Seeing Cheng's smile, Huang starts laughing nervously and tells him, No worries. Running away is the smartest move at your level, no shame in that. Saying this, Huang starts leaving from there, and while leaving, shows his hand and says to Cheng, Stay put, I'll handle the path ahead. Saying this, Huang starts moving very fast from there towards the forest, and after walking some distance, he thinks in his mind, Weird, why aren't there any monsters here? After walking some distance, he saw that someone had defeated a lot of monsters and gathered them at one place. Huang gets very surprised after seeing the sight and thinks, What's going on here? Why are there piles of elite Borman corpses? Thinking this, he starts moving forward very fast and thinks, This is the 7th pile. How can Lao Mo take down so many high-level monsters at once? Even I can't manage that. Could it be that this level 20 solo player is stronger than me? Wasn't Agam supposed to be here? The level 27 elite Borman priest. Even if he's dead, where's his body? While Huang was thinking all this, suddenly Cheng comes from behind and tells him, "Look up at the sky." Hearing Cheng's words, Huang looks up and becomes very surprised and thinks, "How about that? Are you convinced now?" Lao Mo followed the level 27 elite Borman priest Agam. Thinking this, he says to Cheng smilingly, "Lao Mo, you've got my respect. You're way too strong. Tell me, how did you do it?" Cheng becomes very happy after hearing Huang's words and tells him, "It's not that hard, you could do it too. As long as you are using the skill. Did you catch all that just now?" Huang starts writing Cheng's words in a book. Then from there Cheng starts leaving. Seeing him leaving, Huang says to him smilingly, "Let's go, let's continue with the challenges ahead." The development plan for the future #1 soul sword officially begins. The moment shifts, and we see Huang fighting the monsters, and he attacks all the monsters one by one. Then suddenly a monster comes after him. Cheng attacks the monster who comes behind Huang with his gun. Seeing that attack, Huang gets very shocked and thinks, "Your timing just now was off by 0.2 seconds. While Huang was thinking, suddenly two monsters move forward to attack him. Then he separates them from the middle with his sword and thinks, "Watching Lao Mo's skills in action made me realize the full extent of our difference. It's all-encompassing. What's even more astonishing is that Lao Mo seems to be intimately familiar with all my combat habits. It's as if he knows me better than my own mom." After separating those two monsters from the middle, suddenly another monster comes behind him, and then Huang gets scared and thinks, "Damn it, haven't finished the skill cooldown yet." While Huang was thinking this, the monster attacks him, due to which he flies into the air and falls very far. Seeing Huang falling like this, Cheng tells him smilingly, "Oh my, is this the most promising soul sword god across the Xia country in the last 30 years? Are you trying to kill me with laughter?" Hearing Cheng's words, Huang tells him, "Lao Mo, your standards are ridiculously high. After all that talk, you expect me to defeat the Overlord Mutasi and his minions without a scratch. Do you think everyone's as freakish as you?" Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "Do you know why you couldn't even dodge Mutasi's basic attacks earlier? As a warrior, your instincts often overlook minor damages from your surroundings. Thinking you found the perfect moment, you blindly go for quick attacks. And that's what really messes up your attack rhythm. True timing is about accuracy, not speed. Often, striking later can give you the upper hand. Once you understand that, you'll be able to use everything I've taught you. Not bad, you have some intuition. That's the Huang Qian I know. Do you want to become the Tianqi continent's #1 soul sword god? Follow me, and you'll surely become the Tianqi continent's greatest soul sword god." Huang becomes very happy after hearing Cheng's words and shakes his hand and says, "All right, Lao Mo, I believe in you." And as soon as he does this, he starts moving rapidly towards the monster and says, "I will become the Tianqi continent's #1 soul sword god. How could I give up in such a minor scenario?" Saying this, he attacks the monster with his sword, and the monster also attacks him, and due to Huang's attack, the monster flies in the air, and then Huang thinks, "An opening. When the enemy is preparing to attack, changing my position will alter its attack accordingly. I must wait for the enemy's preparation to end before dodging. No, just another 2 seconds." While Huang was thinking all this, the monsters attack him, but Huang dodges the attack and says, "Now." Saying this, he attacks all 3 monsters simultaneously with his sword, and after attacking, he thinks while smiling, "Is this what walking on a tightrope feels like? This method of combat where every move needs to be premeditated. Can it really be this exhilarating?" Huang is fighting the monster, and Cheng standing behind is smiling at him and thinking, "The strongest Tianqi soul sword is finally awakening." Then we see that after defeating all the monsters, Huang goes to Cheng and tells him, "Lao Mo, you're truly incredible with your teaching skills. You could at least be a grade director at our Blue Sky Academy." Hearing his words, Cheng said to him as he passed by, "If you can grasp even half of the combat techniques I've taught today, my efforts won't be in vain. Here's the last lesson for today. Then the moment shifts and we see Karlger Stibrisk, the great shaman of the Borman tribe, has 4 skills. A 2-second purification and the instant heal and mana spear. They are all auxiliary skills. Seeing the monster, Cheng starts smiling and says, "Your final lesson is to try and interrupt all his non-damaging skills. Leave all the damage dealing to me, you just focus on the interruptions. The fight won't last long, so no need to feel pressured." Saying this, Cheng attacks the monster and starts moving towards it rapidly and says, "Today, your blood will serve to sharpen my weapon." Cheng moving forward to attack the monster with his weapon and thinking, Karlger Stibrisk possesses an extraordinary ability to heal. I can't just rely on ranged attacks to defeat it. And as soon as he thinks this, he starts attacking the monster, due to which the monster starts screaming in pain. And in the next moment we see the marks of wounds on the monster's stomach and blood starts coming out from it. Seeing him shouting like this, Cheng starts smiling and thinks, indeed, the war spear form is the optimal choice at this moment. Not only does it minimize attack penalties, it also stacks the Shadow Dazzle mark. Due to Cheng's attack, the monster becomes very angry and a green aura starts appearing around the monster. Then the monster shouts and says, "Despicable humans, I will annihilate you all on behalf of the great Nijikamu." Saw the monster so angry, Cheng says to Huang, "It's your turn, Lao Huang." After Cheng says this, Huang takes out his weapon and moves forward very fast to attack the monster, and the next moment he attacks. Looking at his attack, Huang says smilingly, "Haha, gotcha." The monster begins to heal whatever damage it took from Huang's attack. Seeing this, Huang becomes very confused and points his finger at the monster and says, "What the heck, he can cast continuously, that's just unfair." Cheng tells him after listening to his words, "Stay focused, don't miss the next chance." And after saying this, Cheng starts attacking the monster again, and the next moment Huang also starts attacking the monster with his sword. Then Huang attacks with his skill Ghost Slash. Immediately after the attack, the monster starts healing itself again, seeing which Huang says, "Here we go again, he's starting that annoying casting again. But my Ghost Slash skill is still in cooldown." And after saying this, he starts moving towards attacking the master again and says, "I've no choice but to use that move." And as soon as he says this, he makes a strong attack on the monster. Seeing Huang's attack, Cheng also comes into the attacking position and says, "Well done, you're finally getting it. Next, I'll perform a disappearing health bar trick." And after saying this, Cheng attacks the monster, and immediately after Cheng's attack, the monster falls on the ground and shouts, "No, I can't die. I must wait for the great Nijikamu to descend upon the earth again." Huang says smiling immediately after defeating the monster, "Nice. You dealt over 1,000 damage in one hit. Lao Mo, you're amazing. I can assure you, Lao Mo, because of you, the vagrant profession will have countless followers, just like always. After every sharp move I make, Lao Huang never skimps on the praise." After listening to his words, Cheng thinks in his mind, "If I could manage to rally my old comrades in the near future, I can imagine us once again dominating the continent of Tiangi, ascending to the very pinnacle of glory. What a marvelous dream that would be." Then the moment shifts, and we see Huang pointing a finger at a hut and saying to Cheng, "Lao Mo, take a look at the tent and the thorny passage below. That's the final challenge. It is home to 100 elite Borman. Our only task is to rescue the goblin trapped in the tent and safely escort him to the end of the passage. Then we'll have truly conquered this level. We've only spent 2 hours and 3 minutes so far. All we need to do is proceed with caution, step by step. I'm sure we'll break the record." After listening to his words, Cheng tells him, "Lao Huang, are you up for a thrilling challenge?" Huang asks him, smiling as he hears the thrill coming from Cheng's mouth. "How thrilling?" And before Huang could say anything further, Cheng gave him a strong kick and told him, "Super thrilling, now go." And the next moment, a scene is seen inside the hut where the monster has imprisoned a green goblin, and the next moment Huang is flying in the air and moving towards that hut, and the next moment he is on top of the monster. Goes and falls very fast, and immediately after falling says, "That hurts." The goblin says, looking at the Huang, "Kind human, have you come to rescue me? I offer you my highest." Before the goblin could say anything further, Huang held it in his hand and started running very fast, and behind Huang, many monsters also started chasing him. Then Huang said, running away, "Less talking, more running. Lao Mo, this is way too thrilling. Are you trying to kill me?" Upon hearing his words, Cheng attacks him with the ice wall the very next moment, and immediately after the attack he tells Huang, "Lao Huang, keep the goblin safe. I'll handle the thwarting and dealing of damage." After listening to Cheng's words, Huang tells him, "Lao Mo, you're insane. How could you make such a commotion? Are you planning to face 100 elite boarmen alone? Fine, I guess today I'm risking my life for you, nobleman." Saying this, Huang starts running away from there, and the next moment we see Cheng surrounded by many masters, seeing which Cheng is smiling and thinking, "Done now, all the elite boarmen warriors are gathered together." And thinking this, Cheng starts switching his weapon to machine gun, and as soon as the weapon is switched, he starts attacking all those monsters with cannon fire. Both Goblin and Huang are surprised to see Cheng's attack. Then Huang tells Cheng, "Could it be? You are not here to save me. With so many boarmen warriors, how am I supposed to get out?" Hearing his words, Cheng said smilingly, "Watch closely, I'll perform the black sphere stewing boarmen trick." Saying this, Cheng switches his weapon again, and immediately after switching he gets ready to attack the monsters, and in the next moment he attacks all of them with a big green ball. Huang contemplates Cheng's attack in his mind. Is this Lao Mo's trump card? The damage is explosive, but the void sphere only lasts 4 seconds with a cooldown of a whole 15 seconds. Once the void sphere dissipates, the boarmen warriors will surely scatter. What will you do then? While Huang was thinking all this, Cheng starts attacking the masters with his second move, seeing which Huang gets surprised and tells Cheng, "Big bro, time's running short, unleash your big moves now." Saw Huang shouting like this, Cheng tells him, "Don't rush. Even the magic bullet has its clever uses." Saying this, Cheng attacks the masters with magic bullet. Huang gets very surprised after seeing Cheng's attack and thinks in his mind, "Is this a miracle? Where did these 2 new void spheres come from?" He thinks to himself, smiling at his attack. Void sphere skill has a long cooldown and high mana cost. Usually, a normal class can only cast it once without mana potions. But once activated passively, the mana cost of Void Sphere becomes 0, allowing multiple castings. It perfectly compensates for my large-scale AoE damage shortcoming. Thinking this, Cheng said to Huang with a smile, "Lao Huang, follow me, and you too will create many miracles." Immediately after Cheng says this, a notification comes which reads, "Congratulations to Cheng Qianmo and Huang Tian for setting a new record in Razor Wetlands, finishing in 2 hours and 14 minutes. The team's average level is 24, currently ranked first." Chapter end here. That after defeating the monster, a notification shows up which reads, "Congratulations to Cheng Qianmo and Huang Tian for setting a new record in the Razor Wetlands, completing it in just 2 hours and 14 minutes. Their team's average level is 24, now ranked number 1. After defeating the monsters so quickly, Cheng and Huang become number 1 in the ladder board. Seeing which the people standing there are very surprised, and while talking among themselves they say, "Damn, that's awesome. They finished in just over 2 hours. This new record beats the second-place team, Zhao Yufei's, by a whole 37 minutes. Huang Tian is a legend. He's setting records even while carrying a newbie." Then we see that Huang has a new skill in his hand, seeing which he becomes very happy, and immediately after that he asks Chen, "Lao Mo, I just scored a rare shoulder guard, item level 35, from a golden treasure chest. What did you get?" After saying this, Huang is very surprised after seeing Cheng's skill in his hands and tells him, "Damn, a second advancement item. And it comes with phantom form. This thing is off the charts. If you auction this, it could fetch up to 50 million blue star coins. Lao Mo, you've hit the jackpot." Then suddenly we see the Green Goblin says to both of them, "Kind humans, thank you for rescuing me from those dreadful wild boar men. I've accidentally uncovered a secret connection between them and the undead scourge. I've recorded everything in a secret letter. It's buried at coordinates 38,226,922. I hope you can help me complete this mission. Thanks again. I need to head home to recover now." Saying this and giving them a letter, the Green Goblin disappears. By the time Cheng was reading the letter, his facial expression had changed a lot, and then Huang asked him sarcastically, "Could this be one of those legendary hidden quests? How come I've never stumbled upon it before?" Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "Of course, this hidden quest triggers only if you escort the goblin to the dungeon exit within 10 minutes. A standard approach would never meet this condition. This quest points to the Razor Highlands, but our current level isn't sufficient. Let's challenge it together after our second awakening." Huang is very happy to hear Cheng's words and tells him smilingly, "All right, I'll speed up my leveling. Then Lao Mo, let's head out." While Huang was saying all this, Cheng puts his hand on his shoulder and smiles and says, "Don't rush, I've got a place to show you." Then the moment shifts and we see that both of them reach the place where Cheng was talking about. And suddenly there is a huge explosion, and the one who made the explosion is none other than Huang. After some time due to the explosion, a huge crater is formed in the cave. Then Huang was surprised and said, "There really is something behind this wall. Lao Mo, how did you know?" Saying this, he goes inside the cave, and as soon as he goes inside the cave, he gets very scared and sweat starts appearing on his face. Then he says, "This is an altar. I've only seen pictures in textbooks before. It's said that an altar allows awakeners to learn a skill from another class covertly. I never imagined such a precious resource would appear in a level 26 dungeon." Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "The location recorded on that map is right here." Actually, it's because I've already memorized the location of the altar." Huang becomes very happy after hearing Cheng's words and says, "Lao Mo, you have such valuable information, and you're willing to share it with me. Lao Mo, I love you." Seeing his such actions, Cheng tells him, "Stop acting like a drama queen. Just activate the altar and see what skill you can learn." Then Huang touches both his hands on the altar, and as soon as he touches, his skill Rage Burst starts showing. Then he says, "I learned the Berserker's Rage Burst. For a sword soul, it's like adding wings to a tiger." As soon as he says this, he jumps down from there and comes to the ground and says, "Go ahead, Lao Mo. I'm even more excited to see what skill you'll learn." Hearing his words, Cheng says, "Logically, a level 26 altar should only teach first advancement skills. What other skill could it possibly let me steal?" Saying this, he goes near the altar and places his hand on it. Then suddenly he becomes very surprised and thinks, "So that's how it is." As soon as he thinks this, a notification appears which reads, "Because you're a spellbinder, you've already mastered all the first advancement skills. You may choose to learn one of the second advancement skills from any class. Currently available skills include Death Tombstone, Mountain Splitting Slash, Quantum Explosion, and Annihilation Black Hole." After reading the notification, he thinks in his mind, "Considering the current forms available to my Flowing Light Thousand-Bladed Umbrella, I should opt for a ranged damage skill. I choose the Berserker's Quantum Explosion. This finally covers the shortcoming of super long-range damage. Now, my firepower has no blind spots." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng again going to Zhang and looking at Cheng. Zhang says to him, "Young friend, what brings you here? I didn't expect you two to be so formidable. You even hit a new record in the Razor Wetlands." As soon as he says this, Cheng tells him, "Elder Zhang, I'll need to borrow your anvil and furnace for a few days. I want to rush to intermediate level forging before my entrance exam." As soon as he hears about the exam from Cheng's mouth, Zhang becomes very surprised and says, "Entrance exam? You're still just a third-year academy student." "No. This isn't right. There are still 4 days until the entrance exam. Aren't you going back to prepare? With your talent for cultivation, you must not let blacksmithing delay your exam." Moreover, upgrading to an intermediate blacksmith requires 10,000 XP points. Not to mention, 4 days, much less even 40 days, might not be enough. Hearing his words, Cheng smiles and gives him the bloodstone, saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Seeing the bloodstones, Zhang becomes very surprised and says, "These are Nijikamu's bloodstones. That must be at least 50 units. Even clearing the razor wetlands 100 times might not yield this much." Then Cheng says smilingly, "I have my methods. Although Nijikamu's bloodstones have an extremely low drop rate, a combo attack reaching 100 will trigger a bug that ensures a drop. This is why I used only the Void Sphere in the final challenge." Hearing his words, Zhang shows him the bloodstone and says, "Using Nijikamu's bloodstones for forging can triple the forging experience. With so many bloodstones, you might really be able to create a miracle." Then we see that after some time it becomes night, and Zhang shows him a sword and tells him, "Are you reincarnated from a hammer or something?" The first piece of equipment crafted was a success, and even broke through the limits of superior. "Oh God, how is your material loss so minimal? What's the principle here? Can you teach me?" 3 days later. Cheng has a book in his hand, and a notification shows on the screen which reads, "Congratulations, you've successfully learned intermediate forging. You can now craft items of at least rare quality." Zhang is very surprised to see Cheng learning everything so quickly and says, "You are a monster. In just 3 days, not only did you earn 10,000 forging experience from scratch, you even used 50 units of Nijikamu's bloodstones to craft 46 finished products. A newbie's first forging attempt achieving a 92% success rate. Although my own forging talent is enough to rank among the top on the Tiangi continent, compared to you, it's simply not worth mentioning." After learning everything and listening to his words, Cheng starts leaving from there and says while leaving, "Elder Zhang, I'll leave these pieces of equipment here for consignment. As for the price, just sell them as you see fit. I trust your judgment. Once I pass the entrance exam, I'll come back to find you." Lu's saying to Cheng outside the exam center, "You little rascal, you finally decided to show up? I thought you were going to skip the entrance exam altogether." Then suddenly Cheng asks him, "Mr. Lu, what's all this fuss about?" After listening to Cheng's words, Lu tells him, "You'll see soon enough. But before that, let me go over some details about the entrance exam. The exam will be held at Hanwu City Central Gymnasium, attended by over 400,000 students." Cheng gets confused after hearing his words and asks, "Why do we have to go somewhere else for the exam?" Seeing Cheng so confused, Lu tells him, "Jiang City is just a small prefecture-level city among the 32 cities in Hebei province. It's not qualified to host the exam site. This time, the exam's dungeon is called Nomorjin, level 20. With a total of 4 bosses, you must defeat at least 2 to pass. The exam dungeon has been specially modified by Blue Star scientists. There are no penalties for death, but everyone only gets 1 chance. Today's exam results will directly determine your future potential. Speaking of which, you've played a major role in making Zhong City Academy as strong as it is today, kid. So, I've planned a little surprise for you." When he hears the surprised words from Lu's mouth, Cheng becomes more confused and asks, "What surprise?" After Cheng says this, Lu opens the gate, and then Cheng sees that all the students and the principal of the university are standing there, and seeing Cheng they start saying, "Look, it's Senior Cheng Kaimo. Senior, you are our eternal pride. Give it your all tomorrow. Hee. I want to try being a vagrant next year too." "Right, we'll strive to follow in your footsteps." Then we see Principal Lu announce, "Dear students, today is the day all third-year students from Zhong City Academy march to the entrance exam. But before that, I have a major announcement. After discussions at the highest levels of the new Zhong City Academy, we've unanimously decided to award Chang Kaian Mo the title of Honorary President." After hearing these words from the principal, all the students start saying, "We fully support the Academy's decision. Without Cheng Kai-mo, there would be no new Zhang City. Cheng becomes very confused by this announcement and thinks, honorary president. How can the organization decide to make me, a mere third-year student, the honorary president? Thinking this much, Cheng feels a little relaxed and suddenly announces, "All right, as long as Zhang City Academy stands by me, I will never let it down." As soon as Cheng says this, Principal Liu tells him, "By the way, the admission spot you gave up. The academy has decided to give it to Luo Jingjing." Then we suddenly see Jingming say to Cheng, "Classmate Cheng, may I ask you which top 10 colleges you are applying to?" As soon as Jingjing says this, Cheng's friend comes to him and tells him, "Luo Jingjing is too shy to say it directly, so let me rephrase it to you. She's into you and wants to attend the same college." Then Cheng says while holding his friend's ear, "You brat, you've successfully transitioned into a paladin. Have you thoroughly read the entrance exam manual I left?" Hearing Cheng's words, his friend tells him, "I read it, I've already studied it thoroughly." Seeing Cheng and Jingjing together, all the students sitting there started saying, "Luo Jingjing's beauty and Cheng Kai-mo's strength, they're a perfect match. Right, we should keep the talent within our academy. Get together. After all this, Cheng tells Jingjing, "Classmate Luo." As soon as he says this, Cheng becomes silent and takes out the phone from his pocket and talks on the phone and says, "Hello, I am Cheng Kai-mo. May I know who you are?" As soon as Cheng says this, the unknown caller says to Cheng, "I'm Wu Zhonglei, the standing committee member of Tianhai City Management Association. Let's meet." Then the moment shifts and we see entrance exam day. Hebei Province Capital, Hanwu City, entrance exam venue. All the students and Cheng are also sitting inside the bus. Then Cheng's friend tells him, "Luo Jingjing is such an outstanding girl. Why won't you accept her? It's such a waste." Cheng ignores his words and thinks to himself, "I didn't expect the Ding Hong incident would involve Zhang Hongshan, the executive vice president of Moling University. The person Wu Zhonglei mentioned who would protect me is probably that mysterious elder we met that day. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be dead and buried by now. Damn it." Seeing so many vehicles, people standing outside the exam center say, "What's going on? Why did Zhang City Academy bring so many cars?" Suddenly, seeing all this happening, all the students sitting in the car start saying to each other, "Bro, what's happening? Why did the entire academy's upper echelon step down there? It seems our academy didn't have enough parking spaces and accidentally took up the spaces of Hanwu Affiliated Academy. Damn, Hanwu Affiliated Academy, isn't that our province's top academy?" Then the unknown person says, "Enough noise. You from Zhang City Academy didn't report your numbers on time and blatantly occupied others' parking spaces. Everyone move your cars outside." Then President Guo and Han say, "Don't you know that the allocation of parking spaces and all other services at the exam venue are based on academy rankings?" Exactly. How dare a mere countryside academy make trouble here? While both of them are talking about all this, suddenly Wu comes and says, "Everyone seems so energetic this early in the morning." Suddenly seeing Wu there, the president gets a little nervous and says to Wu, "Mr. Wu, what brings you here? Please wait a moment, I'll arrange for the entire association's upper echelon to meet you." Hearing the president's words, Wu tells him, "There's no need for that. I'm here just for a personal matter. There's no need to follow official protocol." Having said this, Wu goes to Principal Liu and tells him, "You must be Commissioner Liu from the Education Commission, right? May I know which student is Cheng Jianmo?" Seeing this happening, both the presidents become very confused and think, "What's going on?" A standing committee member actually came all the way to see a student. Zhang City Academy is just a mid-tier academy. How did they manage to form connections with someone as influential as Wu Zhonglei? Director Han, as you can see, will give this parking space to Zhang City Academy. Just then we see Wu meets Cheng and tells him, Indeed, truly a hero from the youth. Good, very good. Saying this, Wu gives a box to Cheng and tells him, "This is an apology from Moling University. Please accept it." Seeing this happening, the principal and all the teachers standing with him get very surprised, and then the principal says, "What on earth did Cheng Qianmo do to make Moling University, the national top 10 university, apologize to him?" After taking that box, Cheng says to Wu, "Mr. Wu, please convey my thanks to Vice President Zhang for the gift." Hearing Cheng's words, Wu said smilingly, "To accept a gift and still make a sarcastic comment. You really are something, kid. All right, I'll pass on your message." Seeing all this happening, Principal Lu thinks, "And to think you even know Mr. Wu. Today, our Zhang City Academy has once again benefited from your help. You just how many more surprises do you have for me?" Then the moment shifts, and we see Exam Monitoring Center. And all the people sitting there talk among themselves and say, "Did you hear? Hanwu Affiliated Academy just got slapped in the face by Zhang City Academy. We have a feud now. This year's entrance exam is going to be interesting to watch. Stop chatting. All the candidates have passed the testing device. Look, the top 1,000 potential rankings are out." Then the moment shifts and the exam starts, and we see that all the students and Cheng also starts teleporting, and while teleporting, Cheng thinks, "Today's exam results will directly determine my future potential. This time, I won't hold back. I will show everyone my true strength. Only by doing so can I gain enough status in the future. I hope I don't encounter another incident like the one at Moling University. Without that mysterious old man's help, relying on myself alone, I might have fallen into deep trouble. So I must become stronger. It's time to initiate the primary dungeon baptism." Luckily, I've refreshed all the primary buffs in Zhang City, giving me plenty of choices. Marwigan, formerly known as the City of Miracles, the congregation of paramount technology. It's now contaminated with radiation, leaving behind mutated monsters and machines that are out of control. Exam candidates have been sent to Marwigan's entrance of the underground. Exam begins. After the exam starts, we see Cheng at the location where he has to complete his first mission. Then Cheng looks down, and there are many monster rats below which are growling at Cheng. Seeing them, Cheng thinks in his mind, "At the end of this ring-shaped flight of steps will be the No One boss. The stairway is filled with mutated rats that are the size of a wolf. According to the standard process, I should be clearing monsters as I go down the steps. But I don't have to waste my time doing that." While Cheng thought all this, the rat moved forward to attack Cheng. Thinking this, Cheng activates the weapon. System. Activate hiding of equipment appearance. As soon as he does this, Cheng jumps down from there, and then he gets a little confused seeing the monster standing in front of him, and the next moment he says smilingly, "We meet again, my old friend." The monster becomes angry after seeing Cheng and hearing Cheng's words. Saying this, Cheng starts switching his weapon to gun and says, "This viscous fallout is slightly stronger than the ones outside. Not only is he 2 levels higher, his HP is also higher by 500. However, things are different now. With my current level and attributes, I have an additional 50% AI against you." As soon as he says this, Cheng starts attacking him, due to which the monster's HP starts decreasing, and after immediately defeating the monster, Cheng tells him, "To deal with you, 1 round of strafe is enough." And on the other hand, seeing all this, all the teachers sitting in the hall become very surprised and start saying to each other, "You all should have gotten an evaluation of their potential. However, it's just for reference. The real decisive factor for their entrance exam is still their performance in the secret realm." At this point in time, for the ring-shaped flight of steps, the students should have cleared a quarter. Am I seeing things? That Cheng Qianmo has already killed the viscous fallout. It's real. It's only been 2 minutes since we started. I really want to know how he did it. It's a pity we can't watch a replay. His performance in the second stage, we need to pay attention to it. While they are talking about all this, Cheng moves on to his next task, and there is a bomb monster standing in front of him. As soon as Chang reaches the bomb master, they all start talking among themselves again and say, "Isn't this Chang Kainmo a bit too arrogant to actually rush directly into a group of bomb bots? This bomb bot isn't a normal mob. Its bomb hurl is an indiscriminate AO attack. He wouldn't be able to take it on more than twice, even if he's level 20. It seems that even a student with a potential evaluation of SSS isn't anything much. He's just a reckless man." All the teachers are watching Chang on the screen, and Chang starts dodging the bomb monster's attack, seeing which all the teachers become even more surprised and say, "What kind of movement skill is that? It's such a narrow passage, and he actually didn't get hit by a single bomb hurl. Such foresight is inconceivable. This is an evildoer with a potential evaluation of SSS. Hold on, it's almost the end of the passageway. Where's Boss No 2? Is he crazy? He's pulling more than 100 bomb bots behind him. Wouldn't he be attacked from both the front and back? Chang Kainmo, how exactly are you planning to deal with this?" And on the other hand, Chang starts leaving from there, dodging the attacks of Bomb Master, and immediately after leaving from there, we see there is a huge spider web, and after some time a spider monster is also seen there. Chang is very happy to see. And after seeing the spider monster, Chang suddenly jumps on it, and the next moment Chang goes over it, and from the other side the Bomb Master starts attacking with bombs. Then Chang takes out his weapon. After taking out the weapon, Chang activates his skill and drops his clone on the Spider Master and jumps from there, and the next moment the bombs start attacking the spider monster, and on the other side Chang starts attacking the bomb monsters, and soon after we see the overload attack reach 100, and they all explode. Seeing all this happening, all the teachers sitting in the hall become very surprised and start saying among themselves, "He actually only used 2 insignificant skills and caused the boss and more than 100 mobs to end in mutual destruction. Genius. An absolute genius. This old man has been teaching his entire life, and I have never seen a student with such fighting talent. It's been 100 years, an astonishing talent has finally appeared. There's hope for the Xia country to rise up. The heavens blessed our Xia country. I suggest changing the main screen to the first-person view of Chang Kainmo." Seconded. "The screen in front of us is so small. What's the point of watching it?" Agreed. We need to carefully study the control of student Chang Kainmo. We need a bigger screen. That's right. If someone wants to watch their own students, then please use the small screen in front of you. Damn it. The leading role today should belong to our Hanwoo subsidiary college. Now it got stolen by some unknown student. But you are now under the scrutiny of hundreds of people. Your mistakes will be caught if you are not careful. I would like to see if you can continue to not make mistakes under the close watch of all the teachers here. After defeating the bomb monster, Chang moves towards his third task. As he approaches, he sees something strange and thinks, "This is Marwigan's trump card slaughter machine. According to the past year's usual practice, you will definitely be able to enter the top 10 universities if you defeat it. The reason why it's known as the gatekeeper of the top 10 universities is due to its abnormal duff skillaging halo. Aging halo, a periodic duff, discharged every 5 seconds. Increase physical damage taken by 5% to enemies within a 50-meter radius. This means, in just 1 minute, challengers will be taking 60% more physical damage, greatly increasing the chance of sudden death." Thinking this, Chang takes out his weapon and turns it into a sword and starts moving forward to attack and attacks the monster with his sword. After attacking with the sword, Chang goes after the monster with a slide tackle. And after going behind the monster, Chang holds the monster with both his hands and attacks the monster with a suplex. Seeing Chang doing this, all the teachers sitting in the hall get very surprised and start talking among themselves. What's going on with this kid to actually use suplex against such a heavy unit? Seems like he doesn't even have any basic knowledge. To think that actually thought he was some kind of genius. He's really extremely foolish. Something's not right. Look at the state of his body. He's actually not affected by the aging halo. Damn, it's true. Why is the physical damage duff not taking effect? How is that possible? He used the 0.1 second of iframe from suplex. After seeing Cheng becoming so powerful and invincible, all the teachers sitting in the hall start talking amongst themselves. What is invincibility? Certain skills during their activation contain an iframe. As the time frame for it is extremely short, not many people are able to fully make use of it. But as long as you are within an iframe, you are immune to all damage and abnormal statuses. All awakened professions will have a few skills like this. Could this be the reason why he chose to become a vagrant? On the other hand, Cheng moves forward to attack the boss and starts attacking him with his moves. Then suddenly Cheng takes out his weapon and starts moving towards the boss very fast and suddenly attacks him, due to which the boss's HP starts decreasing, and the next moment the monster boss starts healing itself. Seeing the monster do this, Cheng switches his weapon to a long sword. Seeing Cheng do this, all the teachers sitting in the hall are very surprised and start talking among themselves. It's a unique silver weapon. He's only level 20. How can he possess such a divine weapon? Does he have some kind of affluent background? Wait. Why is he not affected by the aging halo again? I understand. This time he is using the iframe from Ripple / such foresight, together with his pinnacle control. I am afraid others will not be able to do it their entire life. No wonder his potential evaluation is rank SSS. As he switches to his weapon, Cheng laughs with an evil smile and says, "The preparation is complete, time to finish it." And having said that, he starts attacking the monster with his move Dazzle Marks Launch. And in a short while, all of Cheng's attacks start connecting on the monster, due to which the monster's condition starts getting worse. Seeing the monster in such a condition, Cheng, standing far away, starts smiling. Seeing the monster in such a state, all the teachers sitting in the hall started talking. Damn, it's only been 24 minutes. You must know that the previous record for dating No 3 is 2 hours 31 minutes. Such a pity. If this kid changed his profession to Battle Mage, he can definitely become the 4th awakening Astarte in the future. Nonsense. With how he used the iframe of suplex, he can become a Kaiser. Drop it. From what I see, all your ambitions are too small. From what I can see, Cheng Qianmo might be heading down a brand new path. In the near future, his vagrant profession will be above all the others. Mechmoni Yorikarg, the reason why he became the final boss of Marwigan, isn't just because he is level 24, or because of his high HP and shockingly high physical defense. It's because once the battle starts, the 6 passages that lead to the boss room will continuously spawn all the monsters that had appeared within this transcript. To defeat him, the challenger will have to face the boss and the countless mobs that appear from all directions. A moment of carelessness will drown you within the waves of mobs. That's why no one has ever cleared it before in the previous exams. Seeing this form of the monster, Chan says, "No one might be able to do it, but I have my ways. To deal with you, 2 minutes is enough." Having said this, Cheng takes out his weapon and starts thinking about something with his hand in the air, and then suddenly he brings his weapon close to his head and starts thinking about something. Seeing Cheng doing this, all the teachers sitting in the hall are surprised, and they start talking amongst themselves. I know, he is trying to use his huge pet army to block the mob passages, so he can fully focus on the boss. He said that he can finish this in 2 minutes, but he already spent 2 minutes just summoning and buffing himself. Could he be trying to? After doing all that, Cheng starts smiling and switches his weapon to gun form and says, "All right, let's bejang." And after saying this, he starts attacking the monster, due to which explosions start happening on both sides of the monster, and in a short while, the monster also gets blasted. And on the other hand, all the fighters are slowly clearing their challenges. Then one of the fighters thinks, while smiling with his hand on his head, "I feel pretty good today. I only took 30 minutes to defeat No 2. Most people should still be stuck on No 1. Looks like the provincial champion title this year will definitely be mine." Then suddenly he gets a notification on the screen of the fighter, and he is very surprised to see it, and it is written in the notification. Congratulations to Cheng Jianmo of Zhongcheng College for successfully passing the entrance exam, becoming the provincial champion of Hebei province this year. The total challenge time is 30 minutes, with an evaluation of rank SSS. This is the best ever record in history and will be preserved forever. After reading the notification, the fighter gets very surprised and sits on the ground with his knees bent and puts both his hands on his head and thinks, "Such a result is too despairing to others. Was this really done by a human?" And the notification also goes on the screen of the other fighter, and after reading it, he also gets very surprised and thinks, "Are you kidding me? Our Hanwoo subsidiary college was defeated." And gradually this notification starts appearing on the screens of all the fighters, and after reading it, they all get very surprised and think, "Student Cheng, I will work hard to catch up to you." As expected of Lao Mo, he created another miracle. The students from our college will definitely have their morale boosted. And on the other hand, the audience also becomes very happy after seeing all this and starts talking among themselves. Cheng Jianmo is really too strong. I love him. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I will give birth to his children. Cheng Kaimo is really so handsome and so powerful. I am already in love with him. And seeing all this, all the teachers sitting in the hall also start talking amongst themselves. This is bad, Director Han. A lot of students from our college were affected by Cheng Jianmo's result. They made a mistake with their controls and got eliminated. Heaven blessed our country Zia. To have a dragon among men in our country Zia, it's our country Zia's fortune, as expected from a talent that has been looked upon favorably by the big shot from the upper management of the Management Association. Today, the Zhongcheng College really taught a lesson to the Hanwoo subsidiary college. Sometimes, a trump card can tear off the cloth that covers the shame of thousands of people. The river flows east for 30 years. Then the river flows west for 30 years. Do not bully a youth for being poor. And on the other hand, Cheng looks at his screen and says smilingly, "Due to the special design of the exam's secret realm, the vision of Mechanier Thermoplug is limited. That's why I have enough time to make all my preparations. But such an operation is hard to replicate in a real battle. If I can max out my buffs and summon every time, everything will become too easy." Then suddenly a notification comes on Cheng's screen which says, "Congratulations on successfully clearing Nomragan, as your evaluation for the clear is rank SSS and broke the previous record. Your reward for the clear will increase by 1 stage. Due to your spellbinder profession, your reward for the clear will increase by 1 stage." Cheng is very happy to see the diamond chest in the reward. Then he clicks on the reward and thinks, "I didn't expect the exam's secret realm exp to be so high. A mere level 20 secret realm can also give out a diamond chest as reward. Could it be that the exam's secret realm is special? Let's see what other surprises there are." As soon as the reward is opened, a notification appears on Cheng's screen which reads, "Congratulations on obtaining an S-rank skill book basic attack speed." Seeing the S-rank book, Cheng smiles and says and starts reading the book. "My luck isn't bad to actually obtain an S-rank skill book here. Due to the restrictions of the spellbinder profession, I am unable to learn any skills in college. If you want to obtain a rank skill book from killing mobs in the wild, it's simply a fantasy. That's why this reward is pretty much what I need right now, especially the effects on attack speed. It will make up for the marginal effect of my agility stats." The so-called marginal effect of the agility stats. It means that as your agility increases, the corresponding increase on attack speed will start to slowly decrease. But this attack speed increase will be directly added upon your current attack speed. Completely ignoring the marginal effect, it's simply a qualitative leap. After successfully reading the book, a notification appears on the change screen which says, "Congratulations on successfully learning the passive basic attack speed. Increases attack speed by 15%. Current increase in attack speed is 32.8%. Then Cheng feels something different in his body, and as soon as such a thing happens, he thinks in his mind, I will rise even higher with this. My current attack speed will completely crush students of my level. It's even higher than most people who are at level 30. Thinking this much, Cheng looks towards Monster Boss and says, Next up, there's the hidden reward left. And thinking this, Cheng takes the radiation solution and starts pouring it on the monster's mouth, and while doing so he thinks, if I did not remember it wrong, pouring this disgusting solution on the face of the final boss will get me a Baldwin mask. Immediately after doing this, Cheng gets his reward and a notification appears on Cheng's screen which says, Congratulations on obtaining the hidden tool Baldwin mask. After reading the notification, Cheng says, Good, since I have already gotten all my rewards. Next up will be entering the university. After defeating the final boss, a big congratulation message appears on the screen, and immediately after that Cheng teleports to that place. Seeing Cheng, all the people standing there start praising him and say, Cheng Kainmo, congratulations on becoming the provincial champion this year. I have always thought highly of you, and now you have gotten first place. Fame indeed does follow merit. Then Cheng notices that someone is saying something to him from behind, so he looks back, and then those people say to Cheng, As expected from a 1 in a million genius, the glorious mission to kill the demons, who else can it belong to but you? That's right. In this world surrounded by dangers, our country Zia needs a brave man such as yourself. The future of country Zia is in your hands. Keep it up. Please help us clear all obstacles and create a beautiful homeland. We believe you can do it. After listening to their words, Cheng thinks in his mind, These people are really scheming, trying to use public opinion to forcefully paint me as a patriot. If the demonic beasts were to attack us, then I would have no choice but to deal with it, or else I would be flooded with criticism. It's really just torturing a man's heart. Thinking this much, Cheng smiles and says, May I ask for the few people who wanted me to fight for the country to step out? Hearing Cheng's words, some people come out, and one of them smilingly asks Cheng, Student Cheng, why did you call us out? As soon as he says this, Cheng tells them all, It's nothing much. I just want to get to know the people who will be fighting alongside me in the future. I know my limits if I were to fight for the country in the future. I naturally have to find like-minded individuals to fight with together. Since you teachers made such an impassioned plea just now, then I believe you are also prepared to sacrifice yourselves on the battlefield. Hearing Cheng's words, all the teachers standing there get scared and say to Cheng, Student Cheng, you must be kidding. With our meager strength, we won't be able to do much at all. Yes, indeed, how could we even compare to you? It was just a casual statement. After listening to all of them, Cheng asks them, What a great casual statement. According to your logic, a college student like me can fight. But a group of level 30 and 40 teachers want to be army deserters. Isn't country Zia your homeland as well, or do you have an ulterior motive for speaking those words just now? After listening to Cheng's words, the other people standing there started opposing those teachers and said, No wonder something didn't sound right just now. So you were trying to morally kidnap and stifle the future genius of country Zia. How vicious, to be so malevolent. I am going to go to the Education Bureau later to report all of you to your superiors. Then suddenly Guo arrives there and he hears everything, and then he gives his decision saying, There's no need, I heard everything just now. I, Guo Lion, will represent the Education Bureau and handle all of you right now. All of your qualifications as teachers will be canceled and you're all banned from applying forever. Your affiliated college's evaluation will be lowered by 2 ranks for the next 5 years. As soon as they hear President Guo's decision, all the teachers start crying and tell the president, President, please give us another chance. We made a mistake. We only made such a mistake due to our jealousy. We still have our families to feed. We can't bear such a consequence. After all this, Wu smilingly tells Cheng, Not bad, as expected from the eBay provincial champion. Not only is your talent extraordinary, you are extremely mature as well." Hearing his words, Cheng smiles and says to him, "Committee Wu, you overestimate me." Upon hearing Cheng's words, Wu immediately tells Guo, "President Guo, I hope you can arrange a private room for us. I have something I wish to discuss with Cheng Kainmo alone." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng and Wu sitting on the couch opposite each other in a conference room. Then Wu asks Cheng while drinking tea, "Student Cheng, do you know someone high up in our management association?" Cheng also has a cup of tea in his hand, and after listening to Wu's words, he thinks in his mind, "Looks like I wouldn't be able to hide it any longer. But I am curious as well, what exactly is the identity of that old man?" Cheng thinks so much and starts telling him everything and says, "Actually, I don't know his identity either. It was just a coincidental meeting while I was fishing by the river. At that time, he handed me a ring." Seeing that ring, Wu becomes very surprised and says, "You actually have a token from Elder Qin." Having said this, Wu looks at Cheng and thinks in his mind, although Elder Qin possesses absolute power, he is famous for his strange temper, and he doesn't make friends easily. Cheng Kainmo is obviously just a college student. How did he obtain the favor of Elder Qin? But no matter what, with such a relationship, his future growth will definitely be a smooth journey. After thinking so much, Wu says to Chen, "Student Cheng, the information about Elder Qin, I can't tell you much. I can only tell you that he is a peak powerhouse in Country Xia. My personal suggestion is that from now on, you should wear his ring on your hand at all times. It might be able to help you greatly in the future." Then the moment shifts, and we see a lot of vehicles parked outside Zhengcheng College's entrance. Seeing so many vehicles, the students standing there get confused and start talking to each other. "Look, why are there so many vehicles? Didn't you hear? Today is Country Xia's University Recruitment Day. They are all representatives of universities. Any university that's ranked within the top 300 of the province can attend. Damn. Look at the logo on the bus. The top 30 universities in the country. 16 of them came. In the past, it would already be great if 5 of them came. This is unprecedented. Of course, all these universities must have come for Senior Cheng. I wonder which university Senior Cheng will choose to go to." Then the moment shifts, and we see a meeting going on in the conference room. "I, Liu Yanmen, representing Zhengcheng College, welcome everyone here. On the main screen is the information of our students that qualified this year. Everyone can enter the serial number of the student you are interested in on the screen in front of you. I will then arrange the interviews according to your choices." Hearing his words, all the teachers sitting there get very surprised looking at the screen and start talking amongst themselves. "OMG, 20,000 battle power. Even if he's the champion of the exam, that's too ridiculous. That's stronger than more than half of our university students." 30 minutes later. All right, the results are out. After 5 minutes, everyone can proceed to their own interview hall. Have already made the arrangement. However, the situation of student Cheng Kainmo is slightly special. Every university wants to interview him. Since everyone is so passionate, why don't we wait for the other students' interview to be over? Then we can organize a collective interview. Cheng standing in front of representatives from all the colleges in the interview hall. Then one of the representatives tells Chen, "Student Cheng Kaimo, I am Magic Spirit University's representative, Cheng Yuisheng. We had a small misunderstanding between us previously. I hope you don't take it to heart." Hearing his words, Cheng thinks to himself, "So he's a dog sent by Zhang Hongshan. Looks like Magic Spirit University is sincere in dispelling the enmity between us." While Cheng was thinking all this, a representative from another college tells Cheng, "I am Blue Sky University's representative, Wang Kaifu. Our university has a friend that you know. He has been highly recommending you to me previously." As soon as Cheng hears about Blue Sky University, his facial expressions change, and he thinks in his mind, "Blue Sky University? Isn't that the university that Huang Qian is in? Did that brat say something about me to him?" Then we see that all the representatives sitting in the hall get a little angry with those two representatives and say to them, "Good, good, Lao Chang, Lao Wang, so you two are using your relationships. You hit it so well. No wonder the two of you were charging ahead during the decision for a collective interview. Student Cheng, your choice of university is related to your future growth. You definitely shouldn't simply decide based on relationships." After all this, Cheng notices the representative of Oracle University, and after seeing him, he thinks in his mind, "This is unexpected, that Oracle University is actually in such dire straits." Seeing all the representatives fighting among themselves, one of them tells them all, "Cough, let's end the pleasantries here. Let's officially start the interview." After saying this, representative asks Cheng, "Student Cheng, our 16 universities are here hoping to have a deeper understanding of you. May I know what your goal is for choosing the vagrant profession?" Cheng hears his question and tells him with a smile, "The start of an apocalypse with the monarch's arrival." Upon hearing Cheng's answer, one of the representatives said angrily, Isn't that too arrogant? It's not a problem to have dreams when you are young, but you have to be pragmatic. Since you are so confident, let me ask you this, a vagrant profession that doesn't have any later stage, how are you going to achieve becoming a monarch?" After listening to that representative, some representatives sitting there start thinking, "That's right, although this kid possesses a powerful strength, the vagrant profession will be incomparably weaker at the later stage. This is also the main reason why the majority of us aren't hastily making him any offers." Hearing their words, Cheng gets a little angry, and then he challenges them and says, "Who said that a vagrant is weak? You are welcome to give it a try." Accepting Cheng's challenge, the representative says smilingly, "Good, great, youngsters these days are wild. If you can win over me, from today onwards, not only will I not say anything about the vagrant class, I will even brag about it." After that representative accepts Cheng's challenge, the representative sitting there says, "Good, since both sides have agreed to a battle, let's proceed according to the rules of a spar. The first one to land a hit wins." After all this, Cheng and the representative come face to face inside the hall to fight. Then purple ore starts appearing around that representative, and then he tells Cheng, "Young man, I have suppressed my powers to that of a level 21. Don't say that I am bullying you. Today, I shall let you witness the difference between battle experience even at the same level." After listening to his words, all the representatives sitting there start talking amongst themselves. Lao Ren is still so strong. His speed of skill activation is shockingly fast. It's just dealing with a college student. And he is giving his all, isn't that too much? Chen Kaimo stepped all over his face just now. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, wouldn't he become a laughing stock when it spreads? Having said this, the representative attacks, and seeing his attack coming towards him, Cheng smilingly says, "This is also considered fast. I will show you what fast really is." After saying this, Cheng takes out his weapon, and after transferring it to the gun, he starts firing at the representative, due to which the representative is instantly defeated and falls on the ground. Then Cheng tells all the representatives sitting there, "Is there anyone that's still unconvinced?" As soon as this representative loses, all the representatives sitting there get very surprised and start talking amongst themselves. What kind of absurd speed is that weapon in his hands? It's actually a unique silver weapon. Is he really a vagrant and not a mobile turret? Right, this is the feeling. I was thinking how Ding Hong and the others died. Turns out that this kid's attack power is so ridiculous. Huang Tian has such an abnormal friend. Why didn't he tell me earlier? Damn it. Just now, during the decision for the collective interview, Cheng Yuisheng was the first to show support. Such a waste. Just after saying this, all the representatives sitting there start giving offers to Cheng so that he joins their university. They all start saying this to Cheng. Our Gamma Blue University is willing to provide 2 A-rank skill books and 80 million blue star coins as our Ent-Rant scholarship. Damn. Our Flowing Cloud University can provide 3 A-rank skill books, waive all school fees, and provide a room in the second circle of the Imperial City. You guys are too stingy. If you join our Cherry Orchid University, you will receive the same treatment as a head instructor and receive an additional 5 A-rank skill books. 10. Our Dawn-affiliated university is willing to provide 10 A-rank skill books and a loft with a river view in the Magic City. Our Blue Sky University promises. If you are willing to join us, we will open up our skill book library to you with an A-rank authority. Damn, Lao Huang is too ruthless to open up your A-rank skill book library. You are taking out your entire university's resources. Looks like Lao Huang is going all in. He's determined to win. Your Blue Sky University is shameless. Lao Chen, it's just your Oracle University left. At least name a price. That's right. Even if we fail, we must show our benevolence. We are just running alongside them. What's there to be afraid of? Then we see the representative of Oracle University making an offer to Cheng and saying, "Our Oracle University will give you authority to all our secret realms and provide a fruit of ability." After listening to the offer of Oracle University, all the representatives sitting there got very surprised and started saying, "That's it. The fruit of ability isn't bad, adding 5 points to all attributes, but the secret realm authority of your Oracle University isn't valuable at all. With those fancy abnormal secret realms of yours, which student can actually clear it?" Cheng smiles and thinks to himself after hearing the offer from Oracle University. However, the secret realm authority of the Oracle University, that's exactly what I need right now. Adding the fruit of ability, it's an unexpected surprise. Then Cheng announces in front of all the representatives sitting there, "I can feel the passion of each of the teachers. But I have my own consideration. I have decided to join Oracle University." All the representatives sitting there were very surprised by Cheng's decision. Then the moment shifts and we see Zhang asking Cheng, "You are eBay's provincial champion. Why did you choose such a declining university? How can you be so rash?" Hearing his words, Cheng tells him, "Zhang Lao, don't worry about this matter. I have my own plans. Let's talk about the important matters. The equipment that I stored with you for sale, how many were sold?" After listening to Cheng's words, Zhang becomes a little disappointed and tells him, "Fine, I won't nag you anymore. You don't look like a reckless person. You should have your own considerations. All 46 equipment have been sold. I made a total profit of 920 gold. What do you have a plan next? There's still quite a bit of time before you start school after all." Then Cheng tells him, "I am preparing to go to Thunder City. There are some things I need to do there as well." After Cheng says this, Zhang gives him a golden token and tells him, "I have a golden token here. If you want to join the exam to become a high-ranked forger, this might be useful." After taking the golden token, Cheng leaves from there, and on his way he looks at the token and thinks about it. When Zhang Lao took out this golden token, he seemed to have some kind of worry. This golden token probably contains some of his unforgettable memories. Minus off the 120 gold that I secretly left for Zhang Lao as procedure fees. Now I have a total of 933 gold. With such a huge amount of gold at hand, now I can go buy the materials for the second stage of the Flowing Light 1,000-bladed umbrella. Right, there's still the black card from Zhang Hongshan. I should make a trip to the auction house. There's no time to lose. Let's continue the journey. Cheng lifting the lion into the air using his skinning technique and observing its power. Immediately after doing this, Cheng thinks in his mind that, "Before I left the novice village, I spent all my resources to learn herbalism, alchemy, mining, skinning, leatherworking, 5 secondary professions. During these 8 days, I have been hunting and gathering. My herbalism, mining and skinning techniques have already risen to 90% exp." Holding the lion's hide in his hand, Chan thinks smilingly, "Based on my current speed, before reaching Thunder City, these 3 basic gathering skills should be able to reach 100% exp." While he was thinking about all this, a voice started coming from behind him. Then he looked back and thought, "This is the voice of Mazgais. Mazguys is an extremely rare wildlife, a moving treasure trove in Apocalypse. Although it's only level 27, it has 8,000 GP. An average player at the same level will not be able to kill it easily. But if you are lucky enough to kill it, there is an extremely small chance that it will drop level 40 epics. Thinking this much, he starts going there smiling, and while going he thinks that, so lucky, I might be able to get a windfall today. As soon as Cheng reaches there, he gets very confused after seeing the scene and thinks, why is the big guy so difficult to deal with? Someone already got to it. Then we see a Ling fighting with a big monster. But Ling is very disappointed with herself and thinks, I finally ran into it, but I am unable to kill it. This won't do. My mana and stamina is running out. I need to escape. While Ling was thinking all this, the monster suddenly starts moving towards her to attack her, seeing which she gets very scared and screams, ugly bastard, don't come over. Then Ling gets very angry and angrily tells the monster, I told you not to chase me. Dazzle mark launch. As soon as Ling makes his move and his attack connects with whichever part of the monster's body, that layer of the monster's body starts freezing, and this happens, Ling attacks it and says, eat this lady's meteor assault. Watching the fight between the monster and Ling, Cheng thinks to himself, although this girl is only level 24, her attack speed is actually faster than mine. Her talent is definitely top tier. She's a good seedling. It's a pity that with her current strength, it will be hard for her to kill Mazguys. The monster gets very angry due to Ling's attack. Then he uses his move Ground Stomp and starts moving towards Ling to attack, seeing which Ling gets very scared and says in fear, this is bad. After saying this, Ling closes her eyes and thinks in her mind, I am done for. Then suddenly we see that to save Ling, Cheng comes in between the monster's attack and stops it, and immediately after that Cheng starts attacking the monster, and shortly after the attack, the monster breaks into pieces, seeing which Ling is very shocked. Then Ling looks at Cheng and thinks while smiling, so handsome, so strong. After defeating the monster, Cheng gets the epic guard weapon. Seeing this, Cheng becomes very happy. Then a notification comes in which it is written, congratulations on obtaining Epic Grade Weapon Consonant Staff. Grade, Epic. Weapon Type, Two-Handed 11 Spirit 11 Physique. Required Level, 25. Durability, 100/100ths. Item Level, 40. Equipment Effects, increases the damage and healing of all magic spells and effects. Maximum of SO points. Seeing the weapon, Cheng smiles and thinks, the Consonant Staff is an extremely rare top-tier magic weapon in my previous life. It's also the first obtainable weapon that increases skill damage for the magic professions. Although I am unable to use this weapon, it can definitely be sold for a good price. While Cheng was thinking all this, Ling tells him, you only just leveled to level 22. How are you so powerful? I was unable to kill that Mazguys even though I am level 24. But you killed him so easily. After saying this, she starts crying, and while crying she says, I originally thought today was my lucky day to actually run into a rare boss, but I couldn't defeat it. Hearing her words and seeing her cry, Cheng tells her, your talent should be providing you a huge amount of attack speed. That's a conservative estimate. It should be around 38%. Ling is very surprised after hearing Cheng's words and then asks Cheng, how did you know? My talent is indeed the S's rank pinnacle attack speed. It can increase my attack speed by 40%. Hearing her words, Cheng tells her, but your skills are still a little unrefined. The control required for a melee mage is very high. Although your tactics aren't bad, your timing for skill activations isn't great. Ling was getting very surprised after listening to all that Cheng said. Then she asks Cheng, you're a vagrant, but you know this much about melee mage. As soon as Cheng hears the word vagrant from Ling's mouth, he starts leaving from there smiling. Then Ling calls him from behind and says, wait for me. Then after walking some distance, Cheng starts fighting with the monsters again and starts defeating all the monsters. Seeing Cheng fighting like this, Ling becomes very impressed with Cheng and thinks in her mind, "That's too powerful. His understanding of a melee mage far surpasses the teachers in school." After defeating all the monsters, Cheng starts leaving from there. Then he looks back and sees that Ling was following him. Then he says to Ling, "Thunder City is just ahead. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now." After listening to Cheng, Ling tells him, "I am called Ling Ryuoxi. Thank you for your guidance." After saying this, Ling stands with her head down, and then Cheng, seeing her, starts coughing, teasing her. Seeing this, Ling says, "How annoying." As soon as Ling says this, lightning starts to strike, and after some time the clouds turn completely red and the moon becomes slightly visible, seeing which both of them get very surprised. The blood moon appears, changing heaven and earth. A beast tide has appeared in the Thunder City region. The beast tide will arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone should get ready and prepare countermeasures. Seeing all this happen suddenly, Ling starts crying again, and while crying tells Cheng, "OMG, I originally thought today was my lucky day, but it's actually my unlucky day. To actually run into monsters attacking a city. They're not even that far from Thunder City. I won't be able to escape now." Seeing Ling crying like this, Cheng tells her, "A beast tide is divided into small, medium, and large with 3 different ranks. Thunder City is just a primary main city. A medium rank beast tide wouldn't appear in this region. All we can do now is to search for places to hide nearby." After saying this, Cheng looked in the other direction and said, "Got it." Saying this, Cheng holds Ling's hand and makes her sit on his shoulder. Seeing this, Ling is very surprised and starts feeling a little shy. Then she, while blushing, shouts a little and says to Cheng, "You scoundrel, what are you doing?" Hearing her words, Cheng immediately tells her, "Keep quiet if you want to live." Having said this, Cheng catches Ling's back and starts running fast from there. When Ling feels Cheng's hand on her back, she screams and tells him, "Where are you placing your hands? You can't do that." While Ling was saying all this, Cheng very quickly starts running away from among the monsters. Then suddenly Ling realizes and she thinks in her mind, "Is he trying to save me? But our position is too ambiguous." Thinking this much, Ling tells Cheng, "How about letting me down to help you? If the 2 of us fight, we might be able to kill our way out." As soon as Cheng hears Ling's words, he immediately tells her, "With your subpar skills, it's better if you just hold on tight. Women will only slow me down." Ling gets angry after hearing Cheng's words and angrily tells Cheng, "Didn't you want me to hold on tight? I will show you what's tight." OMG, is this little lass an evil spirit? Such a dangerous juncture. What the hell are you doing? Then after walking some distance, Cheng sees a big pit. On seeing the pit, Cheng stops there and after taking a breath tells Ling, "See that abandoned well by the side, go hide inside." As soon as Ling hears Cheng's words, she asks Cheng, "What about you?" As soon as Ling asks this, Cheng tells her, "Don't bother about me, I can escape by myself. Go down quickly, I will earn some time for you." After saying this, Cheng starts leaving from there. Seeing Cheng leaving, Ling thinks in her mind, "What nonsense is he spouting? A level 22 vagrant? How can he survive a beast tide? Is he that worried about my survival? We are obviously strangers who just met." Ling was thinking all this in her mind when Cheng sees her and comes to her and asks her, "What are you doing?" And after saying, he goes into the pit, and after going deep inside the pit, Cheng thinks in his mind, "How deep is this abandoned well? We will also die if we continue to fall. I need to find a way to stop." Thinking this, Cheng stops in the middle of the pit with the help of his hands and feet and says, "We are saved." Then suddenly Ling shyly tells Cheng, "Tuck in your lower part, control yourself. Your thing is touching me. Alright, listen up. Whatever happens here stays here. Got it?" Cheng feels a little embarrassed after hearing her words. His face starts sweating, and he says, "Yeah, sure." As soon as Cheng says this, Ling asks him, "By the way, I still don't know your name." Upon hearing this, Cheng tells her, "I'm Cheng Kaimo." As soon as Cheng tells her his name, Ling's eyes sparkle and his face turns a little red. Then she asks Cheng, "So, you've been guiding me this whole time. Is there any particular reason why? Don't think too hard. You have 3 seconds to answer." Cheng's face turns blessing after hearing 3 seconds from Ling's mouth, and he thinks in his mind, "This lil girl is a total demon. Where does she come up with all these weird questions?" Thinking this, Cheng immediately tells Ling, "Understood, it's because I thought you had, real talent." On hearing about real talent, she becomes very happy again and asks Cheng, "Real what?" After hearing this from Ling, Cheng's facial expressions start changing rapidly, and he thinks in his mind, "Crap, this beast siege is dragging on forever. One more question, and this little girl is gonna see me sweat." After Cheng thinks this, the very next moment he uses his move and gets out of that cave. As soon as they comes out of the cave, Cheng tells Ling, "Finally made it out." As soon as Cheng says this, he notices Ling's clothes, and Ling covers herself with her hand and screams at Cheng, "Turn around, don't even think about looking." After seeing this and hearing this from her, Cheng thinks in his mind, "Did her clothes get torn while we were getting up here?" After thinking this much, Cheng tells Ling, "No worries, I'll sew something for you." As soon as he said this, Cheng received 2 notifications in which it was written, "Congratulations, you successfully made a simple beast hide tunic. Congratulations, you successfully made a simple beast hide skirt." Immediately after reading the notification, Cheng gives a cloth to Ling, and while giving the cloth, he tells her, "Here, my leatherworking skills aren't that high, so this is the best I can do for now." Taking the cloth from Cheng's hand, Ling tells him, "At least give a girl some privacy to change." Upon hearing this from Ling, Cheng turns his face to the other side and laughingly tells Ling, "Seriously, do you think I am that kind of guy?" Then we see that Ling changes her clothes behind a big stone and comes in front of Cheng and tells him, "That's the best you could do. You did this on purpose, didn't you? And you're saying it wasn't on purpose. If you could make a coat this good, why didn't you lead with it? You're just like all other men. Mom always said there aren't any good men in the world. Looks like she was right." After saying this, Ling starts leaving from there, and after listening to her words, Cheng laughs with a naughty smile and thinks in his mind, "Poor guy, I really feel bad for your dad." Then the moment shifts, and we see that both of them reach Thunder City, and after reaching the streets of Thunder City, Ling asks Cheng, "So, which way? Where do you plan to go next now that we're in Thunder City?" After listening to her and seeing the directions to the auction house on a wall, Cheng tells Ling, "The auction house." On hearing the name of the auction house, she smiles and says to Cheng, "Auction house? I can show you the way, I know it well." Hearing her words, Cheng tells her, "All right, lead the way. Let me buy you a new outfit to make it up to you first." Ling becomes very happy after hearing about the new outfit from Cheng, and she holds Cheng's hand and tells him, "Really, let's go then. Just so you know, I won't look for something cheap. You don't exactly scream rich. You're not going to ditch me with the bill, are you?" Cheng smiles and says to him as soon as he hears cheap cloth, "Relax, I got this. Pick out whatever you want. It's all on me." Then the moment shifts, and we see that both of them go to a very big showroom, and as soon as they reach there, Ling starts selecting the clothes, and seeing this, the woman working there thinks in her mind, "What bad luck! Where did these 2 bumpkins crawl out from? Look at those rags. Another waste of my time." After selecting clothes for a while, Ling picks up a cloth and smilingly asks Cheng, "What do you think?" As soon as Ling asks this, Cheng also answers her with a smile, "Looks good, it suits you." Both of them were discussing about the clothes when the woman working from behind told them, "Careful with that. Our clothes are very expensive. If you dirty them, you might not be able to afford to pay for them." After listening to her, Ling looks at the price tag of the clothes and says to Cheng, "Whoa, that's pricey. This piece costs over 30 gold. I only have about 150 gold on me. Come on, let's go somewhere else. I can't let you spend that much. After saying this, Ling was about to put the clothes back when Cheng interrupted her from behind and said, "Hey, if you like it, it's yours. I'll buy it. Anything else catch your eye?" On hearing Cheng's words, both Ling and the woman working there are very surprised. Then Ling goes to Cheng and whispers in his ears, "But it's too expensive. That's gold, not silver. You saw the price right." Upon hearing her words, Cheng smiles and says to her, "No worries, you just look around." And after saying this, Cheng throws a bundle full of gold towards the women working there, and both of them are very surprised to see so much gold. Then the woman working there holds Ling's hand and smilingly tells, "Right this way, miss, we just got in the loveliest new designs." Then suddenly we see that Ling comes wearing such nice clothes, and the woman smilingly tells the price of the clothes to both of them and says, "Okay, so that's 2 pieces in total. It's 40 gold. I'll have them wrapped for you. If I had been nicer, I could have squeezed out a few more gold." Hearing all this from her mouth, Cheng gets a little doubt, and he throws the old selected clothes towards the woman and tells her, "Hold your horses. Let me get a closer look at the quality. These aren't exactly top of the line. The stitching's sloppy, the material's cheap. There are even flaws in the dye. Yet you dare charge us that much. Are you trying to rip us off because we're not from around here?" Hearing Cheng's words, the woman working there gets very angry and tells Cheng, "How dare you? You can't just go around saying things like that. Our establishment has been open for over 20 years. We're famous throughout Thunder City for our top quality products. I won't have you slander our good name." Hearing her words, Cheng tells her, "Oh, get me your manager then. I'd love to educate them about quality craftsmanship." Then suddenly the manager comes there and says, "Someone's feeling bold today, aren't we? I am the manager, and you were saying something about teaching me how to run my business." As soon as Cheng sees the manager, he starts telling him about the quality of the clothes and says, "Let me guess. The fabric blend on these dresses should be 50% silk, 40% mink fur, and 10% wool, am I right? And you guys still dare mix in wool and charge such prices. It gets even worse. There was a mishap during the dyeing process for this batch of clothes. The original color was supposed to be a shade lighter than it is now, but it has obviously become darker. So, is this your so-called top quality? Passing off this garbage as high-end fashion? Are you trying to deceive your customers?" The manager is very surprised after hearing Cheng's words, and sweat starts to appear on her face. Then she asks Cheng, "How did you know, that's impossible." Says this, she thinks to herself, "Damn, we've run into an expert. If word gets out, my business is finished." Thinking this, she bows before Cheng and tells him, "My deepest apologies, master. I had no idea we were in the presence of such a distinguished craftsperson. There must have been a terrible mistake. Please forgive this oversight. I'm prepared to offer you anything. Just please, don't say anything to anyone." On hearing her words, Ling tells the manager, "What about your little lapdog over there? She didn't seem to have a problem looking down on us a minute ago." On hearing the Ling words, the manager punches the woman working there on the face and says, "How dare you disrespect my guests? As of now, you're no longer my employee. Get out of here, you're fired." Then the manager tells Cheng, "I've fired the employee, please calm down. Anything you want from the shop, it's yours. Take whatever you want. Also, here's a small token of my deepest apologies. I hope you accept it." Cheng becomes very happy after hearing her words and says with a smile, "Well, this is awkward. I was just pointing out some issue out of habit. Just don't let it happen again, okay?" Just after Cheng says this, we see Ling starts selecting a lot of clothes from the showroom and says, "This one, I wanted this one earlier. That one looks good too, I like this style. Oh, that's a pretty color, we'll take that one too." After seeing the Ling, the manager becomes very scared and says, "Oh dear, please, leave something. Easy there, you're gonna bankrupt me." After selecting a lot of clothes, both of them start leaving from there. Then Ling says to Chin, "We scored 8 brand new outfits without spending a dime. What a haul. Let's see how much huss money that old hag gave you." Hearing her words, Ajit tells her, "Looks like she's scammed quite a bit," handing out 300 gold coins as hush moves. "Guess my little shopping spree bumped me up to 1.7 gold. I've just arrived at Thunder City, and I've already become a nouveau rich." After seeing so much gold, Ling becomes very surprised, and after some time she touches Cheng's hand and tells him, "Weren't you heading to the auction house? Let's go, I'll lead the way." Cheng and Ling reach the auction house, and upon seeing the auction house, Cheng is left speechless and thinks in his mind, "Wow, this place looks way more impressive than it used to in my past life." Seeing Cheng so surprised, Ling tells him with a smile, "Surprised, right? This is just a basic auction house. I had a similar reaction the first time I came here." After saying this, she holds Cheng's hand and tells him, "Come on, let's head inside." After going inside, they go to the receptionist, and after going to the receptionist, Ling asks him, "Excuse me, when's the next auction? And are there any VIP rooms available?" Saying this, Ling gives him his silver VIP card, seeing which the receptionist gets very surprised and says to Ling, "Greetings, honored silver card member. The next auction begins in 10 minutes. We do have 1 VIP room remaining." Hearing their conversation and seeing her VIP card, Cheng smiles and thinks to himself, "I had a feeling this girl was from an impressive background. She has a silver card for the auction house, most likely from her elders. Good, then there's no need for me to reveal the black card." Then we see 3 people coming from behind, and one of them says in a slightly angry tone, "What do you mean there are no more rooms? Don't you know who this is? It's young Master Y, and he wants to join the auction." The receptionist sees Y and his 2 companions and says to them, "I apologize for the inconvenience, sir, but the last VIP room was just reserved by this young lady. She's a valued silver card member." Hearing about the silver card, Y gets a bit attitude and throws his VIP card towards him and says, "A measly silver card makes her a valued member. Open your eyes and feast on this." The receptionist is very surprised after holding Y's golden card in his hand and says to Ling, "My apologies, miss. It seems we'll have to downgrade you. I can offer you the best seat in the common area, however." Ling gets very angry upon hearing about the common room and says angrily, "You." After this, Ling says something else, but Cheng stops her and asks her to leave from there. Seeing Cheng doing this, Ling controls herself a little and starts looking at Cheng. Seeing them both leaving from there, Y and his 2 friends started laughing and said amongst themselves, "That's more like it. Don't mess with young Master Y's mood, or you'll regret it." Seeing them all laughing like this, Ling gets angry and starts saying to Cheng, "That was so unfair. We were here first, and the receptionist already promised us the room. Why didn't you let me argue with them?" After listening to Ling, Cheng smilingly tells Ling, "Don't worry, let him have his fun." Then the moment shifts, and we see the common area, room number 996. And Ling is saying something to Cheng. "That guy was such a jerk. I'm so angry." Seeing Ling so angry, and after listening to her words, Cheng tells her, "Easy there, don't be hasty. The real fun hasn't even begun yet." After listening to Cheng's words, Ling becomes a little thoughtful and asks Cheng, "What are you talking about? We don't even know his bidder number. What plan could you possibly have?" As soon as Cheng hears Ling's words, he tells her, "Well, you see, based on my observation, Y Junjai is a level 26 elementalist. Knowing this, finding him won't be hard. Just wait. He's about to learn what it means to be on the receiving end of special treatment." After hearing Cheng's words and seeing the substance, Ling is very surprised and says, "Whoa, you weren't kidding. You have some insane stuff up for auction here. There are herbs and ores I've never even seen before. Just how rich are you?" Then the moment shifts, and we see the area where the auction is about to start, and then the announcement is made there. Honored guests, I am Wang Gang, your auctioneer for this evening. Let's officially start today's auction. Then the bidding on the first item starts, and the auctioneer shows the item on the screen and says, "Our first item, this evening 10 stalks of Lanxi grass. As you all know, it's an essential ingredient for every elementalist's favorite major MP potion. The starting price is 2 gold coins, with a minimum bid increment of 20 silver coins." Seeing the first item, Y, sitting in VIP room 114, smilingly bids on it and buys it. Y says with a smile after purchasing the item, "10 stalks at once, and at this price consider them mine." Then the auctioneer makes the announcement. Congratulations to bidder 414 for winning 10 stalks of Lanxi grass at 15 gold. Holding the item in his hand, Y says with a smile, "Not bad. A little pricey, 1.5 gold per stalk, but still worth it. It's not every day you find Lanxi grass in bulk." Then the auctioneer makes the announcement while reading from the paper. Next up, we have another batch of Lanxi grass, but this time we're talking about a whopping 46 stalks. The starting bid for this one will be 4.6 gold coins, with a minimum bid increment of 50 silver coins. As soon as they hear the announcement, the people sitting there start saying, "What? 46 stalks? And the starting price per stalk is lower than the previous batch? This is insane. What are we waiting for? Let's get in on this." Y, who is sitting in the VIP room, also sees the item and starts bidding on it and says, "These Lanxi grass shall be mine. Watch me crush them." As soon as he says this, an error message starts appearing on his screen which reads, "We apologize, but due to the seller's request, bidders with the surname Y are prohibited from participating in this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity." Y gets a little confused after reading the message and says, after reading the message and the item going to someone else, Y gets a little angry and says, "Are you kidding me? This is a conspiracy. They're targeting me. Congratulations to bidder 782 for winning 46 stalks of Lanxi grass at 60 gold. No way. They paid even less per stalk than I did, and they got 46 of them. I'm losing my mind." And on the other hand, seeing so many gold coins in front of them, Chang and Ling start talking to each other and say, "Found him. Bidder 414. That's why Junjie." "Wait, how did you Those were both my consignments, and I placed a little restriction on the second one, no bids from anyone named Y. Based on how eager he was to get his hands on that first batch, there's no way he wouldn't have gone for the second, unless he was prevented from doing so. The only explanation is bidder 414's last name is Y, and he's an elementalist. It's a simple deduction." "You're a freaking genius. You've hacked the auction system. That Y guy must be fuming right now. This is just the appetizer. He's in for a world of pain." And on the other hand, due to not being able to place the bid and an error message appearing on the screen, Y gets very angry and says to his friends, "Who the hell is doing this to me? Find me that manager Zhu now. I want to know who's behind this. Nobody messes with Y Junjie and gets away with it." After seeing Y in such anger and listening to him, both of them started saying, while leaving from there, "Yes, young master." And on the other hand, the announcement for bidding on other items starts. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our final item for the evening. Feast your eyes on this rare treasure. Item number 88, the Soul Rhinoceros Staff, an epic tier weapon. Grants plus 11 to both spirit and constitution, plus an additional 50 points of magic damage. And if that wasn't enough, it can be equipped at level 25. I don't need to tell you what a steal this is. The starting bid is a mere 100 gold coins, with a minimum increase of 10 gold. Please place your bids. After seeing the item, Y puts his hand on his mouth and starts tapping on the screen and says, "This is it. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's worth everything I've got. Come on. Don't let there be another stupid restriction." Immediately after placing a bid, an error message appears on the Y screen and it reads, prohibited from participating. We apologize, but due to the seller's request, the minimum increment bid for buyers with the surname Y is 100 gold coins. After seeing the message, Y gets very angry and says, "Trying to make me pay 10 times the price, are you? You want to play dirty? Fine, I'll do it. You'll regret this. You're going to regret messing with me. Damn it, I got carried away. I can't believe I spent my entire saving on a single weapon." And on the other hand, after all this, Cheng thinks in his mind, "Let's see. After all the buying and selling today, I'm 2,660 gold richer than I was this morning. What a huge gain." While Cheng was thinking all this, suddenly the door of his room opens and Manager Y and his companions are standing outside the room. Then the manager says to Cheng, "Excuse me, I'm the auction manager. There are some people here who would like a word." Cheng gets angry upon hearing the auction manager's words and says, "I was going to let you off the hook after making you waste a few coins. But you just had to push it, didn't you? Fine, don't blame me for being ruthless." Then Y steps forward and starts telling Cheng, "It was this bastard this whole time. You were the one behind those restrictions." After listening to him, Cheng replies by saying, "Yes." Y gets very angry after hearing Cheng's answer and says, "You're dead. I challenge you to a death match." As soon as Cheng hears the challenge for a death match, he tells him, "Bring it on." Then the moment shifts and we see Cheng and Y face to face in a death match, and then Y tells Cheng, "You're going to regret this, brat. Opposing me is the biggest mistake of your life." And the people standing there also start talking amongst themselves. "He's got an epic tier weapon. This is going to be good. That guy's 4 whole levels behind young Master Y. This is going to be a massacre. What's the point of even fighting?" Then Y tells Cheng before using his new weapon, "I'm going to enjoy ending you with the very weapon you sold me." Cheng smiles after listening to him and suddenly comes behind him. Seeing Cheng coming behind him so fast, Y is also very surprised, and as soon as he comes behind him, Cheng kicks him, due to which Y flies in the air, and while flying in the air, Y thinks, "How is this possible?" Y was locked in the air by Cheng's attack, and he was in a lot of pain and thinking to himself, "Damn it, he's got me looked down." While Y was thinking, Cheng moves to make his next attack and immediately starts attacking him. Seeing Y in such a bad state and Cheng so powerful, the people standing there start talking amongst themselves. Weird. He could have just snatched the staff and run. Why is he wasting time attacking it directly? Don't tell me. Is his goal to drain the staff's durability? How brutal. Once an item's durability hits 0, it's gone for good. It becomes completely useless. Seeing Cheng fighting like this, Ling standing far away was also thinking while smiling. As expected from the man I have chosen. No hesitation, no mercy. Not only is Y Junjai going to be out a ton of cash, but his precious staff's about to go poof, and he'll drop 4 levels to top it off. And on the other side, in the middle of the fight, Cheng tells Y, "Since you're so fond of bullying the weak, I'll happily take you on." After saying this, Cheng attacks Y with the dazzle mark, and in a few moments Y's staff also gets destroyed, and in the next moment he falls to the ground. After Y falls to the ground, Cheng goes up to her, places his hand on her face, shows her his black VIP card, and tells him with a smile, "Take a good look, recognize this color." Seeing the black VIP card, Y loses his senses and his eyes remain wide open and blood comes out of his mouth. Then he says black card, and after saying this, he becomes completely unconscious. After seeing the black card, the people standing there get very surprised and start talking among themselves. "Holy crap! I'm not seeing things, am I? That's a black card in his hand. What even is a black card? I've never even heard of such a thing. All are a bunch of bumpkins. Don't you know a black card is second only to a red card? Now I remember. He's Cheng Kainmo, the top graduate from Hebei province. They call him the Monster Vagrant. They say his potential rating is SSS rank. No wonder he's making Y Junjai look like a chump. Not only is he insanely strong, but that guy's got to have a powerful family backing him too. He's definitely from one of those Xia country families. After knowing that Cheng has the black card and the whole truth about him, Ling gets a little angry and she goes to Cheng. Her eyes turn red with anger and she says to Cheng, "Well, Cheng, the star student, hiding your light under a bushel. You had a black card this whole time and didn't bother to use it." Seeing Ling so angry, Cheng smilingly places his hand on his head and tells her, "Sorry, I needed Wei Junjai to take the bait, so I didn't tell you. Don't be mad." Ling feels embarrassed by Cheng's actions and turns her face the other way and tells Cheng, "This is so embarrassing with all these people watching. Just don't let it happen again. You're lucky I'm letting you off easy this time." While both of them were talking, a man in a black suit came there, bowed his head, and gave something to Cheng and said, "My deepest apologies, honored guest. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence, and for that, I am truly sorry. Please accept this as a small token of my remorse. Damn it, I was blind to offend such a great figure. Looks like I'll need to make amends today." As soon as Cheng opens the box, he gets shocked and thinks in his mind, "Sun and moon demon scales. Today's my lucky day, I guess. Here comes another material for my flowing light 1,000-bladed umbrella upgrade." Then Cheng shows a slip of paper to the man in black suit and tells him, "Wei Junjai brought this upon himself. He has no one else to blame. Now then, I have a list here of certain materials. If they happen to be up for auction anytime soon, I hope you can secure them for me." Seeing the slip and hearing Cheng's words, the man in black suit says to Cheng, "Your wish is my command, honored guest. Consider it done." After saying this, Cheng and Ling start to leave from there, and on the way Ling is thinking about something. Then Cheng looks at her and asks her, "You seem troubled. Something on your mind?" Hearing this, tears start flowing from Ling's eyes, and she tells Cheng, "I'll be going home for a while. Will you miss me?" Then Cheng gets a little disappointed and says, "Yes." Ling becomes happy after hearing yes from Cheng and kisses Cheng, and while kissing him says, "That's better." After saying this, Ling starts leaving from there, and while leaving tells Cheng, "That was your reward, you bad boy. Don't even think about looking at other girls while I'm gone. Got it? No flirting, and you'd better not break your promise." After Ling kissing, Cheng puts his hand on that place and thinks shyly to himself, "Such a little minx." Then the moment shifts and we see Cheng creating the potion, and after creating the potion he smiles and thinks, "That 80% XP boost from this place is amazing. I burned through a day's worth of materials and maxed out my herbalism, just like that. Guess that 400 gold I spent renting out this high-level alchemy lab wasn't a bad investment. I've used up all the herbs I gathered along the way. It's time to test the results." After creating the potion, Cheng goes to Nightfall Town to test it, and after reaching Nightfall Town, Cheng thinks, Nightfall Town. It's a 25th level elite monster nest occupied by vengeful spirits. As soon as the sun sets, every spirit in this place gets a 5-fold power boost. That means no ordinary players will be around at this hour. This place is my playground now. My night of slaughter shall now begin. Thinking this much, Cheng throws his weapon in the air and calls all his spirits. After the spirits arrive, Cheng says, "All right, team, your task is simple. Round up every single monster in this town. Go." On hearing Cheng's command, all the spirits leave to do their work, and on the other hand, Cheng also moves quickly towards a location, and some spirits also follow him. Then Cheng says to those spirits, "The rest of you, converge on the central plaza. Your job is to keep those spirits occupied. That last room, it's mine." As soon as Cheng said this, the spirit and Cheng set out to capture the monster spirits and slowly started capturing all the spirits of Nightfall Town. Then Cheng thinks in his mind, "I need to move faster, or my summons will all be dead by the time I get there." After catching all the spirits, Cheng says, "Good, they're still alive, and they've got the spirits all bunched up nice and tight." After saying this, he uses the ice wall move, and in the next moment he switches the weapon and comes into the grappling gun form and smilingly says, "Now it's showtime." And after saying this, the very next moment he starts creating a quantum bomb. And after doing so, in a short, while all those monster spirits are lying on the ground, then Cheng smilingly says, "Instant kill." Using this kind of second-tier WMD against below-level 30s maps is like bringing a nuke to a knife fight. Simply brutal. Stealing that quantum bomb spell from that old temple really paid off. That little stunt just now boosted my XP by 40%, now that their corpses have all been gathered here. They should revive in a few seconds. And having said this, he proceeds to use the quantum bomb and thinks, "Now, it's going to be straight level-up grinding." After defeating all those spirits, Cheng is very happy to see his level on his screen and thinks, "I actually managed to reach level 25 in just one night. After using my stat points, I have 79 points in the strength stat. It's about to catch up to my agility. I will have 2 attributes that are more than 100 points before I reach level 30. It will be time for the new students to report in 4 more days. I will use this time to max out the exp needed for my leatherworking." Then the moment shifts and we see Cheng in the Thunder City leatherworking workshop and his facial expressions are not very good. Then he says, "I have tired myself out these past 3 days and finally maxed out the exp. If not for school starting tomorrow, I really would have liked to properly relax for a while." After finishing his work in the workshop, Cheng goes to a shop and after entering the shop tells the receptionist, "Hello, this is the intermediate leatherworking skill book that you wanted." Then an unknown guy comes from behind and tells Cheng, "Little friend is so young, yet you have actually upgraded both alchemy and leatherworking to the intermediate rank. Such a talent is hard to come by." Then seeing that unknown person, the people standing there start talking amongst themselves. "Isn't that the president of the Profession Association in Thunder City?" And the youngster beside him, "Isn't that this year's eBay provincial champion Cheng Kainmo? Damn, not only is he extremely talented in battles, even his talent in professions is very advanced. Can the rest of us even survive?" Then Cheng turned his face back and looked at the person and asked him, "May I know who you are?" Upon hearing this from Cheng, the unknown person smilingly tells Cheng, "I'm Gao Jin, the president of the Profession Association in Thunder City. My subordinates informed me about your performance in alchemy and leatherworking. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join our association." While introducing himself, Jin also gives an offer to Cheng. Upon hearing his offer, Cheng tells him, "Sorry, I am not interested." When Cheng rejects this offer, Jin gets very angry and says, "Don't be in such a rush to reject me. I am not just inviting you to join, I am also giving you the position of a representative in the association." Hearing their conversation, the people standing there also start talking amongst themselves. A representative, that's the 3rd rank within the association. It's just below the president and elders. Within all shops in the Apocalypse continent, you will be able to enjoy a lifelong 15% discount. Just with that alone, you will be able to save countless money. Cheng then thinks about the representative's position in his mind. This profession association did not appear in my previous life. Based on the reactions of those around me, there seems to be a huge advantage hidden within it. After thinking this much, Cheng tells Jin again, "Sorry, I am still not interested." After hearing Cheng saying not interested again, Jin gets a little more angry, and then he tells Cheng again, "Little friend, do you not understand the position and authority of a representative within our association? After becoming a representative, you can—" Before Jin can say anything further, Cheng hits him again and says, "I am saying this position of a representative isn't good enough." Then Jin tells him, "With your 2 current intermediate secondary professions, the conditions I have proposed are already the limit. If it's still unacceptable for you, then there's nothing I can do." After saying this, Jin starts leaving from there, and while leaving he thinks in his mind, "I must be blind." Although Cheng Kainmo is extremely talented, His nature is greedy and arrogant. It will be hard for him to climb to the peak. Then Cheng tells him from behind, "Who said I only have 2 secondary professions at the intermediate rank?" Jin's mouth drops open after hearing just this from Cheng. Then he asks Cheng, "Are you telling the truth? If you really have 3 secondary professions that have reached the intermediate rank, then I will give you the position of an elder. In all shops, you will enjoy a lifelong 20% discount." Cheng thinks to himself upon hearing the elder's position. A 20% discount is not too bad. I didn't expect the skill that I just practiced in passing would bring me such a good perk. Seeing Cheng's skill book, all the people standing there were very surprised and started talking amongst themselves. "Look, his skill book is blank. He really did learn a new intermediate skill. Moreover, it's blacksmithing that's ranked in the top 3 in terms of difficulty." At the same time, Jin also gets very surprised after seeing Cheng's skill book and says, "How is this possible? I myself am an intermediate blacksmith. Where did he get the time and energy from?" After saying this, both of them started to leave from there. While walking on the way, Jin says to Cheng, "After our discussion, I did not expect little friend's achievements in blacksmithing to have far surpassed my own. I am truly ashamed. The Profession Association of Thunder City is just ahead. In there, I will give you the Elder's emblem. When the shopkeepers see your emblem, they will show you the highest form of respect." Then Cheng asks Jin, "President Gao, may I know what's the relationship between the Blacksmith Association and your Profession Association?" Jin gets a little disappointed upon hearing this from Cheng and starts saying to Cheng, "I am ashamed to say this, but the Blacksmith Association is the only organization in the Apocalypse continent that has separated itself from our Profession Association. Because those old guys think very highly of themselves. It's a pity we don't have a true master blacksmith. So in terms of blacksmithing, we are indeed inferior to them." On hearing all this, Cheng puts his hand on his mouth and says, "So that's how it is." As soon as Cheng says this, Jin tells him, "Maybe in the future, you might be able to create a miracle." Then the moment shifts, and we see many professors sitting in the conference room, and then they ask Jin, "Hello, President Gao Jin. President Gao, is that your relative? Is the eBay provincial champion this year? From today onwards, he will be an elder of the Profession Association." Immediately after the announcement, one of them professors says to Jin, "President Gao, this isn't right. No matter how talented he is in battles, it has nothing to do with our professions. President Gao, the reason our association has our current standing is naturally related to the strictness of our exams. If you were to really allow him to become an elder today, countless people will laugh at us in the future. Our Thunder City's Profession Association will definitely become a laughingstock in the eyes of our colleagues in the main city." As soon as Cheng hears what the professor says, he immediately responds and says, "You're all just a bunch of frogs in a well. It's no wonder the Blacksmith Association has separated itself from you. Do you believe that because my talent in battle is great, my talent in professions cannot be good?" On hearing Cheng's words, the professor becomes a little angry and smilingly challenges Cheng and says, "You brat, the people in our association have always spoken with their abilities. If you can pass our exams, I, Qin Yangcheng, will not speak another word and fully support you to become an elder. On the contrary, if you fail, then you should get out of our association." Then Cheng accepts the challenge and says, "Sure, no problem. But so many of you are testing against me alone. Shouldn't you throw in some stakes?" As soon as Cheng accepts this challenge, the other professor also tells Cheng, "All right, what you're asking for is reasonable. Promise that if you can pass our collective test, everyone who has posed a question will give you a reward." After listening to the other professor, Cheng tells him, "To make it convenient for all of you to pick appropriate questions, let me explain my professions. Currently, I have learned herbalism, alchemy, mining, blacksmithing, skinning, leatherworking, a total of 6 professions. Moreover, all of them are at the intermediate rank." On hearing the intermediate rank from Cheng, the professor's mouth falls open and he says, "What? 6 secondary professions that are all at the intermediate rank. What kind of monster is he? On hearing this from him, Cheng puts his hand on his head and starts laughing and says, "Well." Seeing Cheng laughing, all the professors sitting there are very surprised and say among themselves, "I thought he was just coming up with nonsensical questions so he could win. But this kid actually knows so much about their theories, it's unimaginable. An all-rounder, he's really an all-rounder." Then one of the professors comes forward and takes out a fruit of ability and gives it to Cheng and says, "Now that you have won, I naturally have to keep my promise. That's a fruit of ability. An item that's worth thousands of gold. He's just giving it away." Then Cheng bows his head to the fruit's ability and tells everyone, "I thank Elder Kiwi for his gift. To refuse it would be impolite. I didn't expect everyone to be so generous. I can only receive them all in kind." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng going somewhere through the forest. Then he thinks, "Elder's emblem, meteorite iron, poisonous dragon vine, nether tiger skin. Today's harvest is quite abundant. No matter the material, they are all treasures that are worth thousands of gold. The meteorite iron is even one of the main materials I needed to upgrade the flowing light 1,000-bladed umbrella to the second stage. The day after tomorrow will be when school starts. It's time to leave the apocalypse continent." It even activated the second special ability. Cheng looks at his status panel and feels happy and thinks, "Not bad, this round of upgrades was awesome. As for the new ability, I am not in a rush to transform it. I only just learned intermediate alchemy after all. There's still room for improvement for my current recipes. If I transform it now, I might regret it in the future." Immediately after thinking this, Cheng extends his hand towards the portal and says with a smile, "It's time to go back." Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng reaches his location, and after reaching the location he gets a bit confused and thinks, "Isn't it still summer vacation? Why are there so many students and parents here?" Then all the students standing there see Cheng, and immediately after seeing Cheng, they become very happy and go to Cheng and start praising him and say, "Everyone look, it's Senior Cheng Kainmo. Wow, it's really him. He's so handsome. Senior, please give me your autograph. You will forever be our idol." After seeing so many people and hearing their demands, Cheng gets very confused and immediately starts running away from there, and seeing Cheng doing this, all the people standing there get very confused, and then we see that after running away from there, Cheng is hiding behind the bushes. Saw Cheng hiding behind the bushes, Mr. Liu asked him, "Kid, you are finally willing to come back?" After listening to Liu, Cheng asks Liu, "Who are those people outside? They're acting crazy." After listening to Cheng, Liu smilingly tells Cheng, "They are new students that are here to register due to your fame. Thanks to you, our supply of new students is even more than Hanwoo Affiliated Academy this year. Follow me, we still have presents to give to you before you leave." Then the moment shifts, and we see all the teachers standing there and welcoming Cheng. Then Liu say to Cheng, "This might be old-fashioned for young people, but we put a lot of effort into preparing this. It was quite difficult. We just want to convey our well wishes, so don't laugh at us." After listening to him, Cheng tells him, "You did a good job, but don't ever do it again." After listening to Cheng, Liu gives him the property certificate and says, "You're heading to the capital soon. I know you don't have a place to stay. So we bought you a property. It wasn't too expensive, around 20 million. We hope you like it." And immediately after saying this, he also gives the boarding pass to Cheng, and while giving the boarding pass he says, "Also, these are the plane tickets for all the flights to the capital for the next few days. Since we don't know when exactly you intend to travel, we just bought all of them." After receiving the boarding pass and property certificate, Cheng becomes very happy and tells Liu, "Thank you everyone, refusing would be impolite." Liu becomes happy after hearing Cheng's words and tells Cheng, "It's about time, come back to visit us often if you have the chance. If you suffer any grievances outside, Zhang City Academy will always support you till the end." After listening to Liu, Cheng bows his head and thanks Lu and says to him, "Thanks for the care and concern of everyone till now. I will not let the reputation of Zhang City Academy fall." Then the moment shifts, and we see the entrance of Oracle University. After seeing Cheng at Oracle University, the girls point at Cheng and say, "OMG, is he also a new student? His physique is amazing, his core strength must be great. With such an appearance, not becoming a celebrity is such a pity. Quick, we should go hit on him and try to get his contact info." After saying this, all the girls went near Cheng and surrounded him from all sides and started saying to Cheng, "Excuse me, you must be a new student. We are the seniors in charge of receiving the new students. Can we get your contact info so we can properly introduce you to the glorious history of our university? Yes, if there's anything you don't know, you can contact us anytime, even if it's early in the morning or late at night." After listening to their words and finding himself surrounded, Cheng feels a little embarrassed and tells them, "Cough, cough, I am here to report. Can anyone tell me what I should be doing next?" While Cheng was telling this to all those girls, suddenly an unknown girl comes there and holds Cheng's hand and starts taking him with her. Seeing this, Cheng gets very confused. Then the girl says to Cheng, "Come with me, I will take you to register your information. Then I will show you around to familiarize with the university's environment. Our Oracle University is huge. You will lose your way if you aren't careful. In our university, if you are level 30 and have completed your second class awakening, then you can officially graduate. But before that, the university will assign you to a class year that's based on your level. The first group is level 1525. You will be in the first year class. The second group is level 2628. You will then be promoted to second year class. Further up is the third year class, which is for level 29. And lastly, the fourth year class is for level 30. All the students who haven't completed their second class awakening are in the fourth year class. We've arrived. Junior brother, just insert your identity card into that machine by the side. The system will assign you your dormitory based on your information." After reaching there, Cheng puts his card in the machine, and immediately after putting the card, all the information about Cheng starts appearing on the screen, seeing which all the people standing there get very surprised. Then all the people standing there start talking amongst themselves. "Did I hear it wrong? A new student is actually level 25. Is that real? Let me take a look. How did our university manage to recruit such a monster this year? We are done for the entrance exam tomorrow. We will definitely be overshadowed by him." The whole moment shifts, and we see Oracle University Hall of Secret Realms area, and there are many students there who are talking to each other. The entrance exam is about to start. I am so nervous. We don't even know if the secret realm will be difficult or not. I hope my ranking will go up a bit so I can get a better dormitory. On the other side, Director Lei and his companions are talking to each other. The recruitment done by Director Chen is not bad to actually recruit 2 provincial champions for us this year. Between eBay's Chen Kaimo and Kilu's Hiziyuji, who do you think will win in the entrance exam? It's definitely Hiziyuji. Our magic faculty will definitely take him in. Although Chen Kaimo has a high level, his class is trash. A vagrant only has a superficial bearing. Hiziyuji's second awakening is the Swift Master. It is a pure magic class. Our war faculty will also not let him get away. I heard his battle sense is really high as well. It's not like he has no choice, but to join you guys. Our command faculty will also be joining in this fight. And on the other hand, an unknown student tells Chen, "You must be this year eBay's provincial champion." "I am Hiziyuji, this year Kilu's provincial champion." "You might be outstanding, but currently I should be better than you." After listening to him, Cheng tells him, "I don't think I know you." Ziyuji gets a little angry after hearing Cheng's words and says to Cheng, "I will let you be arrogant for now. Once we enter the secret realm, I will show you who exactly is the best." Seeing him so angry, Cheng tells him again, "How boring. With the likes of you, are you worthy of competing with me? You have entered the Secret Realm Death Monastery. Current available areas: Graveyard Library Level 2030, Challenging. Due to your hidden class Spellbinder, the highest difficulty setting has been activated by default. You have unlocked new areas: Weapon Vault Chapel Level 3040, Extremely Challenging. You have entered Graveyard, Good Luck. After arriving at the graveyard, Cheng looks around and thinks, I had already almost forgotten about the hidden characteristics of the Spellbinder class. Now it has helped me unlock the level 3040 areas of the map. Interesting. While Cheng is thinking this much, he sees many monsters standing in front of him. Seeing them, he starts thinking again. Since the first two areas doesn't pose a problem at all, let's get through them quickly. And on the other hand, all the teachers standing in the hall are looking at the screen, and then they start talking among themselves. The secret realm for the exam is the Death Monastery. I wonder how this batch of new students will perform. It shouldn't be too impressive, even if we only opened up the first half of the map. The final boss is still level 28. They have already entered for some time. Let's see how Hizuyuji is doing. Not bad. As expected from Kilu's provincial champion, there's hope for him to clear it within 2 hours. Wait, look. Why is he only second in ranking? Could it be? Damn. Cheng Kainmo actually only used 25 minutes to clear this exam. He's too strong. I have decided to change my tactics. Our war faculty is definitely taking in Cheng Jianmo. Let it go, changing tactics. Our magic faculty was planning to take him in from the start. Nonsense, our command faculty have not announced our stance yet. That's right, our auxiliary faculty also. Forget it. I reckon he won't be interested in us anyway. Something he's not right. Didn't he already clear the exam? Why isn't he out yet? How is this possible? He actually went into extremely challenging areas. Aren't the weapon vault and chapel areas closed for today's exam? Is there a problem with the projection of the secret realm? No matter what, we already emphasized on it multiple times, to only open up the first two areas. This is a serious violation. We cannot allow this. Moreover, with his level, he will be injured and have to leave the secret realm for sure. The one taking this loss will be our university. We need to terminate his entrance exam. Everyone, please don't be in a rush to reach a verdict. From my understanding of Cheng Kainmo, he isn't someone that does things without a plan. Director Lei should report this situation to the president first. Let's hear what he has to say. All right, I will head to the president's office now. You guys can oversee the exam. Young master, you have to seize this moment. A trip to the president's office and back is at most 30 minutes. If you take longer than that, even the gods won't be able to help you. And on the other hand, Cheng reaches inside the military weapons vault, and as soon as he sees the monster, Cheng hides behind the wall and thinks, I have reached the military weapon vault. The difficulty has gone up by a huge amount. The small mobs here have an average level of 30, the cumulative level is around 70. And they are all warrior-type crusaders with high HP and defense. Although it's hard to deal with, I still have a method this time. There won't be another. And on the other hand, after defeating all the monsters, Cheng thinks, not bad, I only used 8 minutes to kill all the small mobs. It's indeed high risk, high reward. Next up will actually be a real tough battle, and thinking this much, Cheng opens the gate and starts going inside. After going inside, Weapon Master Harold is standing in front of Cheng. Seeing him, Cheng thinks, this fellow might only have the skill Whirlwind, but it's extremely hard to deal with. Whirlwind is a continuous AO attack which can't be completely blocked. And during the skill duration, it's immune to CC, so it can't be interrupted. Looks like my unscathed streak is going to end today. Let's begin. And thinking this, Cheng attacks him, and due to the attack, the monster's HP reduces a bit. Then the monster says in anger, I have been waiting for a real challenge, let me witness your strength. And after saying this, the monster attacks Cheng. Cheng dodges the attack with great difficulty and thinks, what a headache, The void sphere, which has always been successful, was deflected by him. It's a pity that the cooldown for sprint is too long. I might not be able to dodge again. From now on, as his HP decreases, the frequency of him using Whirlwind will increase. I can only go head-on and fight him. Thinking this, Cheng uses his move Cannon Gun and smilingly tells the monster, "Your skill has ended right, eat my cannon." Due to Cheng's continuous attack, the monster's HP was decreasing, and the monster was getting very angry. Then the monster angrily tells Cheng, "Very good, you have thoroughly infuriated me. I shall let you have a taste of the power of my blade." And after saying this, the monster uses his move Whirlwind, due to which the wind starts rotating very fast all around, and seeing the move of the monster, Cheng thinks, "Luckily I have enough potion." He still has 50% of HP left. It's time to face him head-on. And after thinking this, Cheng starts attacking the master. After attacking for some time, Cheng also gets very tired, and then he thinks while drinking his potion, "I will let you witness what a real potion king can do." Immediately after drinking the potion, Cheng attacks the monster, due to which the monster gets defeated. Then Cheng thinks, "It's finally over. I only have 1500 GP left." This kind of CC immune AO monster is really disgusting. There's such a thing? Who's helping me? Forget it. It's better to have such a thing than not. I'll just treat it as an extra layer of security for the upcoming real challenge. And all the teachers standing on the other side get very surprised after seeing all this on their screens. Then one of them says, "How is this possible? I only made a trip to the president's office, and he already cleared the military weapon vault. Doesn't that make the invulnerability privilege that President Ling gave him meaningless?" What? President Ling actually gave Cheng Qianmo the invulnerability privilege. That's the greatest treatment for a new student. It's been 20 years since anyone last received that privilege. Looks like Cheng Qianmo has already obtained President Ling's AC acknowledgement. His position and standing in the university is going to change along with it. This won't do. We strongly request the activation of the Secret Realm monitoring system. Fine, since President Ling instructed us to pay more attention to him, let's make an exception. And on the other hand, Cheng moves on to his next task and thinks after reaching there, "After all, I'd like to see how he plans to deal with that horrifying final boss." Thinking this, Cheng opens the gate and sees a lot of monsters sitting in front of him. There are two final bosses in the monastery. One of them is the Scarlet Commander, Mograine, who sits on the throne. The other is his wife, who is in the room behind him, High Priestess Weissman. After seeing all those monsters, Cheng activates his skill Phantom Form and attacks all of them. After killing all of them, Cheng thinks, "I will be facing two level 28 bosses at the same time later. It's honestly going to be quite difficult. But it's just the right time for me to utilize that person." Thinking this much, Cheng goes to that prisoner, and after going to him, he asks him, "Fairbanks, do you want revenge?" Upon hearing Cheng's words, Fairbanks says, "You can help me." Upon hearing this from Fairbanks, Cheng breaks all his chains and sets him free. Fairbanks was originally the adjutant of the Scarlet Crusaders. Because he discovered the adultery between the commander and the High Priestess, he was imprisoned here for tens of years. After freeing him, two options appear on Cheng's screen. After looking at both the options, Cheng thinks, "Fairbanks was a hidden NPC in the game in my previous life." Players have two choices. You can either kill him and Fairbanks will drop a pretty excellent grade blue equipment, or you can cut his chains, and when you start the boss fight, he will aid the player in battle. After looking at both options, Cheng takes a decision after a lot of thought and starts healing Fairbanks and thinks while healing. But due to his heavy injuries, and players being unable to heal NPCs in my previous life, his influence on the battle is limited. However, in this world, Fairbanks is amazed to see himself completely back to normal and falls on his knees to thank Cheng, saying, "I thank my benefactor for healing me. As long as I can get my revenge, I will obey all your orders." After listening to Fairbanks, Cheng tells him, Pay attention to the commotion later. I will be clearing out the Scarlet Crusaders in the chapel. When you hear the voice of the High Priestess. While Chang was telling this to Fairbanks, his skill phantom form got deactivated, and he was surrounded by monsters from all sides. Seeing those monsters coming towards him, Chang starts running away from there. Seeing Chang running away from there, the monsters start chasing him. Then Chang jumps through the water and crosses it, and all those monsters also start following Chang from inside the water. Seeing all those monsters in the water, Chang uses his skill Frostbrand and freezes all those monsters inside the water. And on the other hand, seeing Chang doing this, all the teachers standing in the hall were very surprised and started talking amongst themselves. OMG, those controls, those skills, it's perfect. My eyes have been opened today. I'm lucky I didn't miss this. He actually dared to lure all the small mobs in the chapel in one wave and then confine them all. That's a total of 50 level 37 high-ranked Scarlet Crusaders. How is he going to handle them all? After freezing all those monsters in water, Chang uses his skills Magic Bullet and Void Sharp and attacks them. After defeating all those masters, Chang reaches the final monster, and after reaching the final monster, Chang tells him, "Finally going to face this cheating couple." Hearing Chang's words, the monster becomes angry and stands up from his chair, and his eyes turn red with anger, and then he says to Chang, "Heretic, I shall represent the holy light and purify you." Hearing his words, Chang moves forward to attack him and tells him, "Someone like you who has fallen into darkness dares to represent the holy light. Are you worthy?" After saying this, Chang attacks that monster, and because of Chang's attack, that monster flies in the air, and then Chang starts continuously attacking it. After attacking for some time, Chang uses his skill Dazzle Mark and tells the monster, "I shall let you taste the power of a medium-sized dark elemental Dazzle Mark." Saying this, Chang attacks him with a Dazzle Mark, due to which a very loud explosion occurs and the monster falls on the ground. Seeing her couple in such a condition, the lady monster says, "Mograine has fallen. You will have to pay the price in blood." After saying this, the lady monster attacks Chang. Due to her attack, Chang starts getting stiff at one place, and then Chang thinks, "It's here. This is the hardest part of the monastery map, and also the origin of the double boss." While Chang was thinking all this, Lady Monster began to heal her couple. Then Fairbanks came from behind and proceeded to attack her and said, "A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The day has finally come for me to settle my debts." Lady Monster becomes extremely frightened upon seeing Fairbanks and says, "How did you escape?" Saying this, the Lady Monster dodges Fairbanks's attack, and then Fairbanks tells her, "Isn't this a surprise? Today is the day the cheating couple dies. So many years of humiliation. I will pay it back 100-fold today." And on the other hand, seeing the effect of Lady Monster's skill fading away, Chang smiles and thinks, "Immobilized state, 10 seconds remaining. I might not be able to change the plot, but I can summon an NPC to do it. That's reasonable." Then the Lady Monster notices Chang and tells him, "It's you. You are the one who saved him. I am going to kill you." After saying this, the Lady Monster starts moving towards Chang to attack him. Seeing the Lady Monster, Fairbanks also moves forward to stop her and says, "Don't even think about touching my benefactor. Hand over your life." As soon as Fairbanks says this, Lady Monster's entire attention goes towards Fairbanks, and on the other hand, Lady Monster's skill on Chang completely vanishes, and then Chang thinks, "I didn't expect the Fairbanks of this world to be so savage. This one is much stronger than the one in my previous life. Is it because I healed his injuries? Looks like I will have to change the way I think about this game. I cannot look at issues with the preconceptions of Apocalypse from my previous life. If I optimize some processes, there might be unexpected advantages in this world, such as right now." Saw such an intense moment on screen. All the teachers standing in the hall were very shocked and started talking amongst themselves. How did he think of such a strategy? Is it really his first time entering the chapel? How is that possible? He is a new student. There's no way he's entered this secret realm before. At our age, we have really lived our life for nothing. As expected from someone that's highly regarded by President Ling. With such a performance, even calling him the nation's provincial champion isn't far-fetched. And on the other hand, Ziyuji comes out of the portal and thinks while smiling. No one has come out yet. I have finally gotten first place for the entrance exam this year. What a dog fart Cheng Kainmo is. He's just someone with an undeserved reputation. That's all he is. I successfully cleared the graveyard and library in 1 hour 38 minutes. Can you achieve that? Thinking this, Ziyuji looked at all the teachers standing there and looking at them with surprise. He thinks, why is no one clapping? I got first place. This silence is way too excessive. After thinking this, Ziyuji looked at the screen, and after looking at the screen, his mouth remained open, and he said, he's actually in the chapel. Death Monastery. Best time record has been updated. Record holder, Cheng Kainmo. Level during clear, level 25. Class, Vagrant. Total time, 1 hour 40 minutes 58 seconds. Seeing this record, President Zio thinks in his mind, this kid is a heaven-chosen genius to actually clear the Death Monastery at level 25. It's not easy indeed. Could it be that after my Oracle University has been in a downfall for so many years, even the gods can no longer stand it? President Zio was thinking about this until someone called from behind him and said, Grandpa, time to drink your medicine. And that girl is none other than Ling Ryuoxi. Then his grandfather asks her while taking medicine, Ryuoxi, your trip this time to the Apocalypse continent. How long are you planning to stay there? Upon hearing his words, Ryuoxi tells him, it might take a bit longer this time, maybe 10+ days. Is that okay? On hearing this from her, his grandfather tells her, your grandpa's health is fine. Go ahead and stay a few more days to enjoy yourself. But now that you are no longer a little kid, do you have someone you like? Hearing his words, Ryuoxi becomes a little nervous and laughs and says, not really, Grandpa, stop thinking about useless stuff. Then his grandfather takes his talk further and tells her, then I have a very good candidate over here. He's handsome and dashing. His capabilities are even more outstanding. How about the two of you get to know each other? Hearing this from her grandfather, she gets a little angry and starts leaving from there and says, there's no need, I can take care of myself. I have to go now. Ryuoxi's grandpa thinks about her after she leaves. My Ryuoxi has finally grown up. She actually has someone she likes. No wonder she wants to stay longer in the Apocalypse continent. After coming out from there, Ryuoxi feels a little relaxed. Then her grandfather shouts at her from the back window and says, you are still a girl, so you need to be careful in Apocalypse. There's a lot of bad people there, don't get deceived. After listening to her grandfather, she starts thinking, bad people. That's right, especially that scoundrel, he's the worst. Scoundrel, if you didn't miss me while I wasn't around. I will show you what happens. Then the moment shifts, and we see Cheng coming out of the Death Monastery, and all the teachers are standing there to welcome him, and as soon as Cheng comes out, they all start saying to Cheng, Student Cheng, you are too awesome even for a provincial champion. Come get to know about our battle faculty. We are the strongest in the university. Nonsense. Our magic faculty is the most noble of all. They are just a bunch of reckless fools. Our command faculty is the one that's at the top. Isn't being a commander-in-chief awesome? And Ziyuji, sitting a little distance away, sees all this and thinks, such an abnormal person like Cheng Kainmo. You are telling me he's just a provincial champion. Can't you just go for the national championship next time? The glory of Kilu, have embarrassed myself to the extreme. Then one of the teachers shouts and says, everyone be quiet. After saying this, he tells Cheng, Student Cheng Kainmo, I would first like to congratulate you for making history today. I believe you know that our university has a total of 4 different faculties. With your result, you can naturally choose any of them. May I know if you have made your decision? After listening to the teacher, Cheng starts thinking. Currently, I still have no idea how the universities in the Blue Star world operate. I also have no idea what's the level and standard of their lessons. Why don't I try asking if I can go for trial lessons before making my decision? After thinking this much, Cheng tells the teacher, I haven't decided yet. It will be great if I can attend trial lessons at each faculty and see for myself. After listening to Cheng's words, all the teachers standing there started saying, No problem, the doors of our battle faculty will always be open to you. Our magic faculty also welcomes student Cheng Jianmo to try out our lessons. Our command faculty agrees. Then the moment shifts and we see the university dining hall where all the students are sitting and having lunch. Student Bing says to Ningyu, Ningyu, I spent a lot of effort to get these 2 tickets to Jay Chu's concert. Do you have time today? Why don't we go together? Hearing his words, Ningyu thinks in her mind, Lin Bing's strength isn't bad. His family background is okay as well. He can be considered a man of quality. But his appearance really isn't my type. Thinking this, she turns back and looks at Cheng and thinks, How should I reject him? Thinking this much, Ningyu starts leaving from there, and while leaving she tells Bing, My apologies, I have some matters to attend to. You can go by yourself. Hearing her words, Bing smiles and tells her, It's okay next time. By the time he says this, Ningyu goes and sits next to Cheng, and seeing this Bing gets angry and thinks, What's his relationship with Ningyu? Ningyu tells Cheng after sitting next to him, Junior Kainmo, good to see you again. After listening to her, Cheng asks her, What's matter? After listening to Cheng, she replies to him and says, I heard you obtained special privilege to attend trial lessons for all faculties. How awesome! After listening to her, Cheng ignores her, and seeing this, Bing gets angry and thinks in his mind, The girl that I have to fawn over, you dare disrespect her like that. The crux is that Ningyu doesn't even seem angry at all. This is so infuriating. Thinking this much, Bing goes to Cheng and tells him, Cheng, I heard about you. Get up. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you got a good result in the entrance exam. As a junior, you should behave like one. As the student union's head of the disciplinary division, I have the right to inspect you. Cheng gets angry after hearing this and angrily hits his hand on the table, causing his lunch plate to hit Bing's face, and Ziyuji, sitting far away, smiles at all this and thinks, Damn, that kid's awesome, slamming a food tray into the head of the disciplinary division on his first day. Seeing this happen to him, Bing gets angry, and in anger he moves forward to punch Cheng, which Cheng dodges very easily. Due to Cheng's dodge, Bing falls on the lunch table. Seeing him in such a state, Cheng starts leaving from there and says, My apologies, my hand slipped. After listening to Cheng, Bing tells him, Smelly brat, just you wait. If I don't revenge, I am not Lin Bing. Then the moment shifts, and we see all the students are sitting in the classroom. Then the teaser makes an announcement and says, Everyone, turn to page 265. Let's take a look at the essentials of a berserker's skill. And after saying this, the teacher notices Cheng and starts thinking angrily in his mind. What is the vice head thinking to actually place me, a third awakening expert, in a class for a new student to observe? This is so infuriating. And on the other side, Cheng thinks with his hand on his mouth. What's up with that expression? Are the things I am talking about too simple for you? Although the explanation isn't too silly, it's too old-fashioned, it's also too conservative. There are obviously better choices for so many skills, but the teacher is actually demanding the students to learn according to what he taught. Such conventions will only kill off the creativity of students. Let's not waste our time here. The bottom line is that in this world, the people capable of teaching me are too few. After thinking this much, Cheng starts leaving from there. Then the teacher asks Cheng, Student Cheng Kainmo, I have been a teacher for more than 10 years. You are the first who decided to leave early. Is there some kind of emergency? Cheng ignores the teacher's words and moves on. Then the teacher uses his power and comes in front of Cheng and asks him angrily, You better have a good reason for this today, or else don't blame me for being impolite. After listening to the teacher, Cheng tells him, "Since you are forcing me to give a reason, then I will just give you 8 words. Stuck in the old ways, leading people astray." The teacher gets very angry after hearing this from Cheng and says, "You..." Before the teacher could say anything further, all the students sitting there got angry at Cheng and said, "Cheng Jiamo, we all know that you are strong. But teacher has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. You are not qualified to speak such words." That's right. Apologize to teacher Gan immediately. And immediately after this, Bing and his 2 companions come from behind and say to Cheng, "Student Cheng Jianmo, during our disciplinary division's routine patrol, we discovered that you were attempting to leave class early. Moreover, you're suspected of insulting your teacher. We ask for your cooperation, and please come with us for further investigation." After saying this, Bing smiles and thinks in his mind, "Stinky brat, this is what you get for being arrogant. Once you're in my hands, it won't matter if you're a genius. I'll make sure you suffer the consequences." And thinking this much, the 3 of them start taking Cheng with them. Then the teacher says, "Let's continue with our class. If there's anyone who's thinking of violating the rules again, let this be a lesson to you." As soon as Cheng hears what the teacher says, he smiles and says, How pig-headed. No wonder Oracle University has fallen this low." On hearing what Cheng said, the teacher gets very angry and says, "Wait, what did you say? Go ahead and be direct." Then Cheng says, "If you want the truth, then I'll tell you. There are many mistakes in the course you just taught. Furthermore, it's far too conservative in many areas. If everyone were to follow your methods, their paths would only narrow as they advanced." On hearing Cheng's words, the teacher becomes even more angry and says, Good, if you are that capable, then go ahead and refute my viewpoints in front of everyone. If you can clearly list all the errors, I'll resign tomorrow and never teach again for the rest of my life. It's not possible for a vagrant that hasn't even gone through their awakening to point out the flaws in my class." As soon as he hears the teacher, Cheng moves towards the board, picks up the chalk and starts writing on the board and says, "You just said that everyone in the Berserker class should follow the 3:1 ratio of strength, physique and add their stat points accordingly. However, if they really did that, most of them would be useless in the later stages. Please take a look here at my on-site derivation for the data." Seeing Cheng's formula, all the students sitting there are surprised and start talking among themselves. He's not wrong. Looking at the formula, after level 50, there actually is a very slight linear decrease in benefits from physique. The standard deviation for the order of magnitude of this formula seems to be much smaller compared to the one in our books. No wonder it leads to this conclusion. Then Cheng tells all the students, "I have another formula here that can refute this viewpoint. Everyone has the ability to think for themselves. What I've just said might not be completely correct. After all, true knowledge is rooted in practice." After saying all this, Cheng asks the teacher, "Teacher Gan, is there anything else I can correct?" After seeing all this and listening to Cheng's words, the teacher's face starts sweating, and he thinks in his mind, "How is this possible? A first-year new student is actually better than me in theoretical research." Then we see that the student union friends who came with Bing say to Bing, "Lin Bing, we are from the student union, under the dean's instruction. You are suspected of publicly insulting the champion of this year's entrance exam. Please come with us." After all this, the whole college starts talking about Cheng. Have you heard? The head of the disciplinary division offended Cheng Kainmo. The dean personally announced his dismissal from his position, as well as a school suspension. That's nothing. Teacher Gan Yonghui just resigned on his own accord and left. This Cheng Kainmo guy is awesome. He's sweeping through the 4 great faculties like it's nothing. Heard this matter has even alarmed the president. He's requesting to meet Cheng Kainmo. And on the other hand, we see Cheng and the teacher are going somewhere. Then the teacher tells him, "You're really interesting to actually successfully refute that group of stubborn old fools. I think they'll be too ashamed to cause any more trouble in the university from now on. But you don't have to worry, President Ling has been thinking of dealing with them for a long time now. Cheng gets a little nervous when he hears President Ling from the teacher and starts thinking about Ryuoxi. His surname is Ling. Thinking this, Cheng starts opening the gate and then thinks again. There are so many people in this world with the surname Ling, it can't be a coincidence. Thinking so much, as soon as Cheng goes inside, the president tells him, "Little friend, we meet again." As soon as Cheng sees the president, he first thinks it's him, and then says with a smile, "I have to admit that my luck is pretty good." Upon hearing Cheng's words, the president says to Cheng, "Your performance with the 4 great faculties, I have already heard all about it. I am not going to ask how you did it, or will I investigate your past. I just have one question for you. If I ask you to become the head teacher of the most unique class at Oracle University, would you dare accept it? Fine, since I chose you. What if I gave you an imperial sword? And rest assured, I wouldn't ask for your help without giving something in return. Name your requests. As long as they're reasonable, I'll do my best to fulfill them." Then Cheng tells, "I need some precious intermediate alchemy blueprints." On hearing Cheng's demand, the residents tell him, "That's it, great. You're neither arrogant nor impatient. You're not greedy either. So be it. The items you want are in the Blueprint Museum. You will need contribution points to exchange for them. I'll give you 100,000 contribution points. Use them to get whatever you need." Before the president could say anything further, Cheng's phone started ringing, and when Cheng takes out his phone and looks at it, it is Huang's call. Then Cheng thinks, it's actually him. Then the president says to Cheng, "No worries, go ahead." Accepting the president's words, Cheng picks up the phone. Then Huang says, "Hello. Lao Mo, long time no see. What have you been up to recently? Did you miss me? I'm calling you today because I have 2 pieces of good news to share with you. Which do you want to hear first?" When Cheng doesn't respond, Huang says again, "Hello, why aren't you speaking? Don't be like that, I know you're listening. Forget it, I'll just tell you. The first piece of good news is I've already reached level 30. The second piece of good news is that my awakening mission requires an external helper, which is you. How about it? Are you surprised? I didn't even consider others above level 30. You're the first person I thought of. Aren't I amazing? We have such a good friendship. You're surely going to help, right? You are a student of Blue Sky University, yet you didn't find someone from the same university. Isn't that a little inappropriate?" After listening to Cheng, Huang tells him, "I can choose whoever I want. How is it any of their business? Fine, since you aren't afraid, it doesn't matter to me then. Send me the address later." As soon as Huang says this, Cheng disconnects the phone, and then the president tells Cheng, "I didn't expect your social circle to be so vast. But inviting a level 25 student to be an external helper, this probably has never happened in our country's history. What's your chance of success?" Upon hearing his words, Cheng starts smiling and says with a smile, 100%. And the moment shifts and we see Cheng going somewhere, and then he thinks, before heading to the Blue Sky University, let's buy some stuff first. I can also pick a suitable blueprint for my LV4 transformation slot. Thinking this, Cheng reaches the location where he had to make the transformation to blueprint level 4. As soon as he reaches there, the woman standing at the security tells Cheng, "Student, please insert your student ID into this slot." Believing his words, Cheng inserts his student ID there, and after a while, seeing Cheng's complete information, the people standing there are very surprised and say, 100,000 contribution points? Someone slap me, tell me I'm not dreaming. He's only been at the school for a few days, and he's already earned 100,000 contribution points. Is he even human? Damn it. I worked all year, and I only managed to earn 8,000 points. Comparison really is the thief of joy. And after some time, Cheng reaches the 3rd floor of the museum and thinks, so this is what they meant by museum. These blueprints are all on display inside here. Oracle University has a strong foundation, so they have a lot of inventory. There doesn't seem to be anything good here. Most of them are basic tier blueprints. Let's go further in. Not bad. Starting from here, they're all excellent tier blueprints, but only have one LV4 transformation slot. I need to look through everything in case there's something better. And after some time, Cheng starts doing his work and thinks, there are actually 4 epic tier blueprints in the intermediate alchemy area. I'm glad I held back. I'll go with purification. In the mid to late stages, there are too many bosses with debuffs. If the transformation of this potion is good, it will help out a lot. System, I want to transform purification. As soon as he completes his work, 2 messages appear on Cheng's screen which read, "Congratulations to the host for a successful transformation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new passive skill purification." Chapter ends here.